Hey, what is up, mortals? It is JSatwekar here, and before we get into today's video, there's a few things I would like to say. Firstly, a thank you to everyone who worked on this project from beginning to end. And secondly, we would like to announce WTC Naruto Minecraft server, which will be acting as the sponsor of today's video. On the WTC Naruto server, you can play as a ninja and build your own village. There are many different clans for you to choose from, so it would be awesome if you joined us over there. Now, lastly, this is a complete series video, so if you're interested in seeing more of this sort of video, then make sure to leave a comment in the comment section and leave a like. It really does help. Anyways, with that out of the way, let's get into the video. What if Deku had super speed? The complete series. When Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old, his childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo dared him to climb up a tree. At that moment, Izuku felt the area around him start to warm up as he nervously looked up at the tree. As Izuku began to climb the tree, he began to find it harder to get a firm grip on it. Once Izuku was about 2 feet off the ground, he lost his footing. At that exact moment, Izuku closed his eyes, expecting to feel the ground's impact in a few seconds. Except, the impact never came. Slowly, Izuku opened his eyes and realized he was sitting on the lowest branch of the tree. "Looks like Deku finally got his quirk," Katsuki said as he looked up at Izuku, who was 10 feet off the ground. "Ka-chan?" Izuku stammered, looking down at his friend. "Can you help me get down?" "How should I know? You used your quirk to get up there, just use it to get down!" Katsuki yelled at Izuku. Midoriya sat there in shock as the news settled in. His quirk activated and enabled him to climb the tree. All Midoriya had to do was figure out how to activate his quirk. Midoriya started to climb down, only to lose his grip about halfway down the trunk of the tree. In a panic, Midoriya used his quirk in an attempt to land on his feet. As Midoriya landed, he felt pain shooting through his right leg. When he looked down, he saw that he had fallen oddly on his right foot. Midoriya sat at the base of the tree, trying not to cry from the pain. Thankfully, Midoriya was saved from further embarrassment because his mother showed up soon afterward to pick him up. Despite the pain, Midoriya smiled as his mother came closer. "Mom, guess what?" Izuku said with a smile as he looked at his mother. With a playful sigh, Inko said, "How am I supposed to know what's going on unless you tell me?" "Ka-chan dared me to climb the tree, so I did. I was about to fall when my quirk activated, and the next thing I knew, I was sitting on the branch. I tried to get down, but I fell. My right foot hurts. I wonder what my quirk is," Izuku said excitedly to distract himself from the pain he was feeling in his right foot. With a look of pure exasperation, Inko picked up Izuku and put him in the car. After a short drive to the hospital, the pair went to see the doctor about what had just happened. The doctor put a brace on Izuku's right foot as he had sprained his ankle when he fell. "Due to your son's injury, we weren't able to fully test his quirk, but it's an interesting one. What quirks do you and the boy's father have?" the doctor asked. "His father's quirk is breathing fire, and my quirk is levitating small objects around," Inko said, suddenly confused. "Well, this is a rare occurrence. It seems the boy's quirk is different from his parents'. His quirk seems to be speed-based," the doctor said. "What does the quirk do exactly, and why is his quirk so different from his parents'?" Inko asked. "We don't know why his quirk is different from his parents'. This type of quirk manifestation is rare, since the child usually has the same quirk as his parents, or a combination of the two quirks. His quirk uses the electricity that his body naturally produces to ionize the air around him. He uses the ionized air to increase his speed in the direction he chooses and reduce air resistance around him. We decided based on that to call it ionic charge," the doctor explained. "Were you able to figure anything else out?" Inko asked. "The drawback of the quirk is that he heats the air around him, so he could dehydrate if he overuses his quirk. The boy also requires a larger number of electrolytes for his quirk. Make sure he gets plenty of electrolytes when he eats or drinks. Once his foot has fully healed, we would like to see him back here to fully test his quirk," the doctor said. As Izuku was walking to school, he saw the pro-hero Kamui Woods trying to arrest a villain with some gigantification quirk. Just as Kamui was about to trap and defeat the villain, Mount Lady attacked the villain with a canyon kick. Izuku started to take notes about the fight in his journal while muttering to himself. Izuku ended up being a few minutes late to school because of the battle. As he entered the classroom, Katsuki greeted him by saying, "Hey dumbass, how come someone with super speed never makes it to class on time? With your quirk, Deku, you should be the first one here." "Got distracted, Ka-chan. You know I like to watch heroes in action, Izuku responded. The rest of the day went by as usual. It wasn't until the end of the day when the teacher asked the students what school they wanted to continue their education at. The teacher then said as he tossed some papers in the air, "What a stupid question. All of you want to go to UA." Everyone in the class shouted, "Of course!" The teacher gathered up the papers and said, "Two of our own are applying to the hero course in the UA, Bakugo and Midoriya. Good luck on passing the entrance exam. Plenty of people are trying to get into the UA hero course." "Deku, you better start being on time, otherwise you'll miss the entrance exam," Katsuki said mockingly. "Kachan, I won't be late, I promise," Izuku said. After class, Katsuki asked, "Hey nerd, a few of my friends and I plan to hang out. Do you want to come?" "No thanks, I was going to study up for the UA exam," Izuku said. After that conversation, Izuku put his notebook in his bag, and then put the bag on his shoulder and left. Izuku decided to take the scenic route home to have more time to think about how he would train for the UA entrance exam. As Izuku was walking under a bridge, his thought process was interrupted as a maintenance hole cover was blasted upwards into the bridge. Before we get back, Izuku instinctively activated his quirk and moved out from under the bridge. Shortly after that, a sludge villain appeared and attacked Izuku. Rather quickly, the fight became a cat-and-mouse chase. Due to his quirk nature, Izuku took out a metal bottle to drink from so he could stay hydrated. "You're a bit cocky, kid. Do you think I will give you time to drink?" the sludge villain said. "Oh, I'm not worried about you giving me time. I'll have plenty of time," Izuku said before he finished what was left in the bottle. The villain rushed at Izuku again, only to find that Izuku wasn't there. Izuku had unscrewed the cap of the bottle and put it in his pocket. He planned to lure the villain into attacking him so he could trap the villain in the bottle. As the battle continued, All Might jumped out of the opening in the sewers. All Might ended up watching the fight for about a minute. "Wait a second. I'm a hero, so why am I letting this kid fight a villain?" All Might thought as he leaped into action. All Might yelled, "Texas Smash!" as he threw a straight right punch at the villain. The air pressure from the punch sent the villain flying. Izuku had to dive out of the way as All Might's attack came in. All Might went over to Izuku and asked, "Young man, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm glad that's over," Izuku said as he started to get up and dust himself off. "Young man, what were you trying with that bottle?" "I was trying to trap the villain inside of the bottle," Izuku said. Izuku then started to realize that he was talking to All Might. "Well then, let's put the villain in the bottle so he can't escape." "Man, I got lost searching those sewers for the villain," All Might said. Izuku tossed the bottle to All Might and took out the cap. Once All Might had the villain in the bottle, Izuku tossed All Might the cap to the bottle. Once the cap was securely on the bottle and the villain couldn't get out, Izuku finally relaxed. All Might? Could I get your autograph and ask you a question?" Izuku asked while stuttering in excitement. "Of course. I just need something to write on," All Might said with a smile. Izuku started to take out his notebook and asked nervously, I've been told by a few people that my quirk isn't all that great, so I was curious if it's possible to become a hero with a quirk that isn't all that great." "Young man, the quirk doesn't make the person makes the hero. From what I saw out there, you have the makings of a fine hero," All Might said. "Thank you, sir," Izuku said as he passed the notebook to All Might. "If you're interested, why don't you and a friend of yours go down to the police station and sign up for the training, which will start soon. A friend of mine is in the area and decided to offer training to those interested in becoming heroes," All Might said as he signed the notebook and passed it back to Izuku. "Thank you, sir. I know just who to ask," Izuku said excitedly. Izuku could barely contain his excitement as he walked the rest of the way home. Once Izuku got home, he made sure to complete his homework before calling Katsuki. "Come on, Kachan, pick up already. I know this would interest you," Izuku said as he waited for Katsuki to pick up the phone. "Damn it, nerd, I was doing something. There better be a good reason why you're calling me. What do you want?" Katsuki growled. "So, I got attacked by a sludge villain on the way home from school today. While I was fighting him, All Might appeared and defeated the villain," Izuku said excitedly. "Get to the damn point already, nerd," Katsuki said, growing impatient with Izuku's story. "After All Might arrested the villain, he gave me his autograph. He recommended a training program that a friend of his was doing. If you're interested, why don't we head down to the police station and sign up for it?" Izuku asked excitedly. "Fine. Tomorrow's the weekend, so I'm going to be at your apartment at 9 in the morning. You better be ready to go once I get there," Katsuki said before saying goodbye. Izuku made sure everything was ready before he went to bed. Izuku wanted to make sure that he could meet Katsuki outside his apartment to head over to the police station. The next morning, Izuku started getting ready at 7 in the morning. After he got dressed, Izuku grabbed his bottle and went outside to wait for Katsuki at 8 in the morning. Izuku didn't have to wait too long, as Katsuki showed up not long after. "It's a good thing that I decided to come here early, Deku. At least you're not late this time, nerd. Let's go to the station already," Katsuki said with a groan. "I wonder what type of training it's gonna be. I wonder what type of quirk this guy has." Izuku started muttering as they walked to the police station. After about a 30-minute walk, the two arrived at the police station and saw the training program's flyer. Once inside the station, they saw an officer in a trench coat and a plain-looking fedora operating the training camp booth. Izuku and Katsuki walked over to the officer. "Are you two here to sign up for the training program?" Tsukachi asked. "Yes, we are. We were wondering if you could tell us more about the program," Izuku said nervously. "The program will train your body physically and even give you a chance to hone your quirk, which is why the sign-up sheet is here. This way you can get permission to use your quirk," Tsukachi said. "All right, we'll do it. Where do we sign up?" Katsuki said, growing bored of the conversation. "Ah, right here," Tsukachi said as he passed a sheet of paper and a pen to both of them. "Nerd! You better put me down as your training partner," Katsuki said with a grumble. "Kachan, that's why I asked you to come here with me. You need to relax for once," Izuku said as the two of them filled out the paper. Once it was taken care of, Tsukachi took the papers from them. He said, "Tomorrow, please be sure to head to Dagobah Beach at 9 in the morning. Unlike All Might, the guy running the program doesn't like people to keep him waiting." The two boys went back to Izuku's apartment to discuss what kind of training they should expect. Neither of them had been expecting to be able to use their quirks. After talking for a few hours about the program, the two decided to have fun at the local arcade before the program tomorrow. Once they decided to head home for the night, the pair agreed to meet at Dagobah Beach. Izuku was so excited to participate in the program that his favorite hero All Might recommended that he ended up arriving at the beach 30 minutes early. A man in a white suit greeted him. Izuku noticed that the man seemed to be staring intently at him. The man pushed his glasses back into place and said, "I see you're here early. Your friends will be here shortly. The two of you will be cleaning the garbage from this beach. To better train everyone who signed up, we put you guys in separate locations." "Thank you, sir," Izuku said before running to start moving trash. About 10 minutes later, Katsuki arrived at the beach and received a similar greeting from the man. Katsuki started to clean the beach up. At first, it wasn't apparent what type of training it was, until they realized they had to move the garbage that weighed them most without assistance. "I suppose only a hero could come up with a training program as bizarre as this one," Katsuki said. "At least we know we're doing something to prepare ourselves for the UA practical exam," Izuku said. The next day after school, the pair were doing combat training to hone their quirks. It also gave them the chance to hone different aspects of their quirks that they usually didn't get to use. After 2 months, the heroes left and All Might took over. By the end of the 9th month, the pair only had combat training since they had removed the garbage. The day before the UA entrance exam, All Might decided to cut the training session short to talk to the boys. "You two have done well. Make sure you get plenty of sleep tonight to be ready for the long day ahead of you tomorrow," All Might said with his trademark smile. "Hey Deku, make sure you're not late for the exam. You better make it into UA, nerd," Katsuki said. "Kachan, let that go. I haven't been late once to the training we've been doing," Izuku said. "True, but you still haven't figured out how to get to school on time. You'll have to explain to me how you're late when you have super speed," Katsuki said, taking a jab at Izuku. "I wish you would let that go, Kachan," Izuku said and responded with his jab. "Just remember, you two are competing against other people who want to be heroes. Make sure to go plus ultra tomorrow," All Might said before leaping away. Izuku and Katsuki decided to go home to get in some last-minute studying before the exam. Both agreed to meet up at the entrance to the UA exam center before the exam started. Izuku spent the rest of the day studying. After about 4 hours of non-stop studying, Izuku decided to call it a night and fall asleep. The next day, Izuku woke up bright and early. Once he got dressed, he went to the entrance and waited for Katsuki. The two walked to the exam hall while debating about what the practical exam would be. Once the two had taken their seats, Katsuki noticed that they didn't have the same starting location for the practical exam. As they started discussing why this would be the case, a stern-looking boy stood up. "Other people are trying to focus on the exam here. You should stop talking and disrupting their train of thought. It's very unheroic of you two if you continue to talk," the boy said before sitting back down. Izuku breezed through the exam's written portion as he had spent more than enough time studying for the exam. Izuku then changed into workout so he could take the practical exam. Izuku took the time before the exam to activate his quirk. He had no intention of being the last person out of the starting gate. President Mike announced the practical exam was starting. Izuku sprinted forwards and was one of the first people out of the gate. He found himself face-to-face with 5 one-pointer robots, 3 two-pointer robots, and 1 three-pointer robot. Izuku started using his quirk fully to propel himself at top speed to begin destroying the robots. Izuku targeted the robots' joints since he figured that was where the robots were the weakest. It took Izuku 30 seconds to destroy the robots in front of him. After that, Izuku focused on finding robots and destroying them. If he saw someone getting overwhelmed by the robots, he would leap in and help them out by destroying the robots so that person had a chance to recover. President Mike announced there were 5 minutes left in the exam. At that moment, the 0-point robots appeared. Izuku was about to flee from the one coming towards him when he heard a cry for help. It seemed that some rebel had trapped a brunette. Instead of running away from the robot, Izuku ran towards it. Izuku knew that if the robot hit him, it was over. Knowing that there were only 5 minutes left to the exam, Izuku forced his quirk into complete overdrive. While the speed increase was minimal, it did increase the type of surfaces that Izuku could travel over as the robot started to reach down in an attempt to grab him. Izuku jumped through the opening in between its fingers and started running on the arm of the robot. Izuku quickly reached the robot's elbow and started to destroy the joint. The robot then moved its other arm in an attempt to grab Izuku. Izuku would then jump on the other arm and repeat the process. Slowly but surely, he damaged the elbows until they weren't functioning anymore. As Izuku started to slow down because he was reaching his limit, President Mike announced that there was only 1 minute remaining. With that announcement, Izuku pushed himself even harder. He had to make sure that the 0-pointer stopped moving. Otherwise, it might hurt the girl trapped underneath the rubble. Izuku ran towards the head area of the robot. Once he was at the head, Izuku tried the various wires and tubes that helped the robot motor function. At the 30-second mark, Izuku finally ran out of steam and fell off the robot. As he was falling, the girl that he had been trying to save earlier slapped his face with her hand, and he started to fall slowly to the ground. Once he hit the ground, President Mike said the exam was over, and anyone injured should see Recovery Girl, otherwise they should head home. Izuku went home and went to bed early, feeling drained from the entrance exam's practical portion. A few days later, Katsuki and Izuku were on the phone. "Hey nerd, I was accepted into UA. Have you heard anything from UA yet?" Katsuki asked excitedly over his news. "I haven't heard anything yet. I'm going to train tomorrow at the beach. Otherwise my nerves are going to make me sick," Izuku said. "Give it a rest, Deku. You decided to fight the 0-pointer at the end. Just deal with the consequences, nerd," Katsuki said before hanging up. For the next few weeks, Izuku spent time training at the Dagobah beach to take his mind off the entrance exam. One Sunday afternoon, when Izuku returned home, his mother greeted him and handed him an envelope from UA. Izuku then went to his room and opened the envelope. A disc fell out of the envelope and activated. It started to play a video. "It's All Might," Izuku said excitedly as he saw who was delivering the message to him. "It is I, All Might. Assuming that you are saying, 'Oh my god, is that All Might?' Young Midoriya, when we first met, you doubted whether or not you would become a hero because of your quirk. You scored 40 villain points. There is also a hidden part of the practical exam," All Might said, and it cut to a clip of the girl Izuku tried to help out, offering her points to help out the person who saved her if he was missing any points. President Mike tells her not to worry and that it won't be necessary. President Mike then sends her out of the door. "The hidden part of the exam was the hero section. Every time you helped someone out of a pinch, you earned points. Due to this, you earned an additional 50 points. I apologize for the inconvenience I caused you. I was busy getting ready to be a teacher at UA. Young Midoriya, I welcome you to your hero academia," All Might said before the video ended. Thank you. The video left Izuku with an overwhelming rush of emotions. The emotions he felt were excitement, happiness, amazement, relief, nervousness, and terror. It took Izuku a few minutes to collect his thoughts before he could even sort through the emotions he was feeling. All Might said I scored 40 villain points. and I received 50 hero points. Wait, that means I scored 90 points on the practical exam. All Might said I was accepted into UA. That is one huge weight lifted off my shoulders. It took so long to get the acceptance letter that I was beginning to get worried. Izuku muttered in nervous excitement as he let out a deep breath to relax. Wait, did All Might say he was going to be teaching at UA? The greatest hero is going to be teaching me. Izuku was stuck in his little world as he tried to sort through his emotions. He was so focused on sorting his feelings out that he didn't hear the doorbell ringing. Inko went to the front door and looked through the peephole to see who was there. She was pleasantly surprised to see Katsuki at the door. However, Inko quickly became concerned as she saw a man in a trench coat and a plain-looking fedora standing to the left of Katsuki. "Who is it?" Inko asked. "It's me, Katsuki, and the police officer we spoke to when we registered for the training camp," Katsuki said while keeping his temper in check. "Hello, I'm Officer Sukachi. I was sent here by All Might and a few other teachers at UA regarding a training program. They felt it would be better for the students if they had a chance to train with their quirks before the UA school year starts," Sukachi said as a way to introduce himself. With a sigh of relief, Inko unlocked the door. Inko opened the door and welcomed them in and said, "Please come in. I'm Inko Midoriya. Izuku just got his acceptance letter into UA not too long ago, so he's a bit distracted at the moment." Sukachi entered the apartment and replied, "Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience this is causing you." "Would you like me to go get Deku?" Katsuki asked as he entered the apartment. "Thank you. That would be appreciated, Katsuki. Izuku is in his room right now," Inko said as she closed the door behind both of them. Katsuki started walking to Izuku's room. Katsuki was extremely confused since Izuku wasn't one to get lost in his own world like that. As Katsuki got closer to Izuku's room, he started to hear a faint stream of muttering. At first, Katsuki was concerned that maybe Izuku didn't get accepted into UA. But as he got closer, Katsuki started to realize that Izuku was uncharacteristically happy. "Oi, dumbass, you have guests. I heard you finally got a letter from UA," Katsuki said once he got to the door to Izuku's room. Mere seconds later, Izuku opened the door and said, "Kachan, what are you doing here?" "Huh, I didn't hear the doorbell." "How oblivious are you? If you want to be a hero, you need to be more aware of your surroundings," Katsuki said as he started to express his frustration. "What did the message say, Deku?" "You're not going to believe this. All Might is going to be teaching at UA. He said that's why it took so long for me to get the message from UA. Also, I scored 90 points on the practical exam. I was so nervous when I didn't hear anything. Why did you come here, Kachan?" Izuku started muttering rapidly as the rush of emotions he felt earlier emerged once again. Katsuki growled, "Deku, what are you saying? Stop muttering and answer the damn question. We don't have all day, nerd." "I got accepted into UA, Kachan. Also, All Might is teaching at UA. Isn't that great? The #1 hero teaching us?" Izuku said excitedly. "It's why my acceptance letter took so long to get here. Do you want to train tomorrow?" "Congratulations, Deku. Also, did you just say All Might is teaching at UA?" Katsuki said as he started to get excited as well. "Yes, I said that All Might is teaching at UA. Also, why are you here?" Izuku asked as his stammering slowly stopped. "I tagged along when the officer said he was coming here. UA has a training program for incoming students now," Katsuki said as he felt his frustration slowly start to melt away. "Awesome! We should probably head to the dining room. Is it like last time when we got to use our quirks?" Izuku said as he started to shake in excitement. "Seems like it. The program starts tomorrow. That officer seemed annoyed that All Might took so long sending out his messages," Katsuki grumbled as he followed Izuku to the dining room. As the blonde and green-haired boys entered the room, they caught the tail end of the conversation. The two adults were sitting across the table from each other. Both of them had a cup of water to their left. The plain-looking officer said, "The training will take place at Dagobah Beach. Make sure that your son sends a basic design for his costume to the UA support department. Some of the training will involve the use of their hero costumes." "Thank you very much, sir. If I may ask, what type of training is it?" Inko said. "In the beginning, it will mostly be obstacle course, weight training, and quirk training. If the teachers deem the students ready, they will spar with either a student or a teacher," Sukachi explained and then took a sip from his cup of water. He continued, "Depending on how many students prove trustworthy, the program might have a few villain situations as well." Izuku looked over at his explosive friend and saw a happy look on his face. Izuku couldn't help but feel excited for tomorrow. After a few more minutes of talking about the upcoming training, the officer bid everyone farewell and left. A few hours later, Katsuki left, saying he wanted to get some sleep before the training started tomorrow. Izuku woke up bright and early so he could get to Dagobah Beach early. The green-haired boy left his house in a full-on sprint. He had no intention of showing up to the training late. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at Dagobah Beach. He was greeted by his blonde-haired friend and the towering figure of his favorite hero. "Young Bakugo, it seems you're concerned over your friend's tardiness was misplaced. Look who just arrived," All Might said to draw Katsuki's attention to Izuku's arrival. "Young Midoriya, how are you today? I hope you got plenty of sleep last night. You guys will complete this obstacle course twice. One circuit will be completed when you first arrived, and the other circuit will be completed before you leave." The blonde boy scoffed and said, "Is that it? Are you underestimating us?" "Ah, young Bakugo, that's not all. You will also be wearing training weights equal to half your body weight," All Might said with a smile. "The obstacle course will change each day as well." Once the two boys were adequately weighed down, All Might sent them out into the obstacle course. The obstacle course consisted of several stone walls the boys had to climb, several swinging steel beams about 3 feet in diameter, and ended off in a maze that the boys had to get through. It took the blonde-haired boy about 10 minutes to complete the obstacle course. It would take another 30 seconds before the green-haired boy finished. Once both boys were finished, All Might had them run the length of the obstacle course. At lunchtime, All Might let them take a break so that they could get something to eat. Neither of them had much energy left to talk. Both had learned, to their dismay, that they could only take the weights off once they finished for the day. It seemed to the boys that All Might was only getting warmed up. The obstacle course was the easiest thing that they did throughout the day. With a cheerful smile, All Might brought their break to a close and told the two boys to move the cars parked on the beach onto the road. The training pushed the boys to their limits every time. Throughout the day, All Might would either throw something at the boys to dodge, or throw a couple of punches at the boys. Each day brought new challenges for the boys to face. Some days, like the first day, were focused on building up the strength the two boys had. Other days were focused on increasing their speed. The boys began to start dreading the days when All Might had them wear their hero costumes. Those were the days when a short older man would meet up with them. Each time he would find new ways to exploit their quirk usage to defeat them in an instant. The older man loved to irritate Katsuki. He also enjoyed staying just out of reach of Izuku to make Izuku impatient and overuse his quirk. "Izuku, dear, you're going to be late for school if you don't get up soon," his mother said just loud enough to wake him up. Sorry, I had a hard time falling asleep. I was just so excited about today," Izuku said as he quickly changed into his school uniform. "Is breakfast ready?" "It's on the table, dear. Make sure you have everything you're going to need for today," Inko said before leaving Izuku alone. Izuku ate breakfast quickly and left for UA as soon as he could manage. Once Izuku arrived at UA, he started looking for classroom 1A. He was secretly hoping that he wasn't in the same class as the blue-haired boy who called them out for talking during the entrance exam. Izuku also hoped that he wasn't in the same class as Katsuki. It was starting to get annoying, listening to him complain about Izuku's tardiness. Those hopes were quickly dashed as he got to class 1A. As he entered the room, he saw his childhood best friend sitting at his seat with his feet on the desk. "It seems you turned over a new leaf, Deku," Katsuki called out once he saw Izuku. "That is disrespectful to our upperclassmen who once used these very seats," the blue-haired boy said. "Do I look like I give a damn, Four Eyes? Mind your own business, extra," Katsuki growled at the boy. "That is a vulgar thing to say and do," the boy said, waving his arm up and down before turning to see who entered the classroom. "I recognize you. You're the green-haired boy who fought the zero-pointer. That was very impressive. You must have seen the true nature of the test. I apologize for my actions during the exam. I am Tenya Ida. I am Izuku Midoriya. I didn't figure anything out," Izuku stuttered as he was utterly shocked by Ida. "All I did was try to help people who looked like they needed help." "Hey, I recognize you. You're the plain-looking one who fought the zero-pointer to save me," a brunette girl said in a bubbly tone from behind Izuku. "My name is Otaka Uraraka. Thank you for helping me during the exam.
If you're here to make friends, you can leave. Get inside the classroom and take your seats,
a messy-haired person tiredly said as he got out of his yellow sleeping bag. Everyone quickly went to their seats and quieted down as the man made his way to the front of the class.
It took you guys 8 seconds to quiet down. That was far too much time wasted. I am Shota Aizawa. I will be your teacher while you are here at UA. You can call me Aizawa,
he said in a low monotone voice.
As you can see behind you on the back wall are the cases that have your gym uniforms. Put them on and meet me by the track.
Excuse me, sir, but don't we have to go to orientation? Tenya asked the teacher.
UA isn't a traditional school. That means I can run my class however I see fit,
Aizawa said, showing little emotion as he went on.
If you want to be a hero, you don't have time to waste on meaningless things like orientation.
Other members of the class started complaining as Aizawa simply left the room. Once it became clear that he wasn't coming back, the class quickly grabbed their gym uniforms and went to the locker rooms to change. Izuku was one of the first few people to arrive at the track. The class started to talk amongst themselves until Aizawa arrived.
We are going to be doing a physical fitness test. Hero training is rather harsh, so I'm testing to see if you have the physical capabilities to handle it,
Aizawa said in a monotone voice.
Bakugo, step into that circle.
Yes, sir, Katsuki said as he went over to the circle.
I don't know why society insists on treating everyone as equals, when the reality is the exact opposite,
Aizawa said as he tossed a ball to Katsuki.
What was the furthest you could throw in middle school?
I believe it was 67 meters, sir, Katsuki said.
Impressive. Now throw the ball with your quirk this time,
Aizawa said as he pulled a device out of his pocket. As Katsuki was throwing the ball, he yelled out, "Die!" Just before he released the ball, he set off a small explosion, sending the ball flying. The ball sailed through the air. Aizawa watched the numbers on the device continue to go up until they stopped at 800.6 meters. He then turned the device so that everyone could see the number being displayed on the screen. The class started talking to each other very excitedly. This was the first time they would get to use their quirks during the fitness exam.
If you think this is fun and games, think again,
Aizawa said in a calm tone of voice that silenced the class.
The person who scores the lowest in the quirk assessment test gets expelled.
Before we get back in, the class got extremely quiet after that. Everyone in the class looked at each other uneasily. For a brief moment, the entire field was silent. Isn't that a bit extreme, Sensei? We all worked extremely hard just to get into UA. How does a physical test, even with us using our quirks, prove whether or not we can be heroes? Uraraka asked, terrified at the prospect of getting expelled from UA.
Life isn't fair. A hero has to rise above any obstacle,
Aizawa said, sounding extremely bored at having to explain something so simple.
A hero has to be able to rise above any hardship. It wouldn't be logical to coddle you when the world won't.
The class looked around nervously. Were the tests even fair to begin with? The first test was the 50-meter dash. Aizawa called each student up one by one. Ida was the first one called to do the test. Ida set the standard for everyone by completing the dash in 3 seconds. Aizawa continued to call the next person. Most of the class failed to even come close to Ida's time, with their times being the same as in the canon.
Izuku Midoriya, you're the last person,
Aizawa called out in a monotone voice. Aizawa waited until Izuku was at the starting line before telling him to sprint. Izuku activated his quirk and felt the familiar heat of the air ionizing around him. At that moment, Izuku ran.
Impressive. 2.9 seconds. Alright, on to the next test,
Aizawa said. The grip strength test was the same as in canon. During the standing long jump, the only change was that Izuku was able to clear the sandbox. Izuku did slightly better than in canon on the other tests, the only difference being the ball throw. Knowing that his quirk didn't increase his physical strength, Izuku decided to try something with his quirk. He forced his arm to its absolute limit. Once he was sure his quirk was activated to its fullest, Izuku started to throw the ball. At the last possible moment of contact, Izuku forced his index finger into overdrive. The ball rocketed into the air with a trail of ionized gas following it. The ball landed exactly 400.3 meters away.
Hey Deku, when did you figure out that you could do that?
Katsuki said in his usual angry tone.
Were you holding back when we sparred together, dumbass?
Kachan, you of all people should have more faith in me than that. I know you don't like it when people hold back.
Izuku stuttered, trying to explain what happened quickly.
I was desperate, so I tried to use my quirk differently.
Enough. If you want to be a pro hero, you need to learn to trust your fellow heroes, Bakugo,
Aizawa wearily said.
When I display the results, I want everyone to be quiet. One student needs to answer a question that I have before we proceed.
Aizawa then proceeded to use the device he was recording the results on to display the results. Izuku let out a sigh of relief when he saw that he was in 4th place, just behind Katsuki. A small person with purple hair was starting to sweat bullets. After a few seconds, Aizawa turned the device off and turned towards the purple-haired boy.
Everyone displayed potential. Aside from Mineta, no one has to worry about being expelled. Mineta, I will ask you one question,
Aizawa said as he stared the boy down.
You will have 30 seconds to think up your response before I want you to reply. Since you're in dead last, are you willing to go plus ultra and endure some harsh training to catch up to your classmates?
I will go beyond plus ultra if I have to, Mineta declared after a few seconds of thought. The class waited in silence as their plain-looking teacher stared their short classmate down. Mineta was staring at Aizawa with all the intensity that he could manage. Aizawa continued staring at the boy for a bit longer before letting a smile appear on his face.
I will need you to head to the principal's office. There's something we need to get clear with him first,
Aizawa said in a monotone voice.
The threat of expulsion was a logical ruse to get you to try your hardest. Mineta, grab your stuff and head to the principal's office. The rest of you, change and get back to class.
Everyone in the class let out a sigh of relief that one of their classmates wasn't expelled. Most of the class glanced around nervously since Mineta had been told to collect his stuff. As the class started to leave, Aizawa went over to the side of the building. A tall man in a yellow pinstripe suit with blonde hair was there watching the class.
I can see why you're interested in Bakugo and Midoriya. Both of them showed that they had potential,
Aizawa said, seemingly unsurprised that the symbol of peace watched the class from the shadows.
Why did you come here?
I wanted to see that these students could do it. Did any of the students catch your eye?
All Might asked with a smile on his face.
Didn't you once expel a class because you weren't impressed with their results?
I have no interest in those who aspire to be a hero without any potential. No one caught my eye. It's far too early in the school year to be picking favorites,
Aizawa said flatly.
These students shouldn't be coddled since the world won't play nice. I will oversee the after-school training for the 5 students who scored the lowest on today's test.
I will take the 5 or 7 students who show the most potential in tomorrow's hero studies,
All Might said with a grin.
The rest of the class will be trained by either Cementos or Ectoplasm.
The rest of Class 1A was confused by Mineta's disappearance. Aizawa simply continued with the lessons that were planned for the first day. After the last bell of the day, Aizawa held everyone back to make one final announcement.
The 5 of you who scored the lowest will be training with me 3 hours after school starting tomorrow. I won't tolerate your being late,
Aizawa said as he started to leave the class. Sensei? What happened to Mineta? Uraraka asked nervously.
I had him take a week-long leave of absence from the school. He was dangerously close to being expelled,
Aizawa said with a sigh.
During the week he isn't at school, I have him going through intense training. While he's taking a leave of absence from school, I only expect to see the students rate 16 through 19.
As the class struggled to come to terms with what their teacher had just said, Aizawa left. The class was left in shock as they started to gather up their belongings. It wasn't until the students left UA that many of them could find their voices and start up a conversation with their classmates. A boy with messy green hair walked with his spiky blonde-haired friend when someone walked up to them.
"Excuse me, my classmates,"
a tall blue-haired boy with glasses said as he walked up to the 2 boys.
"What do you want, Four Eyes?"
Katsuki said in a strangely subdued tone.
"We're on our way home. After today, I wanted to ask Deku here if he wanted to continue training together."
"I was wondering what you thought about our teacher," Ida said, mildly annoyed at Katsuki. "I'm heading home as well. It seems we are headed in the same direction." "I don't know why he was so focused on the logic of the situation. It almost makes me wonder if he actually did expel Mineta," Midoriya started to mutter.
He might have been trying to avoid a scene. He seemed entirely focused on a test that's focused on the physical body.
I don't think the teacher lied. He doesn't seem like one to lie anyways. Who the hell does that bastard think he is for threatening to expel the student who came in last place?
Katsuki grumbled in frustration.
Deku, stop muttering. It's getting annoying. Besides, we'll know in a week if that bastard is telling the truth.
Excuse me, can I join in on the conversation? My name is Ochaka Uraraka. Uraraka introduced herself happily. You're Tenya Ida, Katsuki Bakugo, and you're Deku Midoriya, right?
Deku? Izuku asked questioningly.
Isn't that what Bakugo here called you during the physical test we had today?
Uraraka asked, slightly confused.
No, Deku is just a nickname Kachan has for me, Izuku stuttered. I'm not sure why he started calling me that.
I started calling you that, nerd, because you tended to be extremely clumsy when we were younger,
Katsuki said with his usual gruff attitude.
Your clumsiness made you useless.
That is very unsportsmanlike, Bakugo. You should be respectful to classmates and childhood friends, Ida angrily said while waving his hand up and down like a robot. You should apologize at once.
Well, I think Deku sounds like you can do it, Uraraka said happily. The nickname is also kinda cute. It would make a great hero name.
Well then, I'm Deku, Izuku said as he started to blush.
I can't wait to tell your mother that you have a crush on someone already,
Katsuki said as he started to chuckle.
Just look at you blush, Deku.
Kachan, it's not like that, Izuku stuttered as he started to cover his face with his arms. Why do you have to mess with me like that? It's not very funny.
Thank you all. The second day at UA wasn't as eventful as the first day. Class 1A had regular classes. Once the regular classes ended, 1A was waiting for All Might to arrive. Katsuki put his feet on the desk out of boredom and to annoy Ida.
Bakugo, that is disrespectful. Put your feet down,
Ida said as he waved his arm up and down like a robot.
All Might is coming in to teach us how to be proper heroes. We should show him respect. Relax, Four Eyes. All Might isn't even here yet, Katsuki grumbled. He's probably gonna come in with a flashing entrance.
Lighten up, Ida. This class is likely to be as stressful as yesterday was. All Might is a pretty harsh teacher, Izuku muttered as he flipped through his notebook. Why not relax until he gets here? Kachan, would it kill you to be polite to the people around you?
Deku, why should I be nice to this extra? He's just annoying, Katsuki said. Why are you writing in that notebook, shitty nerd?
I don't know how you deal with him, Midoriya, Ida said, shaking his head in anger at Katsuki. That attitude of yours will cause problems in the future, Bakugo.
I was just looking over some notes I took on what we did when All Might trained us, Izuku stuttered. All Might tended to put us through simulations when he trained us. It might be a simulation given how many times he put us through one.
What was it like training with All Might? It's the first time I've heard about All Might training students during the pre-UA training, Ida asked, genuinely curious. It's hell, Four Eyes. You try running an obstacle course that changes while you're running it. One time, All Might had us restart an exercise because he was able to hit us with a tire, Katsuki grumbled in annoyance. It was less of him training us and more of him forcing us to deal with random obstacles.
Don't forget how he constantly made us wear weights, Izuku added, while covering his face with his arms from embarrassment.
I'm sure he had a reason for the harsh training he gave you, Ida said with a shocked expression. I am coming through the door like a normal person, All Might said with his trademark smile as he opened the door to the classroom and entered. Class is starting. I hope you have no fear about facing the rigors of hero training.
As All Might entered the room, everyone sat down in their seats. Once All Might was in the room, everyone started cheering in excitement. All Might took out a small device from his pocket and pressed a button.
We will be doing a hero versus villain simulation, All Might said cheerfully. If you would all turn your attention to the back wall, you will see your hero suits in a case behind you. I would like you to meet me at the mock city that UA has.
Unlike yesterday, the 1A class didn't hesitate to grab their hero costumes. Katsuki's hero costume looked slightly different from the canon because it had a black helmet with orange along the edges. Izuku's costume was also different than in canon. His shoes were made out of an iron substance to better withstand the heat his quirk generated. The jumpsuit he wore was a darker green. The rebreather was built into a face mask that covered the lower portion of his face. The rest of the class had the same costumes as in canon. All Might waited until everyone was assembled before taking out 3 containers that had the labels Team Selection, Hero, and Villain.
Alright, youngsters, I need to pick from the first container labeled Team Selection,
All Might announced.
The piece of paper will tell you whether you're a hero or a villain. It will also tell you what your team letter is.
As the class started to talk amongst themselves about the upcoming battles, All Might's smile widened. The class began to debate what objectives the villains and heroes would have.
I want everyone to go plus ultra,
All Might said as he raised his left arm.
The villains will have to protect a nuclear bomb until the time runs out or capture the heroes to win. The heroes will have to either touch the bomb or capture the villains to win.
The class waited until All Might finished talking before shouting, "Plus Ultra!" All Might lowered his arm once everyone was finished.
Just like Aizawa, I too will be seeing how well you do in the simulation. While it is true that most hero encounters with villains are caught outside,
All Might said with a serious expression on his face,
a smart villain will stick to the shadows where the law can't see them. You will be fighting inside of the buildings this time. Each villain team will get its building to protect. The heroes will get a blueprint to learn the building's layout.
Once All Might finished talking, he motioned for the class to pick a piece of paper out of the team selection container. The teams were the same as in canon. Once everyone knew who their teammate was and whether they were a hero or a villain, All Might quieted everyone down by showing everyone his palm.
I will now draw which hero team and villain team will be fighting in the first round,
All Might said as he moved the team selection container to the side.
Before the match, each team will get 5 minutes to prepare a strategy before the match begins. Each match will have a time limit of 30 minutes. Each team will have a radio frequency to communicate. Make sure not to go overboard in your fights.
All Might put his left hand into the villain container and his right hand into the hero container. He grabbed a ball in his left hand and lifted his left hand out of the container. All Might then looked at the team and then showed everyone that it was Team D. All Might then grabbed a ball in his right hand and lifted it out of the container. All Might then looked at the team and then showed everyone that it was Team A.
Alright, Team D, the building behind me is the one you will be using as your base of operations,
All Might said with a smile.
Team A, here is the blueprint for the building. I will inform both teams when their 5 minutes to strategize starts.
All Might led everyone to the observation room. All Might passed out the blueprints to the hero teams. Once everyone was in the observation room, All Might activated his microphone.
Your 5 minutes starts now,
All Might said happily. Inside the building, Tenya, Ida, and Katsuki Bakugo started cleaning out the room once All Might made the announcement.
Hey, Four Eyes, what kind of quirk do you have?
Katsuki grumbled.
I have a name and I would like you to use it,
Ida said in frustration.
My quirk is called Engine. It increases my speed. What quirk do you have? I secrete a nitroglycerin-like substance from my hands when I sweat,
Katsuki growled at Ida.
Your quirk is similar to that nerd's quirk. His quirk enhances him physically. After all, he did throw the ball pretty far yesterday,
Ida said.
It doesn't. His quirk ionizes the air around him so he can move easier. The nerd just finds other ways to use his quirk,
Katsuki said. Outside with the hero team, Izuku and Uraraka were busy analyzing the blueprints that they received from All Might. Uraraka, what kind of quirk do you have? Izuku asked as he was trying to think of a strategy. My quirk isn't anything special. It allows me to make anything I touch float, Uraraka said, mildly embarrassed. My quirk allows me to ionize the air around me to move faster. Kachan's quirk is explosions. He sweats a nitroglycerin-like substance that he uses for the explosions, Izuku said with determination in his voice. I think we should start by separating the two of them. Ida doesn't seem like the type to leave the bomb alone. Let me lure Kachan away from the bomb. Shouldn't we stick together? That way we could capture Bakugo together and focus on Ida, Uraraka asked curiously. We would waste too much time fighting them. Both Kachan and Ida would have any reason to stand and fight, Izuku started to mutter. Both of them are pretty strong too. If we move one of them out of position, we put the other at a disadvantage when he tries to defend the bomb. Are we entering the building together or separately?
Uraraka asked happily. We will enter together and then split up. You will take the longer route, and I will take the shorter route to the stairs, Izuku said nervously. Kachan's most likely going to be on the first floor trying to intercept us and prevent us from heading to the 5th floor. 5 minutes later, both groups heard All Might come on the radio again.
Your 5 minutes are up. Youngsters, you are allowed to begin.
All Might said cheerfully over the radio.
Just remember to go plus ultra out there.
With that, the hero team entered the building through the front door. Once they got to a corner around inside of the building, they heard an explosion, and then saw the familiar silhouette of Katsuki. Izuku motioned for Uraraka to split, fall back, and find a different path while he confronted Katsuki. As Katsuki turned the corner and saw Izuku, he let out an explosion. Izuku activated his quirk and turned the corner to force his friend to pursue him.
Hey, Four Eyes, I don't see Round Face. She's probably on her way up to you as we speak,
Katsuki growled into the radio.
I got Deku. Make sure Round Face doesn't touch the bomb.
You should fall back. Midoriya might want to lure you out of position, Ida said cautiously over the radio. We can't afford to stay separated for too long.
I'm not letting that shitty nerd escape, Katsuki growled over the radio. This is the perfect environment for him. Plenty of spaces to change directions, all while he maintains his current speed.
Fine, but head back if you think he's luring you into a trap, Ida said with a resigned sigh over the radio. Katsuki caught up to Izuku and threw a straight right punch at him. Izuku spun around on the balls of his feet while moving to the side of the blow. Izuku let a bit of the capture float in the air for Katsuki to see. Seeing this, Katsuki let out a small explosion from his right hand, sending him backward.
I see. So the damn nerd intends to try and capture me himself, huh? Well, at least I know I have his attention now,
Katsuki thought as he landed on the ground about 5 feet from Izuku. Phase 1 complete. Now that Kachan is focused solely on me, he won't have time to pursue Uraraka, Izuku thought as he saw a smile flash across his friend's face. Izuku took off at speed. He knew Katsuki could follow and started searching for a large room with a window. It didn't take long for Katsuki to close the gap and fire off an explosion to the left of Izuku's face. As Izuku dodged to the right, Katsuki caught him with a powerful uppercut to Izuku's lower jaw. As the punch made contact, Katsuki opened his right hand and set off an explosion. The explosion sent Izuku flying to the wall that was 10 feet behind him. On the 5th floor, Ito was standing guard next to the bomb. Ito was busy muttering to himself, so he didn't notice Uraraka slip into the room. It might be easy for Bakugo to slip into the role of a villain, Ito muttered loud enough for Uraraka to hear. He does act like a delinquent. However, it isn't so easy for me to behave like a villain. However, to grow as a hero, I must try and be a proper villain like Bakugo. Hearing this, Uraraka tried to hold in laughter. Uraraka found the entire thing funny because of how hard Ida was trying to be a villain. As Ida continued to get into character, Uraraka let out a small laugh.
You foolish hero! Did you think I couldn't hear you laughing, Uraraka? Ida said menacingly. You foolish heroes stand no chance of stopping us. You might as well come out from wherever it is you're hiding.
Sorry, Deku. Ida found me, Uraraka said over the radio.
As you can see, I have cleared the room of any debris you could touch. Your quirk means nothing if you can't touch anything,
Ida said in a mocking tone of voice. In the observation room, everyone was watching as Izuku and Katsuki's fight kept getting more intense. A boy with red hair finally decided to speak up.
Excuse me, All Might, sir. Isn't that fight getting out of hand?
Kirishima asked.
Young Kirishima, you have the makings of a fine hero. However, I have to give you guys some leeway during the fighting. Otherwise, the simulation wouldn't teach you anything,
All Might said as worry started to creep into his voice.
I'm well aware of what happens when those two don't hold back in their fight. As long as young Midoriya doesn't move at top speed and young Bakugo doesn't use a stronger explosion, it won't be a problem.
I don't know, sir. The fighting looks pretty intense. Are you sure it's okay to let it continue? Kirishima asked. Before All Might could answer Kirishima, Izuku started moving at his full speed as Katsuki began to pull the pin on his left gauntlet. The explosion started small before getting big enough to cover the entire hallway from end to end.
Once Izuku entered the room, he dove to his right to avoid the oncoming blast. Phase 2 complete, Izuku thought as the room he was in started to shake. The building started to shake as the explosion Katsuki released was strong enough to dislodge a large chunk of the exterior wall from the building.
Young Bakugo, that was extremely reckless. You know very well not to use explosions of that size,
All Might said with frustration seeping into his voice.
Youngsters, the next person who uses excessive force will be disqualified from battle.
As the dust was clearing, Izuku sent his quirk into overdrive throughout his body. He then started scaling the side of the building to get to the 5th floor. Both Ida and Uraraka lost their footing due to the vibrations from the blast. Uraraka was able to recover first, but was a bit unstable on her feet. Ida groaned as he started to get up as well.
Bakugo, that was a very foolish thing to do,
Ida said over the radio with frustration in his voice, moments after All Might's announcement.
Now isn't the time to bitch at me for being stupid. I can't believe I let the nerd goad me into that,
Katsuki angrily said over the radio.
I'm heading to you since I think the nerd is on his way there. I'll let you complain about this after school today. I will hold you to it, Bakugo,
Ida responded as he started to track Uraraka, who was near some windows.
Watch out for the nerd's knee,
Katsuki warned, sounding unusually subdued.
He's probably going to be all out at this point. I am so going to pay for this later.
Katsuki started sprinting to the stairs. Uraraka started slowly charging towards the bomb. However, instead of charging straight at the bomb, she moved until the windows were to her right. As Ida went to move towards Uraraka, Izuku used the outside wall of the building to kick in the window. Once Izuku was in the room, he threw a straight kick with his left leg into Ida. The kick sent Ida flying into the wall just outside of the doorway.
Sir, how exactly are you judging us? What constitutes us going too far?
Kirishima asked as he watched in amazement at the ferocity of the fight.
This battle is very close to where I draw the line. However, I don't want to invalidate anyone's effort. Since both sides seemed to have calmed down for a bit, I'm going to call off the fight if it looks like everyone is going to get seriously injured,
All Might said with a resigned sigh.
It seems I wasn't clear enough at the beginning of the class. Do not go overboard in the fight.
Shouldn't you stop the match before something similar to one of the large blasts happens? Kirishima asked, concerned for the well-being of his classmates.
Let's continue watching the fight. However, if I suspect for even an instant that the battle will reach the same intensity as it did at that moment of the blast, I will declare the match a draw,
All Might said in a serious tone.
Remember, this is a training match. The point of this was for me to see your level. Do not try and seriously injure your opponent. Accidents are understandable. What you're watching is not.
Before Izuku could touch the bomb, Ida recovered enough to boost himself over to the bomb. Ida then kicked Izuku away using the instep of his right foot. The momentum from Ida's sprint carried him past the bomb, giving Uraraka a chance to try and touch the bomb. Just as Uraraka was a foot away from the bomb, an explosion sent her into a window. The force of the impact left the window cracked. Katsuki entered the room out of breath. Before Katsuki could move toward the bomb, All Might called out over the radio.
Everyone stand down,
All Might said with frustration.
That was an incredible match. However, some of your classmates have expressed concerns about your safety. Since I have reason to believe the fight is getting too intense, I'm declaring it a draw.
The announcement caught everyone in the room by surprise. Both Izuku and Katsuki looked at each other before going over to where their teammates were and helping them up. What does a draw mean exactly? Uraraka asked in shock as she accepted Izuku's offer to help her up.
It means All Might isn't happy, round face,
Katsuki said with a resigned sigh.
Just be ready to justify your actions to All Might. He's good at concealing his actual emotions.
Why do you think he stopped the match, though? Ida asked out of curiosity. Simple. We started actively trying to inflict serious injuries to each other, Izuku stuttered as he looked down in shame. Think about it. You didn't try to hold back Ida. That kick hurt. Both teams left the building they were fighting in and went to the observation room. As they entered the observation room, they were met with the towering figure of the symbol of peace. Despite All Might's smile, both Katsuki and Izuku could tell that he was angry.
Young Midoriya, Why did you entice young Bakugo here to use one of his stronger explosions? All Might said with a hint of anger. How many times have we had this conversation? Over the past year, I believe we've had this conversation about 56 different times. My plan worked a little better than I expected, Midoriya stuttered, sounding a little defensive. I planned to try and lure Kacchan into releasing a big enough explosion that I could slip away. I just wasn't expecting the blast he used. Young Bakugo, what possible reason could you have for releasing that blast to begin with? All Might said as his smile slowly faded. Destroying your hideout, whether you are a hero or a villain, is a stupid and dangerous move. It was a miscalculation. I got so into the fight with Deku that I forgot how powerful my explosion could get, Katsuki said as he looked at his feet. I don't like winning unless it can't be disputed. I guess I forgot that the point of the battle wasn't to defeat the damn nerd. As for the two of you, All Might said as he stared down at both Ida and Uraraka, I will give you a warning just this once. It's one thing to accidentally injure someone during training. It's another thing for you to actively try and hurt them. Both Ida and Uraraka gave a small nod before quietly moving over to the rest of their classmates. All Might looked down at Katsuki and Izuku and let out a resigned smile. All right, you two youngsters go stand next to your classmates, All Might said, with his smile returning. Now that we have learned why we should always keep in mind that we are training, I will now pick the next team. The rest of the matches went as they did in canon. Everyone was amazed at how effortlessly Shoto Todoroki was able to defeat the villain team with ease. Before the class ended, All Might told the class he had one last announcement to make. As I said at the beginning of class, I would be judging you based on how you did in the simulation, All Might said cheerfully. I will be taking 7 students under my wing for training, just like Aizawa took the 5 lowest scoring people from yesterday. Once I have made my decision, I will be calling the 7 of you to my office. Once All Might gave his announcement, he left the room before anyone could start asking questions. All Might left to go to his office and start analyzing which students showed the most promise. Every student had demonstrated incredible skill and potential. All Might knew from experience that raw power alone didn't make a great hero. All Might knew he had to select 7 out of the 14 possible candidates to train. With All Might's disappearance, the class changed out of their hero costumes and went home. Everyone was discussing who would make it into the group All Might would be personally training. Most of the conversations ended up with everyone complaining about how they failed to show what they could really do. Who do you think All Might will select? Ida asked as he left with Izuku, Katsuki, and Uraraka. It's hard to say. All Might doesn't focus on raw power alone, Katsuki grumbled. I don't think he's gonna pick Icy Hot. The guy simply froze the building. While that was a successful way to stop his opponents, Icy Hot sidelined his teammate. He also assumed that the villains didn't have a way to protect the bomb despite freezing the building, Izuku muttered. Todoroki also didn't use his fire side, which could limit him in the future. Not using half of his quirk is like denying half of himself. Is it possible to join All Might's group later, even if he doesn't select you the first time around? Uraraka asked cheerfully. That is something we should ask Aizawa and All Might, Ida said calmly. I see no reason why that shouldn't be possible.
The rest of the first week of school went by without anything exciting happening. As Izuku entered the classroom, he saw Mineta talking with Aizawa in a hushed tone at the front of the room. Izuku went to his assigned seat and sat down, waiting for the rest of the class to show up. Katsuki showed up a few minutes later. 10 minutes later, the rest of the class started entering the room. Once everyone was in their assigned seats, Aizawa moved to the front of the room. Today, you guys will be picking a class president, Aizawa sleepily said. The entire class excitedly cheered. Many of the students excitedly commented on the fact that it was a normal school activity for once. Before we begin, Midoriya, Bakugo, Ida, Kirishima, Asui, Ashido, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka, please head to All Might's office. There is something All Might needs to discuss with you guys, Aizawa said without a second thought. There is a leveling system in the class. The group you want to join is All Might's group. Power alone won't allow you to join the group. The class began to talk amongst themselves as the group started to leave the room and head to All Might's office. As they left the room, Aizawa's eyes turned red as he told everyone to quiet down. They walked in silence for a few minutes. "Oh, it's too quiet," the pink-skinned girl with horns on her head groaned. "Why do you think All Might called us to his office?"
"It's quite obvious. It has to do with the training," the blue-haired boy with glasses said. "Hey, glasses. All Might said he would select 7 of us," Katsuki grumbled. "I agree with Ida. Sensei did say there was a level system in the class," the girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail said excitedly. "Given that it took a week to decide who All Might wanted to train, it's possible that one student was able to raise their level." "Don't you guys think it's strange All Might didn't pick that badass Todoroki kid?" Kirishima asked no one in particular. "Not really. All Might wasn't looking for raw power. Ribbit," the girl with green hair said. "He tries to keep his distance from us. All Might probably saw. They skipped him because of that. Ribbit." The 8 students ended up discussing what criteria All Might felt was important to becoming a hero. As they got to All Might's office, he came out and greeted them. "I was beginning to worry that something had happened to your students on your way here," All Might said with a chuckle. "We ended up debating what you considered important for a hero to have," Izuku muttered. "Don't let that bother you any longer. I will explain why I selected you guys," All Might said with a smile on his face. "I thought you were picking 7 of us, not 8, Katsuki angrily muttered. "Originally, that was the plan, but I got distracted saving people. By the time I had enough free time to decide, young Uraraka had leveled up," All Might said as he motioned the students into his office. "The goal is that everyone reaches my group." All Might's office was a spacious room with hardly anything on the plain white walls. There were a few potted plants next to a window on the far side of the room. There were 2 tables in the room. One table was a large brown desk with papers stacked on top of it on the left side of the room. The other was a small glass table located in the center of the room. All Might sat down by the glass table and motioned for the rest of the students to sit down. After a few seconds of students looking around awkwardly, they sat down on the opposite side of the table from All Might. "A hero has to be able to create an environment where people feel at ease. People have to know that everything will be all right," All Might said with a smile. "One of the reasons I smile is to trick the fear inside of me. If a hero displays fear, the people who are being saved won't be able to relax." "What is scary enough to scare you? The symbol of peace?" Kirishima asked in complete shock. "Plenty of things, young Kirishima," All Might said, with his smile fading briefly. "A hero doesn't simply know his fear, he overcomes it. Everyone has something they fear. The hard part is overcoming that fear." "Ah, so you selected us on our ability to overcome obstacles?" Ashido asked. "Incorrect. I selected you because you showed incredible promise in 3 main categories," All Might said happily. "Originally, I was going to see if you could overcome adversity. However, everyone in the class had to deal with the same adversity just to get into UA. I decided to test you guys on how well you worked with other people, how friendly you were to other people, and if you are willing to help other people. A true hero focuses on helping people, even if they have to put some of their own goals on hold." "How did you score us, then? I ended up alone during the battles in the first week of school," Yaoyorozu asked in a curious tone. "I never said that I was only looking at how you performed during the battles. I talked to your other teachers to find out how you acted in other classes," All Might said happily. "Those battles were mainly to confirm who had the makings of a good hero and who had the makings of a great hero."
"So why did you select us? Surely Bakugo's anger issues lowered his score." Ribbit,
Asui asked curiously.
"Young Bakugo's personality was concerning. However, everyone has their own challenges they need to face. Bakugo should try to act nicer to people,"
All Might said with a smile.
"Young Midoriya needs to be more confident in himself. Ida is far too rigid in the way he acts and thinks. I selected you 8 because you showed you could overcome your flaws to help other people. Beyond that, you showed the potential to be great heroes."
"So, you selected based on how he acted during the first week of school. You also think abilities alone don't make a great hero." Izuku started to mutter to himself. "So, saving people isn't enough. You also have to put their minds at ease."
"Deku, stop muttering. It's annoying. When do we meet up for training?"
Katsuki asked in frustration, since they were missing class for a meaningless conversation.
"Starting tomorrow after school, I want you to meet me at the field. I will be training you for 2 hours each day,"
All Might said.
As young Bakugo and young Midoriya learned, I won't be staying in this form the public knows me by. A friend of mine might be in town for some hero work within the next couple of weeks. He will probably help out if he has the time.
That's awesome! I hope your friend has the time to help train us, Kirishima said excitedly. He must be a badass like you.
Well, it's true that this is exciting for you guys. We have discussed this enough. Unless you have something you want to ask, please head back to class,
All Might said happily. The students looked at each other before shaking their heads. They excitedly ran back to class. The prospect of having someone All Might was friends with help teaching was exciting. As they got back to class, they heard various people yelling at each other. Ida was the first one to react. Ida opened the classroom door and walked to the front of the classroom.
Everyone quiet down,
Ida said in an angry tone of voice as he waved his right arm up and down.
Is it okay, sir, if we do a vote to decide who should be class president? I don't care. Just make a decision before the day ends, Aizawa said as he climbed into his yellow sleeping bag. Very well, sir, Ida said. I will not let you down. Each person will write their vote on a piece of paper. You can't vote for yourself. The person with the most votes will be declared the class president.
The other 7 students quietly went to their seats and sat down. Ida waited until everyone quieted down before he continued.
Once the votes have been counted, the winner will be announced when we come back from lunch,
Ida said as he started to pass out small pieces of paper so that everyone could write down a name. Ida wrote down his vote and waited until everyone else voted. As soon as each person finished, Ida collected the votes in a small square box. The bell rang to let the students out for lunch. Izuku met up with Uraraka and Ida as they went towards the lunchroom. Pro Hero Lunch Rush was making the school lunches. I sure hope you get the job, Ida, Uraraka said happily. You certainly look the part with the glasses and all.
Uraraka, that's not a good reason to pick a class president,
Izuku muttered. Before anything else could be said, an alarm rang out through the school. The students very quickly started rushing towards the exits as they figured out it was the alarm to warn the school about intruders. Before we get back, Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida were able to get into the hallway before everyone stopped moving. They got stuck near a window facing the entrance of the school. Ida was the first to notice that a bunch of reporters made it past the front gate of UA. Ida, in turn, showed the other 2.
Guys, look,
Ida said with a satisfied look on his face.
It was the reporters who triggered the alarm.
Does that mean this is a false alarm? Izuku stuttered.
Uraraka, would you be able to use your quirk on me so we could let everyone else know?
Ida said as he tried to come up with a plan to help calm everyone down. Sure. Any particular reason why? Uraraka asked.
If you make me float, I get to the front of the line and tell everyone that it's all right,
Ida said with more confidence than he felt towards his plan. All right, Uraraka said as she touched Ida and activated her quirk.
Engine boost,
Ida said once he was above the crowd of people. Even though his quirk caused him to spin through the air, Ida was able to get to the front of the line. It took Ida a second to get everyone's attention.
Everyone, please calm down. The press was able to get into UA,
Ida shouted to make sure everyone could hear him.
It's just a false alarm.
Once the alarm was deactivated, everyone started to calm down. After a few minutes, the faculty started sending everyone back to class.
All right, counted the votes. Tenya Ida will be class president, and Yaya Rosa will be the vice president,
Aizawa said in a monotone voice.
That's settled, and Mineta finally returning to class. I want everyone to change into their hero costumes and head to the bus.
The class congratulated Ida on becoming the class president, with some of them referring to Ida as Emergency Exit Ida. A few minutes later, the class was dressed in their hero costumes and waiting next to the bus. Ida was busy trying to get everyone to line up in an orderly fashion. Despite his best efforts, the class just ignored him. The bus doors opened up, revealing that the bus had an atypical layout, wasting Ida's efforts as everyone got in. Both Uraraka and Izuku gave Ida a look of sympathy as they got on the bus. Once the bus left UA, everyone started to discuss who would be a popular hero once they graduated.
Bakugo has a powerful quirk, but he doesn't seem like he'll be all that popular,
Asui noted.
He's far too angry.
What did you say, you damn frog?
Katsuki shouted in anger.
See?
Asui said and pointed at Katsuki in response to what he said.
All Might told you to work on your temper,
Kirishima said as he put an arm around Katsuki.
Where are we headed anyway?
The conversation shifted as everyone tried to figure out where they were going. About 10 minutes later, they got their answer as the bus pulled up to a large building with a rounded roof.
Today we will be practicing how to be heroes, Aizawa said in a bored tone as the bus doors opened. Everyone, follow me.
Aizawa then walked off the bus as the class started to follow. The class stopped at the door. The doors began to slide into the walls, allowing everyone to enter. Once the doors fully opened, the class was greeted by a person in a white spacesuit.
13. Wasn't All Might supposed to be here?
Aizawa asked as he looked around the facility. He had too much hero work, 13 said. He wasn't able to make it, unfortunately. Aizawa led the class into the facility. He stopped walking once he was close to 13. Aizawa waited until the doors closed behind his students before he addressed the class.
The facility we just entered is Unexpected Simulation Joint, or USJ for short,
Aizawa explained calmly.
Today you will be practicing how to conduct rescue efforts here properly.
Before we get started, there are a few things we need to go over, 13 said. The class soon lost its eagerness as 13 slowly began to give the students a speech. As the speech was drawing to a close, a black portal started to appear behind the two teachers. Aizawa was the first one to notice, and he was the closest to the stairs.
Class, stick together, Aizawa ordered. 13, protect the students. It seems we have some unwanted guests.
We apologize for the unwanted intrusion, heroes, a voice said from the portal that was almost fully formed. We decided to invite ourselves here.
The portal slowly started to disappear. People began appearing as the portal slowly condensed into the rough shape of a person wearing a nice suit and a metal brace around his neck. Once the portal disappeared, 40 guys were standing at the bottom of the stairs.
It would appear that All Might is not here at the moment, Tomura, Kurogiri informed a guy with blue hair. What should we do?
So, this is the so-called hero training grounds, the blue-haired man responded irritably as he scratched his neck with his right hand. All Might was supposed to be here. I wonder if the symbol of peace will show up if we kill his students.
Students, start heading towards the entrance of the facility,
Aizawa ordered as he put yellow goggles over his eyes.
We will fight the villains. Now go!
Sir, you couldn't possibly fight them all by yourself, Izuku stammered in fear.
If you want to be a hero, you can't rely on your quirk,
Aizawa responded as he started heading down the stairs to fight the intruders. The moment Aizawa was at the bottom of the stairs, a group of villains tried to use their quirks. However, nothing happened when they did. Aizawa used this opportunity to use his scarf to catch 3 villains. Aizawa then used his scarf to slam the 3 villains into the ground. Aizawa released the 3 villains and caught another villain in his scarf. He then used the villain as a meat shield. He proceeded to elbow the nearest villain in the face. One of the villains realized who they were fighting. The villain announced that they were fighting the pro-hero Eraserhead. While this was going on, 13 was trying to get everyone to evacuate USJ. Katsuki and Kirishima charged at the villain in the suit. The villain easily dodged the two as they tried to attack him. Once the villain dodged the attack, he encased them in a portal and sent them to a different location in the facility. Kurogiri then used the portal to bring him to the top of the stairs. He used his quirk to envelop the students there. He was only partially able to succeed. Most of the class had been teleported to random locations in the facility, leaving only a few remaining students and 13 there. Ida, you must escape and inform the rest of UA about what's going on here, 13 said as they activated their quirk, Black Hole. As Kurogiri tried to attack the remaining students, he was caught by 13's quirk. The force that was being produced was so strong that nothing could escape it.
The worst thing about pro-heroes is when they live up to the hype,
Shigaraki said irritably as he scratched his neck again. A villain with a mutant-type quirk rushed at Aizawa. Aizawa moved out of the way as the villain came towards him. The villain then threw a straight right punch at Aizawa. Aizawa used the punch to bring the villain closer to him. Aizawa grabbed the villain's head. As Aizawa was bringing the villain's head down, he drove his left knee upwards into the villain's face. Kurogiri, seeing that 13 was sucking everything up, started to open a portal behind 13. 13 was caught off guard by this and failed to shut off their quirk in time. Due to this, a massive black hole was torn in their costume. Ida ran towards the door in an attempt to follow 13's orders.
You heroes were foolish enough to discuss your plans in front of us villains,
Kurogiri said calmly.
Do you really think that we would let you achieve your plan?
Kurogiri started to charge at Ida. However, he was caught by a tall student with multiple arms. Ida continued to race towards the door as his classmates tried to hold the villain back. A few seconds later, the villain escaped the student's hold and tried to catch Ida. However, Uraraka was able to touch the metal part of the villain's costume and activated her quirk. With the villain floating, Ida was able to make it to the door. Ida then shoved the right door to the right. He was able to hold the door long enough to get out of the building. Once he was out of the building, he activated his quirk and ran to UA.
13 is down,
Kurogiri said, once he used a portal to appear to the right of Shigaraki.
Most of the students are scattered across the facility. I was unable to stop one of the students from escaping.
You're lucky you're our way in and out of here, Shigaraki growled. Otherwise, I would have turned you to dust for letting that happen. Aizawa was finally able to get a gap between the villains and charged at Shigaraki. Aizawa threw an elbow at Shigaraki's chest as he started to blink. Shigaraki caught the attack with his right hand. At that moment, the skin on Aizawa's elbow started to decay. Aizawa finished blinking and stared at Shigaraki. Long battles like this really don't suit you, Eraserhead, Shigaraki taunted. You shouldn't overexert yourself. Aizawa jumped back and proceeded to use his uninjured arm to wrap his scarf around a villain that was charging at him. To Aizawa's right, a villain swung a mace at him. Aizawa swung the captured villain to his right.
Pro heroes are on the way,
Kurogiri calmly said as he watched the fight.
What do you want to do, Tomura?
It's a shame to have come this far without achieving anything, Shigaraki complained. Oi, Eraserhead. Do you think I'm the final boss? Eraserhead looked over at Shigaraki as he was dodging the last few remaining villains. Eraserhead sent a straight right kick into the villain that had just attacked him. Allow me to introduce you to the anti-symbol of peace, Shigaraki said menacingly as he looked at the hulking brute behind him. He's the final boss. Aizawa looked at the hulking brute that was standing behind Shigaraki. It had dark skin, it had a beak with teeth in it for a mouth, and its brain was exposed. Aizawa blinked and readied himself to fight the hulking beast. We designed him to kill All Might specifically, Shigaraki said menacingly as he scratched his neck. It seems you defeated my underlings. Are you ready for round 2? Aizawa just stared at the hulking beast. Despite the blue-haired villain's comments, the hulking beast stayed still, almost as if it was waiting for some sort of command before it would do something. No moo, Shigaraki said calmly. Kill them. At that moment, the thing Shigaraki called a Nomu started to react. At first, it moved its head until it focused on Aizawa. Its entire body began to twitch. It then moved in front of Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Each step had enough force to crack the ground beneath it. Once it was in front of the other two villains, it took off towards Aizawa. The Nomu disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a small crater in the ground where it previously stood. Aizawa closed his eyes as a gust of wind slammed into him. When he reopened his eyes, the villain wasn't in front of him. It took Aizawa a second to realize that the brute was standing behind him. Aizawa looked up at the terrifying monster as it started to move its left arm up. Aizawa turned around and leaped back. However, he did it a moment too late, as the hand descended in the blink of an eye. Thank you. A portal opened up, dropping two boys into the ruins of a building. The boy with blonde hair released a small explosion to slow his descent. The boy with red hair simply hit the floor and stood up.
Shitty hair. We were sent to deal with some extras, Katsuki snarled. My name isn't Shitty Hair, it's Kirishima, Kirishima said in an excited tone. We need to get back to our classmates, so let's see who can defeat the most villains. You're on, Shitty Hair, Katsuki said as a grin appeared on his face. A group of villains found the two boys and charged at them. The battle was extremely one-sided. It didn't take long for the boys to knock out the villains. I hope Deku gets to fight stronger opponents than these losers, Katsuki growled as he moved towards the door. That damn gateway bastard is underestimating us. I'm sure there are more villains in the area. Why are you so fixated on Midoriya? Kirishima asked out of curiosity. He's a childhood friend and rival, Katsuki grumbled. Wish he would stop telling me to be nicer to people. He means well, but it sounds like he's looking down on me. Well, I think you managed to take down 5 villains, and I got 4 of them, Kirishima said as he counted the villains that had burns on them. Think these villains were overconfident if they think they can kill All Might. There are a few that looked strong. That blue-haired villain that had hands on his arms and face looked pretty strong, Katsuki grumbled. Can't believe we got stuck with weaklings.
The two started walking out of the room when another group of villains appeared. The two boys didn't waste too much time taking them down. However, another group of villains appeared. The villains slowly pushed the boys back into the room they were warped into. Another portal opened up and dropped a green-haired boy into the water. As the boy hit the water, he activated his quirk. The water around the boy started to boil as his quirk started to ionize the water. The boy, however, noticed something was different about his quirk. The boy made sure that the face mask he had was on tight. Thankfully, I made sure to include a rebreather in my costume design. I didn't think I would be using it like this, Izuku thought to himself as he noticed the change in his quirk. Strange. My quirk feels different. My quirk always felt more subdued than this. Maybe the water has something to do with it. I have been training more. Maybe I'm just noticing how strong I've gotten. A villain with a shark mutation quirk came racing at Izuku with his mouth open. Izuku was so distracted by the change in his quirk that he didn't notice when Asui kicked the villain in the face. Asui then launched herself towards Izuku. Once Asui was next to Izuku, she tapped him on the shoulder and motioned for him to follow her. Izuku followed Asui to a boat.
Midoriya, please deactivate your quirk. Ribbit,
Asui asked once they were above the water. All right, why? Izuku asked as he deactivated his quirk. Asui wrapped her tongue around Izuku and tossed him onto the ship where another classmate was waiting. Asui then climbed up onto the side of the boat before jumping over the railing. Hey Midoriya, how are you? Mineta asked with a hint of fear. Do you think we should wait until All Might arrives? No, we don't know how long it will take for All Might to hear about this. We also don't know if All Might will be able to help us. Zuko started to mutter as he considered their options. I wonder what the villains want with All Might. We need to proceed with caution.
Midoriya, stop it. Ribbit,
Asui said as Izuku started to analyze the situation.
You're not helping the situation, Midoriya. Ribbit.
What quirks do you two have? Izuku asked.
I can do anything a frog can, Ribbit,
Asui said happily.
I can even spit out my stomach and wash it, Ribbit. What is it, Midoriya? Ribbit.
Well, the villains sent you to the water zone, Izuku said nervously. Your quirk works well in water, Asui. That must mean they knew we would be here, but not what our quirks are.
Midoriya, you can call me Suyu,
Asui said happily.
Do you think we should fight, Ribbit?
These guys are villains. We can't possibly beat them, Mineta said fearfully. What are you guys looking at? What kind of quirk do you have? Izuku asked, sympathetically.
Mineta, do you want to become a hero, Ribbit?
Asui asked. Of course I want to be a hero. The lady is like a hero, Mineta said excitedly as his focus shifted away from the villain swimming in the water. My quirk allows me to stick these balls to anything I want. The healthier I am, the longer they stick. The ball should stick for the whole day. Mineta took a ball off of his head and stuck it to the side of the ship. Mineta looked at both Izuku and Asui and saw their rather unimpressed looks. Mineta then broke out into tears before the other two could respond. The ship then exploded, and an idea suddenly came to Izuku. Mineta, focus. You can prove your hero material now, Izuku said nervously. I'm going to look around the ship to see if I can find the parts I need. Mineta, you and Asui watch the villains. Midoriya, what are you looking for? Mineta asked. Something explosive that would drag the villains into one location, Izuku stuttered. This way, we can use your quirk to trap them. After 5 minutes, Izuku was able to find the supplies that he needed. He very carefully made the explosive. Asui, I'm going to use my quirk and jump away from the boat, Izuku said nervously. Once I throw this, grab Mineta and jump. If you can, grab me as you go by. Izuku activated his quirk and noticed that his quirk still seemed to be more powerful. He grabbed the explosive and jumped into the air. Once Izuku was over most of the villains, he threw the explosive. Asui grabbed Mineta in her left hand and jumped off the boat. As the water started dragging the villains into one location, Mineta started throwing the balls into the center of the water. Asui stuck out her tongue and grabbed Izuku as he deactivated his quirk. Over in a ruined building, Bakugo released another explosion from the palms of his hands, taking down another group of villains. Kirishima used his quirk to harden his arms as another villain charged at him with a metal pipe. Kirishima blocked the villain's attack before knocking the villain out with a punch to the face. "We should try and meet up with the rest of our classmates," Kirishima said as he started to catch his breath. "Shitty hair. I'm going after that portal bastard," Katsuki growled as he looked at Kirishima. "That warp bastard is the only way for the villains to get in or out of here. We'll put the villains on the defensive if we catch him." "I wasn't expecting you to be calm or rational," Kirishima said thoughtfully. "Usually you're angry and calling people extras." "Shut up, shitty hair. I'm always calm and rational," Katsuki snarled at Kirishima. A villain with a chameleon-like quirk attacked Katsuki from behind and camouflaged. Despite being unable to see him, Katsuki grabbed the villain by the head and set off a small explosion. Once the villain was knocked out, Katsuki and Kirishima started to leave the room. "Can't believe one of those shitty extras was able to destroy one of my gauntlets," Katsuki grumbled as he looked at his right arm, which was missing the gauntlet. "Hopefully we get back to the others before the nerd does." "Why are you so competitive with him?" Kirishima asked curiously. "He was one of the few people I could spar with when we were younger," Katsuki grumbled. "Despite how weak his quirk was in the beginning, Deku was willing to try and compete with me. We should train together sometime," Kirishima said as he started to see the bond between Katsuki and Izuku. Izuku, Asui, and Mineta finished off a villain group that had avoided being caught near the ship. Once they were able to stand properly, they slowly made their way back to the entrance. The first thing they saw were the backs of a villain with blue hair and the villain who had teleported them. As they got closer, they saw a strange creature sitting on top of their teacher. The creature was holding up their teacher's head. Blood was running down the middle and left side of Aizawa's face. Shigaraki looked at Aizawa and then sighed. "It seems that the symbol of peace isn't coming," Shigaraki complained as he started to turn towards the three students behind him. "I'm going to bring that ego of his down a notch." Shigaraki lunged at Asui and grabbed her face with his left hand. Shigaraki let go of Asui and looked back at Aizawa. Aizawa was staring intently at Shigaraki until the strange creature shoved his head into the ground. The force of the impact left a crater in the ground. "You are so cool, Eraserhead," Shigaraki said menacingly as he turned his attention back to the three students. "Perhaps you three can bring All Might here with your deaths. Nomu, hold Eraserhead there." The only response the Nomu gave was shifting its head downwards to look at Aizawa. Everything slowed down for Izuku as adrenaline started pumping throughout his body. Izuku's body started moving before he even realized what was going on. Izuku activated his quirk without a second thought. Asui started moving to her left as she grabbed Mineta, who was paralyzed by fear. Asui was about to grab Izuku with her tongue when she noticed a sudden increase in the temperature near Izuku. As Izuku threw a right punch at Shigaraki, he saw that his hand was releasing electricity that was tinted green. As Kurogiri went to try and use a portal to move Izuku's punch out of the way, Katsuki sent an explosive blast into Kurogiri, forcing him to move back to avoid the explosion. Kirishima got there moments later and saw Izuku hitting Shigaraki as Asui moved away. Izuku hit Shigaraki in the face and then grabbed him and sprinted away from the water, all while Shigaraki started to feel his skin burning. In a few seconds, Izuku moved behind the stairs as a faint sound of thunder could be heard. "Excuse me, young heroes, but I must help Tomura out," Kurogiri said politely. "I'm kindly asking you to grab Tomura and leave this facility." "Warp Gate, do you really think we can just let you villains leave after everything that's transpired?" Katsuki yelled as he started to prepare another explosion. "Shitty hair, go help our teacher." "I suppose heroes in training would be forced to try and capture us," Kurogiri politely said as he started to summon a portal around him. "However, I will not hesitate to defend myself." Kirishima stood still for a moment as he tried to figure out where Aizawa was. Once Kirishima was able to bring himself to look at the Nomu, he noticed that Aizawa was pinned to the ground by the Nomu. "Kirithima, I need help with Athui!" Mineta said as he started to panic. "They stopped moving shortly after Midoriya attacked Shigaraki." "Damn it!" Kirishima yelled in frustration as he went to help Mineta with Asui. Katsuki unleashed a series of explosions, forcing Kurogiri to use the portal to redirect the attack away from him. As Kurogiri was getting ready to encase Katsuki in a portal, the building entrance was forced open. Standing at the top of the stairs was All Might.
"Have no fear, for I am here,"
All Might said without his trademark smile.
"Make sure to get 13 out of the building."
All Might then rushed down the stairs and sent a Texas smash into the head of the Nomu. As the Nomu was punched off of Aizawa, All Might grabbed Aizawa and moved Aizawa behind him. All Might then raced after the Nomu. At the same time, Izuku and Shigaraki were starting to reach their respective limits. Izuku's left arm was completely useless, as the upper arm looked like it had begun to decay. Izuku was also starting to sweat heavily. Shigaraki's right arm was covered in burns, along with his upper body. "You're pretty tough for a hero in training," Shigaraki grumbled in annoyance. "You made a big mistake by challenging me. Why don't you just give up?" Izuku said with more confidence than he felt. "You know you can't win. You're at your limit, and the pros will be here soon enough." "If I'm going down, then I'm bringing you with me," Shigaraki menacingly said as he got ready to attack. "I won't let it end this way." Shigaraki rushed forward with his left hand outstretched and tried to grab Izuku's face. Izuku felt tears roll down his face as he activated his quirk and moved to his left. Izuku then kicked Shigaraki in the ribs. Shigaraki let out a gasp of pain as he tried to take a swipe at Izuku's foot. Izuku pulled his foot back and tried to take advantage of the opening. Shigaraki turned towards Izuku and took a few steps back. Shigaraki grimaced as he tried to move his right arm. Shigaraki then charged forward with both arms outstretched. Izuku summoned up the last of his strength and activated his quirk. Izuku sent a straight right punch into Shigaraki's jaw as Shigaraki struck Izuku in the chest. While trading blows with the Nomu, All Might noticed Asui appeared to have some minor burns on her arms and legs. All Might noticed that the area seemed to get quieter suddenly. A thought suddenly popped into his head.
"Where is young Midoriya?"
All Might asked as he gritted his teeth as the Nomu punched him in the stomach. "Sir, we lost sight of him once he went behind the stairs," Kirishima said as he grabbed Aizawa. "He was being a badass and trying to protect his classmates." All Might let out a grunt of pain as the Nomu hit his injury. Having spent months training Izuku, All Might knew all too well the limitation of Izuku's quirk. All Might thought about the hardships that his students must have endured while he wasn't there and pushed himself beyond his limit. All Might refused to let the situation get out of hand any further. Each time All Might threw a punch into the Nomu, it contained more than 100% of his power. All Might slowly started pushing the Nomu back. Kurogiri watched as the momentum in the fight shifted in favor of All Might. All Might sent the villain flying backwards. All Might sprinted up to the Nomu and punched the creature into the ground. As the Nomu got up, All Might pulled his right hand. "Plus Ultra!" All Might shouted as he punched the creature so hard it was blasted out of the building, leaving a hole in the ceiling. All Might then looked at Kurogiri and started to move towards Kurogiri. Realizing that he couldn't beat All Might, Kurogiri tried to open a portal to escape through. Katsuki let off a series of explosions as Kurogiri opened the portal. Kurogiri decided to send All Might and Katsuki behind the stairs so he could make his escape. "It appears you are not as weak as the rumor indicated, All Might," Kurogiri politely said as he trapped All Might and Katsuki in a portal. "It seems that I will return for Tomura." As Kurogiri sent the two away from him, Kurogiri decided to collect the Nomu. It bothered Kurogiri that he failed his master and Shigaraki, but there wasn't much he could do with All Might being there. Kurogiri warped himself to the location of the hole. Once Kurogiri was sure he knew which direction the Nomu was sent flying, he quickly started to check the surrounding area. Kurogiri noticed that the police were surrounding the facility. It took Kurogiri 5 minutes to find the Nomu. Once Kurogiri sent the Nomu back to his master, he went back to USJ to see if he could find and retrieve Shigaraki. The moment that All Might and Katsuki were left behind by the portal, they looked around to see where they were. Katsuki was fuming at the villain choosing to send them somewhere else instead of fighting. "That bastard! I can't believe he chose to run instead of fighting!" Katsuki snarled as he looked around for the villain. "They chose to attack us here and try to kill us, and the moment it looks bad, their warp gate leaves. Young Bakugo, our main priority is to find out where young Midoriya is,"
All Might calmly said as he looked around in an attempt to find Izuku.
I doubt the villain will leave his team behind. There is also the fact that he could break the villains out later if he wanted to. If he gets caught, he can't help the other villains.
Fine. Doesn't mean I have to be happy about it, Katsuki said as he started to search for Izuku. Katsuki decided to split up from All Might. Katsuki couldn't help but worry that the villain had killed his friend. As despair started to set in, Katsuki found an area that was covered in scorch marks. Katsuki sent up an explosion to let All Might know that he found something. Within a few seconds, All Might landed next to Katsuki and looked at the surroundings.
Well done, young Bakugo,
All Might said, sounding relieved.
We are this much closer to finding young Midoriya.
Why would that damn nerd do something so reckless? Katsuki asked out of frustration.
A hero's body starts to move before their mind even realizes that they are moving,
All Might explained happily.
It appears that, like young Midoriya, you are well on your way to becoming a true hero.
Thank you, sir, Katsuki said in amazement. After walking for a few more seconds, several gunshots went off. Both looked around nervously before seeing a person dressed as a cowboy with a gun in his left hand.
The pros have arrived,
Ida shouted. A moment after that, a scream was heard coming from the stairs. All Might turned his focus back to where he was walking. After another few seconds of walking, he paused as he saw the situation. Izuku was face down on the ground. His breathing was shallow, but steady. All Might noticed that Izuku's left arm seemed to have some injuries. Katsuki was so distracted by the pro's arrival that he didn't notice that All Might had stopped walking.
Young Bakugo, release an explosion,
All Might said as he looked past Izuku.
It appears that young Midoriya will need some medical attention.
What are you? Katsuki trailed off as he saw Izuku. Katsuki ran over to Izuku as fast as he could. Once he was next to Izuku, he set off another explosion, hoping that someone would notice it and come over. Katsuki quickly turned Izuku over and noticed that there was some decay on Izuku's upper body. All Might walked past Katsuki and called Katsuki over to him.
It seems that we have found the villain that young Midoriya fought,
All Might said, sounding relieved.
These burns look pretty bad. I suppose we don't have to worry about the villain waking up anytime soon.
Katsuki turned around and noticed the villain for the first time. The villain had several burns along his right arm. As Katsuki examined the villain, he noticed more burns along the villain's ribs and upper body. Did the nerd do that? Katsuki nervously said as he continued to examine the villain.
Young Midoriya likely didn't do this on purpose,
All Might calmly said.
Young Bakugo, set off another explosion. We need to make sure that the people at the stairs see us. Make the explosion big enough to attract their attention.
Yes, sir, Katsuki said as he stood up and set off the largest explosion he could muster.
Relax, young Bakugo,
All Might calmly said, trying to relax Katsuki.
The villains have been defeated. You can relax now.
As Katsuki started to relax, a man covered in a strange mist and wearing a nice suit watched from afar. With the police and the heroes swarming the place, he couldn't risk being seen. He watched as the heroes quickly brought over some stretchers. Before he would try and rescue Shigaraki, he would first confirm what condition Shigaraki was in. Kurogiri watched as the green-haired boy who attacked Shigaraki was loaded onto a stretcher and brought to the building entrance. Kurogiri continued to watch as another stretcher was brought down. This time it was carrying a blue-haired person.
I will have to consult with Master over the best course of action,
Kurogiri muttered to himself as he continued to watch the situation.
Given Tomura's injuries, I won't be able to rescue him without putting his life on the line. I'm going to move in closer and see if I can overhear what they plan to do with Tomura.
After 10 minutes, All Might was talking to a police officer in a trench coat and a fedora. Kurogiri carefully got closer so that he could overhear the conversation.
Most of the students escaped with minimal injuries. One has a few serious injuries, and the other one is in critical condition,
Tsukauchi said calmly.
What about the villain who needed medical attention?
All Might asked.
He is currently in critical condition as well. We expect him to make a full recovery,
Tsukauchi said calmly.
Due to his injuries, we will keep him in a hospital. We will also keep him under surveillance for the next 3 weeks. Thank you for the information, Tsukauchi,
All Might said with a smile as he gave his friend a friendly pat.
I'm going back to UA and check on the 2 injured students. Thank you for your hard work, All Might,
Tsukauchi said as he returned the pat. Kurogiri waited until All Might left before opening a portal. Now that he knew that Shigaraki wasn't going to prison until he healed, Kurogiri decided to report to his master what had transpired. This victory won't last forever, Kurogiri said to no one in particular as he stepped through the portal. I will have to ask Master what the plan is for rescuing Tomura. With that, Kurogiri closed the portal behind him. Kurogiri stood behind a bar as he waited for someone to contact him. He knew that the person hearing the report would not be pleased with the most recent development.
Thank you all. UA announced that it would be closed the day after the attack to investigate how the villains entered the school. The next day, UA announced that it was working with the police and a group of heroes to increase security for the sports festival. UA also explained that the criminals who attacked USJ used their quirk to infiltrate UA to find out where All Might was supposed to be. The following day, Class 1A was waiting to see who their homeroom teacher was while Aizawa was injured. A familiar green-haired boy had his left arm and right leg in a cast. Both casts were red in color. A pair of crutches rested on the floor next to his desk. A girl with brown hair walked into class and waved at him. "Deku, how are you feeling?" the girl with pink cheeks excitedly asked, seeing her friend. "How did you get those injuries?"
Oi! Round face! The nerd isn't okay! The atomic blonde yelled back without his usual attitude. Deku, you better not pull a stunt like that again. You could have died, nerd.
Give it a rest. I already explained this. My body started moving on its own, the boy with messy green hair muttered. If anyone was reckless back there, it was you. The guy with the warping quirk easily could have sent you back to their base to their leader.
Nerd, I wouldn't go down so easily. Besides, whoever controls those idiots is probably just as weak as those losers, Katsuki shouted. I wonder why UA is bringing in more heroes.
There's no logic to your statement, Bakugo, a man with messy black hair said in a monotone voice as the door opened.
Whoever called in the threats has enough power that All Might wouldn't let the sports festival occur without increased security.
As Aizawa finished his statement, the class looked at their homeroom teacher, who was covered in bandages. Everyone in the class was stunned into silence at the comment that All Might felt the extra security was needed. A boy with blue hairs stood up and looked at their teacher.
Sir, you are too much of a pro,
the blue-haired boy wearing glasses said.
Ida, sit down. In 2 weeks, the sports festival will take place,
their sleep-deprived-looking teacher mumbled through the bandages on his face.
There won't be classes until after the sports festival. Due to the recent villain activity in the area, everyone will be required to stay home unless they are training with a UA teacher or someone who UA has approved.
The class was fairly normal, even after Aizawa passed out a slip of paper to each student. The slip of paper was a location and the person's name. The paper also had 2 times on it.
The sheet of paper I just passed out contains the information about your training,
Aizawa lazily said.
Each training group will have either 4 or 5 people. If you have any sort of blood or family type connection to someone, they won't be allowed to train you.
Aizawa left the room. Everyone in the room was silent as they looked at their slip of paper. The first thing that Izuku picked up on was the hero name. The class quickly divided into groups as everyone tried to figure out who they were training with.
Hey, nerd, do you recognize the name of the person who's training you?
Katsuki growled. It seems familiar, Izuku muttered as he showed his piece of paper to Katsuki. Deku, where are you going to train? Uraraka excitedly asked as she walked over to Izuku.
Dakoba Beach, Izuku said with a smile. What location did you get, Uraraka?
We got the same location, Uraraka excitedly said as she bounced on the balls of her feet. Bakugo, where are you training at?
The same place as you, round face, Katsuki growled in frustration. It seems that our training partners are the same as for the battle training we did with All Might, Ida said as he ran up to the group. Does anyone recognize the name of the person training us? No. Whoever the extra is, he better not waste our time,
Katsuki grumbled in annoyance. Kachan, as long as we have something to do, it will benefit us, Izuku muttered. There's more to being a hero than fighting. The person might not see a reason to focus on our fighting ability.
Deku, quit muttering,
Katsuki growled in frustration.
I have no intention of staying at the same level. USJ was a wake-up call. Whatever that thing All Might fought, it was able to take All Might full power. Bakugo, you shouldn't growl at your fellow classmates,
Ida said in frustration while moving his left arm like a robot.
I agree with you. If the class had been stronger, we could have taken the villains down before All Might got there. If I had been stronger, 13 wouldn't have felt the need to send me back to UA.
Ida,
13 sent you back because you're strong, Izuku stammered as he looked Ida in the eyes. Their team picked you because you were the fastest. If it hadn't been for you going for help, my condition might have been worse. According to the reports, the villains blocked all communication with USJ. The nerd has a point. We needed the assistance you brought, Katsuki growled, hating the fact that they needed help. It still pisses me off that you were able to one-up me, Deku. Indeed, I don't like the fact that you guys had to take villains down, Ida said as he started to point at Izuku's injuries. I fully intend to close the gap between us, Midoriya. The same goes for you, Bakugo. I don't intend to fall behind. I'd expect nothing less from you, Four Eyes. Deku, don't hold back on me during the sports festival, Katsuki growled as he looked at the rest of the class, trying to leave. The four of them walked up to the classroom door and saw a large group of people out in the hallway. Katsuki grumbled as he shoved his way through. If one of the students didn't move out of his way, he sent off a small explosion to get the person to move faster. Quit blocking the doorway, extras. We don't have time for this, Katsuki shouted in anger as he left the classroom. If you have time to scout us, then you have time to train. If you guys want to become heroes, you should quit looking at us and train. Katsuki let off a slightly larger explosion before stomping off in frustration. The crowd of people started to mutter about what the explosive boy said. After that, the crowd dispersed, letting Class 1A leave. The following day, Uraraka got to the training location late. As she got to the beach, she thought she heard thunder in the distance and looked at the sky, trying to find the clouds. You're late. Your friends have already started training, a man in a plain white suit said as Uraraka approached. The thunder that you hear is coming from Midoriya, using his quirk. Sorry, sir. I had trouble falling asleep. I ended up missing my alarm and I finally went to sleep, Uraraka said sheepishly. On the table are training weights for you. Make sure to put them on, the man said as he pointed to the table with the weights. We don't have time for excuses. All Might said that you four showed potential. Prove yourself worthy of his praise. Uraraka walked over to the table and examined the weights. She looked around and saw Ida running between two wood logs that were about 10 meters apart from each other. As Ida got to one log, he would put the item he was carrying down and pick up a different object. She noticed that Katsuki was busy trying to keep 6 cement poles moving. The only other thing she saw was a box made out of metal. Uraraka put the weights on and waited for more instructions. You're finally ready. Follow me to your training area, the man said as he pushed his glasses into their proper spot. All Might showed me the footage from the battle training. Based on what I saw, I think stamina training will benefit you more than simply increasing the weight you handle. I don't see anything for me to use my quirk on, Uraraka asked in confusion. See these logs that have a 20-meter length? The man said as he walked over to the logs that were behind Uraraka. All Might, along with a few other pros, helped me set this up. Your goal is to find every object I buried and make it float. I buried a shovel in the middle of the square and it's near the surface. If you need it to move the sand out of the way, feel free to. Remember, you can't release any of the items you found until I instruct you. With that, Night-Eye walked away, leaving Uraraka alone as she entered her area. Once she got to the center of the square, she was able to find the shovel pretty quickly. At first, she found the exercise to be easy as she started looking for various buried items. However, if she wasn't careful, the sand she dug out would fill the hole in. The objects were placed so that she buried another one deeper in the sand as she dug up a new one. Night-Eye walked over to where Ida was training and watched as he ran to each log. Night-Eye noticed that Ida kept both the weight he picked up and the speed he traveled at a constant rate. You're missing the point of the exercise, Ida, Night-Eye said as he watched Ida with interest. You're pacing yourself. However, you're missing the point. You need to pick up each item and move it. As a hero, you need to get to and from a situation as quickly as possible. You also won't know what job you're going to get. You have to train every muscle group to its fullest. Ida started to increase his speed and changed what he lifted. It wasn't easy as it slowed him down at first. Ida realized the objects on either side were the same. Ida decided that he would switch the item he picked up each time he returned to the log he started from. Once Ida adapted to the new routine, he began to increase his speed slowly. Night-Eye walked over to Katsuki. Katsuki ran over to the far left pole and released an explosion. The explosion ended up being too weak, and the cement pole slammed into him.
Katsuki wiped the sweat off his face and went back to trying to keep the poles moving. Pace yourself. Overworking yourself will leave you unable to help the people who need saving, Night Eye said as he watched Katsuki for another 30 seconds. Before we get back into... Once Night Eye was sure Katsuki took his advice, he walked over to the metal box. Once he was at the metal box, he looked at the cameras. Izuku was inside the box trying to dodge blue balls. As a disc went by his head, Izuku extended his left arm to catch the disc. Izuku yanked his left arm back in as a blue ball rocketed towards where his hand would have been. Night Eye continued to watch Izuku's movement. Midoriya, I'm going to increase the speed of the balls now. Make sure to plan out where you're going to land, Night Eye flatly said into the microphone. The balls will be moving at different speeds now, so make sure to account for that. Night Eye then moved a small lever before he started walking away. Izuku heard the announcement as sweat began to drip down his face. Izuku started analyzing the ball movements. One of the balls hit him on the left shin 30 seconds after the speed was increased. After a minute, another ball hit his right arm. 5 minutes later, one of the balls slammed into his nose. Izuku wiped off the small amount of blood and continued trying to dodge the balls. Mere moments before Night Eye deactivated the machines, Izuku caught one of the discs and tossed it into the bin. Well done, Midoriya. You were able to catch a total of 10 discs, Night Eye said, with little emotion in his voice. It's lunchtime. After lunch, I will be asking you guys what you learned. If you can prove you learned something from the training, I will give you an hour break. Once the balls stopped bouncing around the box, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. As Izuku walked outside, he was greeted by Night Eye, who was staring intently at him. Izuku closed the door before shaking his right arm. Thank you, sir, Izuku said happily. Izuku then ran over to where the others were. Deku, what kind of training did you have? Uraraka excitedly asked as Izuku walked up to them. Awareness training. I have to pay attention to the projectiles being shot at me, Izuku happily said as he approached his friends. Night Eye thinks I need to focus on my surroundings more. Night Eye waited until everyone finished eating before he motioned for everyone to quiet down. Night Eye first looked at Uraraka before he turned his gaze towards the other students. One at a time, please tell me what you learned today, Night Eye said as he looked at the students with an intense glare on his face. I learned that I couldn't just use my quirk without considering how large I want the explosion, Katsuki grumbled out of frustration. If my explosion wasn't powerful enough, I got hit. If it was too strong, the pole got destroyed. While the main goal was to teach you better judgment, there was more to your training than that, Night Eye said in disappointment. It seems you missed part of what the lesson was supposed to teach. You have 5 minutes to get those poles moving. Ida, you're next. I figured out that I needed to be ready to swiftly respond to the situation as a hero, Ida nervously said as he looked toward Katsuki. I also can't rely on having the needed space to get to switch gears. Close enough. I'll give you a 30-minute break, Night Eye calmly said as he stared at Ida. Uraraka, since you were late, what did you learn from your training? I learned that I need to better analyze the situation I'm in, Uraraka happily said as she looked at Night Eye. It took me entirely too long to figure out that I had to be careful where I placed the sand. If I placed it right next to me, I just made it harder for myself to find the next object. In a rescue mission, I could have made the situation worse by floating the wrong object. Well done, Night Eye said as he let a small smile appear on his face for a couple of seconds. You get the full hour break because you understood the point of the exercise. How about you, Midoriya? I learned that I have to be able to handle multiple things at once, Izuku started to mutter. The ball I dodged probably represented the villains I would have to avoid while rescuing civilians. As a hero, I have to make sure that the civilians are safe before I do anything else, even if it means having to let another hero fight the villain. It is essential to read the situation properly, Night Eye said as his smile faded. Training the physical body is important, but you have to be able to train the mind. Bakugo needs to learn that his explosions have a radius. Accounting for that in any given situation would allow him to react to changes in his opponent's moves. Instinct alone won't get you very far. The 2 weeks flew by for Class 1A as they were forced to undergo intense training that focused on the body and mind. The training was specifically designed to target each student's weakest areas. Pro heroes were working in shifts to protect UA better as the sports festival was about to begin. Near the stadium, a strange-looking black mist started to form.
Two bright yellow eyes watched the pro heroes move about. Very carefully, the mist moved into the shadows of the stadium and disappeared. Class 1A was sitting in the waiting room with their gym uniforms on. President Mike called the first years to the starting line. The first years assembled at the starting line. Just like in canon, Todoroki froze everyone around him as he started to run forward. Everyone in Class 1A and half of 1B managed to avoid getting frozen. Mere moments after Todoroki froze everyone, Izuku was already beginning to catch up to him. Todoroki, Katsuki, and Izuku were leading the way to the first obstacle. The first obstacle was the robots from the entrance exam. Katsuki simply used his explosions to propel himself over the robots as Todoroki froze the robots' feet. Izuku took advantage of the robots being frozen and used his quirk to dart past them. Izuku was able to take the lead. Izuku slowed down once he got to the second obstacle. The second obstacle was crossing a canyon using rope lines. Izuku reduced the output of his quirk so that he wouldn't have to risk damaging the rope. This allowed both Todoroki and Katsuki to catch up with him. They entered a dead heat as they arrived at the final obstacle. Katsuki used his quirk to propel himself above the mines that were placed underground. Todoroki simply froze the ground where he was running. Izuku used his quirk so he could carefully dodge the placement of the mines as he ran forwards. Izuku watched as both Katsuki and Todoroki started fighting each other. Once they were distracted, Izuku increased the output of his quirk so that he could move faster. Izuku then started to run forwards as fast as he could. As he ran past his classmates, Izuku stepped on a landmine. As Izuku was doing that, he increased his quirk's output to its limit and sprinted forward. Izuku entered the stadium first, followed by Katsuki in second and Todoroki in third. Everyone in Class 1A and 1B made it to the second part of the sports festival. Once it was decided who would be in the second part of the sports festival, there was a brief pause to allow the pro heroes and the police to switch to the second group. This gave everyone who failed to qualify for the second part of the sports festival time to make it to their seats. Midnight took to the podium and started to explain the second event. The second event would be a cavalry battle. The first 10 people who made it into the stadium would have a higher point value than everyone else. If you were in the top 10, you couldn't pair up with someone else in the top 10. First place would have the 10 million point headband. Izuku looked around nervously as the point value for first place was announced. Once the rules were thoroughly explained, Midnight told everyone to form into a team. Most people would rather try and steal the first place headband instead of starting with it, Izuku started to mutter as he searched around for teammates. Ida was the first person that Izuku ran into. "Sorry, Midoriya, I already have a team. We might be friends, but we are rivals," Ida said with determination. "Good luck to you, Ida. I don't intend to lose," Izuku happily said as he understood why Ida didn't want to team up. The teams were the same as canon, aside from one slight change. Izuku switched places with Tokoyami. In the shadows of the announcer's booth, a black mist started to form. The same bright yellow eyes stared at the crowd eerily. The mist formed into the shape of a man wearing suit pants, a button-down dress shirt, and a vest. He waited until the cavalry battle teams were selected. Both All Might and Endeavor started coughing up some sort of black liquid as the match was about to begin. All Might quickly turned into his hero form as the liquid started to surround him. Endeavor tried to vaporize the quirk with his fire, but nothing happened. The moment the two of them were encased in the liquid, it disappeared. As the cavalry battle started, black portals began to appear in the sky above the spectators. Creatures similar to the Nomu started to appear out of the portals. The main difference between these creatures and the Nomu at USJ was the color of their skin. The ones appearing were a white color. The Nomu at USJ was a much darker color. The strange white creatures started to land in the stands and the field. Panic ensued as people began to flee from the creatures that landed. The white creatures on the field started to target the students who are currently set up to do the cavalry battle. Both Endeavor and All Might appeared before a man in a nice black suit wearing a black mask about 6 miles to the east. As the two pro heroes prepared to fight the villain, several dozen creatures similar to the ones currently attacking UA appeared. Near the two pro heroes was a familiar form of the creature that attacked USJ. A black portal started to form near the villain. The villain's arm enlarged as he began to prepare an attack. Once the portal was fully formed, the man simply released his attack. Before either hero could respond, the villain started to laugh. The creatures began to descend onto both of them. The villain simply floated through a portal. Before the portal could close, both heroes heard the sounds of gunshots and screaming. At that moment in time, All Might's cell phone started to ring. As All Might smacked away some of the white creatures, the Nomu attacked him with a right punch straight to the face. The punch sent All Might flying into a nearby wall. One white creature hung back as a black and white liquid started to ooze from its mouth. Endeavor growled in frustration as he realized the villain was using these creatures as bait to distract them. Endeavor then released a large amount of fire from his body aimed at the creature's back. All Might picked himself up out of the rubble and rushed to fight Nomu.
"What are you playing at, One for All?"
All Might growled in frustration. A sudden sense of dread filled his stomach as he saw who was calling him on the phone.
"Thank you."
Everyone, please exit the stadium in an orderly fashion. Causing a panic will divert heroes away from the issue at hand,
Aizawa said in frustration, given his injuries. Izuku was one of the first students to respond. As Izuku charged forward, he activated his quirk. Using his quirk, Izuku climbed into the seating area of the stadium. Izuku ran towards a crying child that was calling out for its mother. The cries caught the attention of Nomu. The Nomu rushed towards the young child. As Izuku went to help the kid, he saw the Nomu throw a punch at the child. Izuku increased the output of his quirk and sprinted towards the toddler. Knowing how his quirk functioned, Izuku grabbed the Nomu's fist and threw it at a Nomu that was about to attack an older person. As Izuku ran towards the two Nomu, he started to take the situation in. "Remember to put a smile on your face. Keep the situation in mind," Izuku muttered as he remembered the lessons of All Might and Night Eye. The sound of thunder prevented anyone from hearing what Izuku said. As the two Nomu started to recover, Izuku punched the Nomu, sending it onto the field. Izuku grabbed the other Nomu and threw it into a Nomu that managed to corner someone. Izuku kicked both Nomus away before extending his hand to help the person up. "I will handle the creature. Please make your way to safety," Izuku said with a smile on his face. Despite the fear, Izuku felt he kept the smile on his face. Seeing Izuku trying to fight the villains, Katsuki sent an explosion at the closest one to him. As the creature charged at Katsuki, Katsuki released an explosion, sending it into a Nomu that was getting closer to a few students trying to flee the arena. Katsuki then charged at the two villains. Realizing what his friend was trying to do, Ida decided to help Izuku out. Ida used his quirk to get himself into the stands. Ida then kicked the nearest criminal while using his quirk. The Nomu simply took the hit and tried to attack Ida. A small projectile slammed into the Nomu's head, causing it to stumble back. "You shouldn't try to replicate what another hero is doing," Night Eye said as he looked intently at the villain. "Every hero has a different set of strengths and weaknesses." Night Eye took out a stamp and held it in a fist. Night Eye carefully ducked to the side as the creature attacked him. Taking Night Eye's advice to heart, Ida decided to take a more linear path. Ida charged at the nearest Nomu. Seeing Mineta randomly tossing the balls his quirk generated around, Ida chose to use it to his advantage. Ida kicked the next Nomu into a section of the arena that Mineta had covered in his balls. "Mineta, use your quirk to trap the criminals!" Ida shouted at Mineta to get Mineta to focus on what he could do. Mineta stared at Ida. Ida quickly pointed to the Nomu that was trapped by Mineta's quirk. With tears streaming down his face from the fear he was experiencing, Mineta started to use his quirk to create an area to trap the people disrupting the sports festival. Izuku's plan of attracting the Nomu's attention worked. It worked a little too well. Izuku found himself surrounded by 40 of the Nomus that were attacking the sports festival. As Izuku took a tackle from one of the Nomu, another Nomu grabbed Izuku's left leg and slammed Izuku into the stadium's wall. Izuku's entire body sent pain signals to his brain. "Come on! Keep the smile on the face, ignore the pain," Izuku muttered to himself as his eyes started to tear up. "How many more civilians are left?" Izuku looked around the stadium. A large portion of the stadium seating was empty. Most of the heroes busy trying to stop the Nomu from further attacking the remaining civilians. Izuku also saw the rest of his class trying their hardest to push the Nomus toward an area covered in purple balls. That was all Izuku could see before the Nomu blocked his vision. Despite Izuku's best attempts to block out the pain, he could still feel his body aching. Realizing that he was cornered,
Izuku decided that he wasn't going down without a fight. As Izuku pushed his quirk into overdrive, he noticed that pain in his body started to subside. Green light began to encase his entire body. "This is new," Izuku muttered in shock as he watched the light encase his body. "Overdrive never did this. Don't get distracted. Overdrive is extremely taxing, and I probably only have 5 minutes. I need to start drinking something with electrolytes and cool down." As Izuku started to move, he noticed that everything seemed to take on a hint of green. As Izuku moved towards the closest Nomu to him, a bolt of green electricity hit the Nomu square in the chest. The Nomu dropped to the ground as Izuku attacked the next Nomu in shock. Katsuki saw Izuku push himself beyond his limit before another group of Nomu descended on him. "Damn it! These things won't go down!" Katsuki grumbled in frustration as he looked at the group of students trapped behind him.
"Hey, extras! The closest escape route's to the left. When the opportunity presents itself, try to make your way towards it."
Katsuki set off a massive explosion as the students tried to make a break for it. However, before the students could make it very far, another group of Nomus started to attack them from the left. Katsuki launched himself towards the Nomus as fast as he could. Katsuki set off an explosion to slow the Nomus' advance. Before long, the group was surrounded. Katsuki would set off a blast each time a Nomu tried to attack the students behind him. Night Eye grabbed a Nomu and threw it into the trap that the 1A students had set up. Night Eye saw the green light was emanating from the center of a group of Nomus. A small frown appeared on his face as he watched the light bounce around the Nomu.
"Good luck, Midoriya. You're going to need it,"
Night Eye sadly muttered to himself as he saw everyone else dealing with a group of Nomu already.
"I hope you can last until a group of heroes can make it to you."
Night Eye quickly let out a deep breath and tried to force a smile onto his face. During the brief pause before another Nomu attacked him, Night Eye looked up and saw the portals drop out 60 more Nomu before closing. Kurogiri watched as the Nomu started to split the heroes apart. Kurogiri's yellow eyes narrowed as he saw some of the Nomu being trapped in an area covered in purple balls. Kurogiri created a portal and stepped through it. As soon as he reformed near the hospital, he saw All for One floating in the air. Police vehicles were flipped over. The parking lot had several large craters. Trees were ripped out of the ground and seemed to have officers and civilians trapped underneath them. For Kurogiri, the most surprising sight was the state of the hospital. Several doctors lay bleeding out as they were impaled by debris. Hundreds of patients were trapped under rubble from the walls being blasted. There was a massive hole in the hospital. One room, with several people inside of it, was left untouched. All for One pointed at that room.
"Very well, Master,"
Kurogiri said to no one in particular. This time, Kurogiri would make sure he didn't fail Shigaraki. Kurogiri opened a portal and stepped through it. He was greeted by several officers who had their guns drawn. Before any of the cops could say anything, Kurogiri opened portals beneath their feet and dropped them in. Kurogiri only sent them outside to deal with All for One. Once Kurogiri was alone, he opened up a much larger portal. He made sure to drop the bed Shigaraki was on slowly and the medical equipment connected to Shigaraki in the portal. An officer in a trench coat burst through the door as Kurogiri was leaving. Kurogiri bowed at the officer before saying,
"Master will destroy this room. If you don't want to die, I suggest you leave the building as quickly as possible."
The officer stared at the closing portal for a few seconds before leaving the room. He looked at his phone and saw the messages from the officers protecting UA, that the school was under attack. All Might heard his phone ring again. This time, he picked up the phone. The panicked voice of a friend greeted him.
"All Might, forget about the hospital. Your students need help,"
Tsukauchi fearfully said.
"I think All for One is about to leave. Heroes in the area can help rescue people. Just go save your students." "If All for One is there, I should head over to you," All Might said, with anger creeping into his voice. "I can end this madness once and for all. I will be there as soon as I can."
A portal just opened up behind All for... Tsukauchi was cut off as a massive explosion was heard over the phone. The line went dead almost immediately. The symbol of peace stared at his phone in shock. Off in the distance, an explosion could be heard. Endeavor looked at the blonde hero briefly before he sent a burst of flames at another Nomu.
"All Might, let us show these creatures why we are the top 2 heroes. You can tell me about the phone call once you've focused on the fight at hand."
Endeavor angrily said, since he figured that the explosion was closer to the hospital.
Nothing satisfies that man. An officer I work with told me to head back to UA before he was cut off,
All Might said in annoyance.
Then we respect his wishes,
Endeavor said with an angry sigh.
So, what are these things? My guess is they're some sort of creation that All for One made. These things have multiple quirks,
All Might said as he glared at the Nomus trying to attack him.
That man can steal quirks and give those quirks to other people.
The Nomus stopped attacking for a brief moment. This pause gave Endeavor enough time to take in what All Might just told him. With both heroes relaxed, one Nomu lunged at them. Endeavor barely avoided the Nomu. He noticed that the black and white liquid coming out of its mouth was slowly turning to silver as it mixed together. All Might wasn't so lucky, as the Nomu sunk its teeth into All Might's right arm. Before we get back into All Might let out a small grunt of pain as he tried to pry open the Nomu's jaws. The black Nomu charged at All Might. Endeavor intercepted the Nomu and started to burn the Nomu. The Nomu let out a howl of pain as it began to regenerate. Endeavor grunted and started to increase the temperature of his flames. All Might finally managed to pry the white Nomu off his arm, looking at his now bleeding arm. All Might grimaced and punched the closest Nomu at full strength. Endeavor followed up by turning the nearest group of Nomu to ash. All Might grabbed another Nomu and slammed it into the ground. The Nomu that All Might sent flying collided with a building. As Endeavor created a spear of fire in his right arm, a Nomu sent a spike made of bone into Endeavor's left leg. Endeavor threw the spear at the Nomu that attacked him. Endeavor let out a grunt as he pulled the spine from his leg and cauterized the wound.
I heard you were training some of the students outside of UA,
Endeavor asked in frustration as another Nomu lunged at him.
What were you looking for when you made your selection? Character was what I focused on,
All Might said as he forced a smile on his face.
Raw power doesn't mean much if you can't put the hearts of the innocent at ease. In the past, I saw other people still nervous, even though a hero had enough power to stop any threat. Now it makes sense as to why you didn't select Shoto,
Endeavor grumbled in frustration as he released a burst of fire.
If this one-for-all guy thinks these opponents can stop us, then he has another thing coming.
All Might grumbled as the Nomu that bit his arm tried to attack him again. All Might simply grabbed the Nomu's head and slammed it into the ground. With a strong right kick, All Might smashed the Nomu's head into the ground. The battle at UA was more chaotic. Neither side was able to gain an advantage over the other. Ida looked around and saw 5 Nomu near him. Ida sprinted at the closest Nomu to him. As Ida went to kick the Nomu, its left arm caught Ida's foot. The Nomu slammed Ida face first into the ground in front of him. The force of the impact broke Ida's nose and bruised his forehead. The Nomu picked Ida up and threw him into the wall of the stadium. As Ida started to recover, another Nomu slammed into Ida's chest, breaking some of his ribs. The Nomu then threw a punch into Ida's jaw. The blow, in combination with the pain from the broken ribs, caused Ida to pass out. Night-Eye slowly made his way over to Ida, being careful to avoid attracting the other Nomu's attention. Night-Eye then threw Stamp at the Nomu on top of the blue-haired boy with glasses. Before the Nomu could react, Night-Eye grabbed its head and threw it onto the field. Night-Eye then picked up Ida and started to move towards an empty escape route.
All Might, your students are in trouble,
Night-Eye muttered as he looked down at Ida to make sure he was breathing.
The students here are doing the best they can. If you don't get here soon, some students might get seriously injured. Or worse.
Katsuki rubbed his left arm as he stared down the Nomus in front of him. With a grimace, Katsuki let his left arm go and then released a massive explosion from his left hands towards the Nomu blocking the students' escape route. The Nomus on the left were blasted backwards. Katsuki and the group of students he was protecting inched their way slowly toward the exit route. Katsuki made sure to keep a close eye on the Nomu. It took him a few minutes before Katsuki could get the students to an opening in the stadium. As the students slipped into the open door, Katsuki started pushing himself to force the Nomus back. Katsuki released a large explosion on his right to force those Nomus back. Katsuki briefly looked up to where Izuku was and saw a group of Nomu on the ground.
You just need to hold on for a little longer, Deku,
Katsuki grumbled as he felt the pain in his arms from his quirk's overuse. Where the hell is All Might? Izuku grimaced as the sweat started to evaporate. The Nomu started to attack Izuku again. Izuku began getting a headache from overusing his quirk. He launched himself at the closest Nomu as they began to attack him. As the Nomu swung at Izuku, he dodged the blow and threw a punch at the chest of the Nomu. Izuku tried to listen for the movement of the Nomu, only to realize he could only hear thunder. Izuku noticed that his legs started to go numb. How many of these creatures are there? Izuku muttered as he tried to stay positive despite the hopelessness of the situation. Kachon would be furious if I lost against these weaklings. Izuku continued to try and plan out his next move. Another Nomu attacked him, and Izuku simply dodged to the right. Izuku then attacked a different Nomu by kicking its leg out from under it. Izuku then moved on to the next Nomu. Before Izuku could attack the next Nomu, another Nomu punched Izuku in the jaw, sending Izuku flying. Izuku let out a gasp of pain. I need to go to the support department and make changes to my hero costume, Izuku stuttered, trying to distract himself from the pain. All Might and Night Eye had a point about learning from the situation. Izuku pushed himself up as the Nomu started to move towards Izuku. Izuku used the brief moment of space to jump back and analyze the situation in front of him. He looked around and saw that Katsuki was starting to defeat the Nomu around him. As Izuku went to move forward, his vision started to get blurry, and he started to feel sick. Izuku's eyes began to tear up as the light started to feel blinding. Despite this, Izuku attacked the remaining Nomu. All Might and Endeavor were pushing themselves to get to UA as quickly as possible. They jumped onto the top of the stadium and looked down at the scene unfolding before them. All Might, you help whoever is fighting the large group of Nomus, Endeavor confidently said as he pointed at where Izuku was fighting. I'm going to check on my stubborn son. I have a feeling his stubbornness is putting himself at risk. Be careful, Endeavor. We don't know if other villains will show up to take advantage of the chaos, All Might said as he kept the smile on his face despite feeling fearful for his students. One of the Nomus punched Izuku in the nose. As Izuku started to fly backwards from the blow's force, another Nomu jumped onto the green-haired boy's back. The boy went down with enough force to crack the cement around his body. All Might jumped behind the Nomu and punched it away. Rest well, young Midoriya. You are able to last long enough for help to arrive, the symbol of peace said, feeling relieved that he made it in time. Let me finish what young Midoriya started. Since no one was around, All Might dropped the smile from his face and punched the Nomu. The 30 remaining Nomu were quickly defeated, as the blonde-haired hero refused to let any of them near his student. Once the Nomus were defeated, All Might looked around and saw the sheer number of unconscious bodies. Thankfully, the only bodies All Might could see belonged to the creatures that attacked UA. All Might picked up Midoriya and started heading to Recovery Girl's office. A boy with red and white hair was busy fighting one Nomu in a hallway of the stadium. The right side of his body was covered in small amounts of frost. Todoroki created several ice spikes that started traveling towards the Nomu. The Nomu simply moved out of the way of the spikes before charging at the boy. The boy froze the entire hallway as the Nomu tried to attack him. However, the frost that formed over his body slowed him down. Before the Nomu could reach the boy, a man with red hair punched the Nomu and turned its face to ash. Shoto, that was embarrassing, Endeavor said as he looked at the corpse in disappointment. I already told you I have no intention of using my fire side, Todoroki coldly stated. Didn't you say you were going to reject everything that I stood for? Endeavor said as he stared his son down. That's what I'm doing. By not using my fire side, I'm rejecting you, Todoroki shouted. I see stubbornness runs in the family. Based on how much trouble this creature gave you, I would say you're at the furthest possible point from your goal, Endeavor said as a smirk started to appear on his face. I'm nothing like you, Todoroki shouted at his father in anger. There's nothing about me that screams I take after you. Your stubborn refusal to use your fire side, Endeavor said with a smile. Think about your childhood. My stubborn refusal to admit that All Might was stronger than me led me down the path you experienced growing up. That stubbornness caused me to block out everything else. How does that make me similar to you? Todoroki growled. Because you're doing the same thing, Endeavor said with a sigh. If you don't believe me, then follow me. Without waiting to see if his son was following him, The number 2 hero simply started heading towards the arena. Endeavor stopped once he got to the entrance of the arena. Todoroki was following with a rather annoyed look on his face.
See the bodies here? Based on the injuries, I think these Nomus were taken down by your classmate with the explosion quirk.
Endeavor growled at his son.
No one in my class has an explosion quirk,
Todoroki said defensively.
Then list the quirks your classmates have, Shoto.
Endeavor challenged the boy with red and white hair.
What's the point of this anyway?
Todoroki growled in frustration. Endeavor sighed as he walked into the arena. Endeavor looked at his son in annoyance. It annoyed Endeavor that his son couldn't see the path he was about to travel down. The anger was directed more at himself for the hardships and trauma he caused his family.
All I see are the bodies of defeated weaklings,
Todoroki growled at his father.
Yes, but your classmates teamed up to defeat them. Some distracted groups of Nomu, while others laid traps for the Nomus to fall into,
Endeavor grumbled in frustration.
By themselves, they weren't strong enough to win. However, unlike us, they accepted that fact and relied on their fellow heroes to assist them. I didn't need assistance. I was handling that thing back there perfectly fine,
Todoroki stated coldly.
I think you'll understand once your teacher explains who defeated the most villains in the class,
Endeavor bluntly stated as he towered over his son.
Stop pretending that you're rejecting me. That statement doesn't work when you're acting just like me.
Thank you. A man with red hair and blue eyes picked up one of the white creatures and examined it. When the man looked at the creature's arms, he noticed that the left arm ended at the elbow. The creature was also similarly missing its left leg. The man put the body back on the ground before he went to the next one. The man stopped at one Nomu that was stuck in the wall of the stadium. The red-haired man examined the crater the creature was stuck in. Its limbs were twisted at odd angles. The man released a burst of fire to weaken the wall that the Nomu was in. He then grabbed the Nomu and pulled it out of the wall. Aside from the bruising near the right side of its ribcage, no other wounds were present. For the next few minutes, the man moved bodies into 6 rows, with 10 in each row. A boy with red and white hair coldly watched as the man started to move the bodies.
Why are you moving the creatures around?
The red and white-haired boy coldly asked as he continued to watch.
It makes it easier to find them. We can't afford to miss one later,
the man with red hair said with a grimace.
Given our lack of manpower, we need to be as efficient as possible.
Once the man finished moving the bodies, he looked around at the stadium. The announcer's booth only had jagged shards of glass where the windows should be. The booth was cracked in several places, with pieces of booth starting to fall off. The arena had several craters in it from where the Nomu landed. The area near the man was covered in scorch marks. The area around the man was lined with small craters. The man walked away from the area he was just in. He walked in the direction that the crater was in. The first thing that caught his attention was the smell of burning flesh. He stopped as he came to some burn marks on the ground. Endeavor followed the burn marks to his left towards one of the stadium walls. The walls were also covered in burn marks.
It seems I was right to doubt the quirk description,
the number 2 hero said to no one in particular as he examined the wall.
Who did this? It feels like I should recognize the burn marks,
the boy said coldly as he made an ice ramp.
One of your classmates did this,
Endeavor said as he considered how many civilians got injured, or worse, killed.
This attack was extremely well thought out. All Might was right to take the threat as seriously as he did.
The red-haired man walked up the ramp after he patted his son on the back in appreciation. The burn marks started heading in a diagonal path. This part of the seating area was covered in craters and scorch marks. The stands were littered with Nomu that had burn marks and broken bones. Only 29 of the white creatures lacked any burn marks. A smile started to appear on the number 2 hero's stern face. The tension that had been building up in the man started to dissipate. With a sigh of relief, the man followed the scorch marks. Pieces of fabric littered the ground. The scorch marks slowly began to blend together as the marks started to intersect. As the pro hero examined the floor, he noticed small amounts of dried blood on the ground. Endeavor saw that a few pieces of debris were embedded into the floor as if someone threw them there. While the pro-heroes and the police worked tirelessly to arrest the criminals, Principal Nezu announced that every student would be required to live on campus because of the attack. Nezu went on to announce classes were canceled for the general studies and support students. The small white-furred principal went on to explain that the hero students had to come in because the attack would prevent them from interning at a hero agency. The principal thanked everyone, including the students, for protecting the innocent bystanders during the attack. The principal then held a moment of silence for those who lost their lives at the hospital. His final announcement was that UA would donate supplies and money to help rebuild the hospital. The announcement came as a surprise to most of the students. The following morning, a blonde-haired boy was walking into UA when a classmate of his greeted him. The red-haired boy was talking to a brown-haired girl when he started waving at the boy. The explosive blonde walked over to them and waved.
"At least we can see our fellow classmates,"
the blonde-haired boy grumbled as he scratched the cast on his right arm.
"Next time I see that Warp Gate bastard, I'm blasting him to hell."
That doesn't sound very heroic. Have either of you received an update on Ida or Midoriya? The red-haired boy asked. Last I heard, he was in serious condition. I'm just happy that All Might was able to arrive in time to save Deku, the brunette happily said as she bounced up and down.
"I haven't heard anything new about Deku. After what happened yesterday, I'm considering giving that nerd a new nickname,"
the explosive blonde grumbled as he smiled.
"I need to train harder. I won't let him pull ahead of me."
I can't believe we have to go to school this week, the red-headed boy complained.
"At least we can see our injured classmates. Besides, if we want to be heroes, we can't let a group of extras get in our way,"
the blonde-haired boy said in frustration as he released a small explosion from his left hand.
"We better head to class. Aizawa said he wouldn't tolerate tardiness."
With that, the atomic blonde walked off, leaving the other two just standing there. The atmosphere in the classroom was quieter than normal. Everyone looked nervous and scared. Most of the students wore a cast. Only the blue-haired boy and the green-haired boy were absent. With a sigh, Katsuki grumbled as he went to his seat. It was annoying that everyone in the class was injured. The anger that the blonde felt only fueled his desire to get even stronger. After a few minutes, the two students he talked to outside entered the classroom and took their seats. 30 seconds later, a sleep-deprived man entered the class dressed in all black. Class 1A gasped at their teacher's messy appearance.
"As you all know, the sports festival ended in a complete disaster. Due to the attack, there won't be a hero internship this year,"
the sleep-deprived teacher said in annoyance.
"Instead of ranking you by the number of internship offers you received, we will be ranking you based on performance."
The class looked around nervously as Aizawa began to display the results on the board. After a few seconds, the tired pro-hero let out a sigh. He stared at his class before bringing up images of the hospital next to the point values on the board.
"Everyone performed admirably yesterday. For the rest of the week, we will be discussing what each person experienced,"
Aizawa stated, sounding unusually happy.
"The reason I pulled up the images of the hospital is to show each of you what might have happened if you weren't there. Yes, the villain that caused it never appeared here, but let this serve as a lesson. If the attack on UA and the hospital bothers you, then use that to motivate you. Use it as motivation to get strong enough to prevent a catastrophe like this from happening."
Aizawa let the first picture stay on the board for a bit. The photo showed a parking lot covered in trees ripped from the ground, asphalt rusting on top of cars that were overturned or cut in half, and several dead police officers. The next picture was even worse, as it showed the outside of the hospital. Several support columns had been hastily connected to the building to prevent it from collapsing and killing everyone inside the building. The building was missing most of the bottom floors. Pipes were dumping water and sewage out. Wires were sparking with electricity. Several parts of the building were smoking as a last reminder that there was a fire there. As the picture got closer, the horror of the attack truly set in. One picture showed several limbs trapped at odd angles beneath a pile of rubble. In that same image, a man was impaled mere inches from that pile of rubble.
After that, the images showed what the heroes saw when they went in to try and save people. After the last photo, a few words appeared. It told everyone to remember what they saw and use the incident as a motivator to become great heroes. Principal Nezu advised us to show you the less gruesome images. Based on the room's morale, I made the right choice to ignore him. The pro hero stated with a smile. Yes, this is a traumatizing incident. No, you are not worthless or weak if this affects you. All it means is you're human. As a teacher, I couldn't be happier with the courage you displayed out there. Ito will be returning to class tomorrow. Aside from a broken leg, he's fully healed at this point. The teacher looked around the classroom before his phone started to buzz. His face was unreadable as he scrolled through the messages he was receiving. He quickly wrote on the board for the class to stay in their seats before leaving the room sprinting. Their teacher, suddenly leaving the room, stirred the class into a panic because he left without ever explaining how their green-haired classmate was doing. The strange action caused the class to start muttering amongst themselves. It was as if the shock from yesterday was beginning to disappear. At first, the conversations were classmates saying that they were terrified because of what happened the previous day. That it slowly turned to each one trying to encourage their classmates. However, each student looked at the empty seats of their classmates. The words felt hollow, weak, and worthless to everyone. Even with the news of their class president returning the following day, it bothered everyone that they hadn't heard anything about their green-haired friend. Koski checked his phone when it started to buzz. As he checked his phone, tears started to fall down his cheeks. Everyone started to get nervous due to his display of emotion. Before we get back into the story, I would like to say that we've got a second channel called For the first time, the Atomic Blonde just let his usual gruff facade fade. The fear he felt from the attack, the fear of losing a friend, the anguish of being unable to help a friend, the powerlessness he felt yesterday, and the tension he felt faded. It was his childhood friend's mother's text that broke the dam. The class watched as they saw one of their own crying. To them, it appeared as if he had received bad news. "Are you alright, Bakugo?" the brunette said.
The damn nerd finally woke up. His mother just spoke with him,
Katsuki said as he continued crying.
I knew that bastard wouldn't die.
The blonde boy let out a genuine smile as he wiped away the tears. The rest of the class started to talk excitedly to each other when they heard the good news. Very slowly, the class started talking excitedly to one another. 10 minutes later, the sleep-deprived teacher walked in with a smile on his face and appeared uncharacteristically happy.
Bakugo, Uraraka, please head to Recovery Girl's office. I won't cover anything until you get back,
the teacher happily said without waiting for the class to quiet down. The teacher took out his yellow sleeping bag as he watched Katsuki and Uraraka head to the door. He waited until they closed the door before he made an announcement to the class.
Midoriya woke up earlier today. He will make a full recovery,
the teacher excitedly said.
With that good news, I'm going to take a nap until those two come back. Don't wake me unless it's important.
1A started to cheer excitedly at the news. The sleep-deprived teacher opened his sleeping bag and stepped into it. Once he was leaning his back against the wall, he went to sleep. Katsuki and Uraraka were about 10 feet from the classroom when they heard their classmates erupt into a cheer. The pair decided to sprint to Recovery Girl's office. 5 minutes later, both arrived at Recovery Girl's office. The atmosphere was extremely agitated and angry. As they drew closer, the pair also noticed a hint of sadness mixed in with the anger. Confused, Katsuki knocked on the door.
I need to defeat the criminal that defeated my brother,
the blue-haired boy angrily shouted.
The hero killer has to be taken down. Relax, young Ida,
the symbol of peace said as he tried to calm the boy down.
His ideology is wrong. However, you rushing out there will only make things worse.
I can't just sit here and do nothing. I have to make sure that bastard pays for what he does, the boy with the glasses said with anger and grief in his voice. Then, make him regret his decision, the green-haired boy stuttered as he tried to intervene. If you go after him because he
attacked your brother, you will only prove him right. Show him that your older brother taught you how to be a true hero. Use this as a motivator to become what you want to be. You said that your brother was someone who could help a lot of people. Then become a hero that surpasses that.
As the pair opened the door, they were greeted by Recovery Girl. The short, gray-haired nurse of UA waved the pair inside. It was clear from the expression that the nurse wore that she was displeased by the conversation. The blue-haired boy with glasses seemed to relent at his green-haired friend's words. The pair quietly walked in.
Gachan, Uraraka, what are you guys doing here?
Their green-haired friend excitedly said when he saw them.
We came to see you. You had everyone worried, you damn nerd.
The blonde boy with anger issues said with a smile.
Make sure to take better care of yourself.
Deku, how are you? What happened? Last time I saw, you were fighting a bunch of those Nomus, but you were holding your own. The zero-gravity girl excitedly said.
He overused his quirk. Thankfully, his only major issue was the third-degree burns he had on his arms and legs.
The older woman said with a frown.
Toshinori here needs to teach his students to take better care of themselves.
This wasn't your typical situation. Is now really the time?
The blonde man said as he stared down at the older woman.
Yes, Mr. Symbol of Peace, now is the perfect time.
The nurse angrily stated.
I don't like how injured your students were, especially the green-haired one. I already told Aizawa that I don't want his students to take a physical exam. Toshinori, the attack on UA helped and hurt UA's reputation. Those bastards at the Hero Public Safety Commission are planning something, and it has Nezu concerned.
What do those extras want?
The explosive blonde grumbled.
Nothing good, I'm guessing. Since UA is a hero school, we get most of our funding through them.
All Might said with a sour expression.
If we want to keep our ability to train young aspiring heroes, we have to do what they say. Sadly, our standing with the community isn't strong enough to ignore their requests.
Whatever it is they want can't be that bad, can it?
The brown-haired girl asked curiously.
They have the news talking about the Nomus in great detail. The news was forced to talk about how these Nomus were people experimented on, so that they could possess multiple quirks.
Recovery Girl grumbled.
Whatever they decide to do, we will find out later today.
The four students stared at each other in confusion. It never occurred to them that UA, with all of the prestige it had as one of Japan's best hero schools, was on such thin ice. There was an awkward silence as everyone considered the full implications of the attack. All Might was the first one to break the silence.
No use worrying about things we can't control,
the man said with a sigh, clearly expecting the worst.
I'm just happy that no one died at UA.
A soft knock was heard at the door before a white-furred animal in a suit walked into the room. The fur that the principal was so proud of was messy. The suit was wrinkled in multiple places along the arms and legs. The principal even had bags under his eyes. The principal was so distracted that he ended up walking straight into the Symbol of Peace.
Sorry for bumping into you, All Might. The Safety Commission threw a major wrench into our current school year,
the furry animal said with a voice full of concern.
Should we really be having this conversation in front of the students, Principal Nezu, sir?
All Might asked, concerned.
This affects them, so they might as well hear it from us first. I received a polite email from the commissioner saying that this would be the last semester we would have pure general studies students,
the principal said as he made air quotes around the word polite.
Your 4 students did amazingly well in preventing the attack on UA from being as devastating as the one at the hospital. With that being said, I'm canceling the final exams for this semester. I don't feel it's right to ask students to take an exam after the traumatic experience they just had.
The 4 students sat there in stunned silence. They were so distracted by the first part of the principal's statement that they missed the part about the final exams. For the first time, the 4 students truly understood just how much power the Hero Public Safety Commission had over hero schools.
The four were so distracted that they missed what Recovery Girl asked them. It wasn't until All Might briefly went around the room, patting them on the shoulders, that they snapped back into reality.
Young Bakugo and young Uraraka, Recovery Girl wants you to leave so she can make sure your friends are recovering smoothly.
The symbol of peace said with a smile as he walked to the door.
I will walk you back to class. This way, I can explain to Aizawa the current situation. I'm sorry you had to hear the concerns us adults have regarding the changes occurring at UA.
Katsuki and Uraraka were so stunned by what the principal had said that they left without a complaint. Although both wanted to talk to their friends more, neither of them had much fight in them after seeing their principal's defeated look. It wasn't until they were 20 feet away from Recovery Girl's office that they finally realized that Principal Nezu had canceled the semester's finals. I wonder if the principal canceled the finals once he found out that the commission sent him that email. The brown-haired girl wondered aloud.
It probably made it an easier choice for him. Normally, he calls a staff meeting if he intends to do something so drastic,
All Might said, with concern evident in his voice.
He likes to get our opinions in these types of things before he makes a decision like this. I know Aizawa was already considering canceling the finals for 1A.
How much power do those bastards have over UA if they just order the school? The spiky blonde-haired boy grumbled in annoyance.
Based on what I know, way too much,
the symbol of peace said with resignation.
The hero killer won't like this announcement one bit. I wonder how many students will leave UA because we no longer offer the educational path they want.
The conversation tapered off as All Might talked about the possibility of students leaving UA because of the Safety Commission. Despite the bad news, both Katsuki and Uraraka were in a good mood since their close friend was awake. The group made their way to Class 1A in stunned silence. The excited voices coming from 1A quickly snapped the group back into reality. All Might quickly changed into his buff form and opened the door. The blonde hero walked over to the now sleeping teacher and shook him awake. The man was very angry until he saw the concerned face of the symbol of peace.
What do you want, All Might?
The man grumbled as he woke up from his nap.
Just wanted to give you a heads up that Nezu is canceling the final exams,
the symbol of peace said with concern in his voice.
You need to get more sleep. Otherwise, Recovery Girl will have your head. The Safety Commission is going to be making an announcement soon regarding hero schools.
Why can't those people leave well enough alone? What does the principal think of all this? Aizawa said, suddenly alert.
He's losing sleep over this. His appearance was eerily similar to yours,
All Might said sadly. The messy-haired teacher stared at the symbol of peace for a moment. It took him a few moments to find the words to express his concern. Is Nezu all right? This is the same person who criticized my sleeping behavior, Aizawa said, with concern and shock in his voice. All Might nodded before motioning to Aizawa to turn on the news. Katsuki and Uraraka took their seats quickly as their teachers started to talk in a quiet tone of voice. The class promptly quieted down as they saw their usually unexpressive homeroom teacher display an uncharacteristic amount of emotion. It took Aizawa a few minutes to have the display on the board changed to the news. The reporter was currently explaining that the Safety Commission was about to make an announcement regarding the future of all hero and support schools. The reporter stopped talking as a spokesperson from the Hero Public Safety Commission appeared at the podium. It took a few moments before everyone in the room was quiet. The spokesperson briefly greeted everyone before launching into the major announcement.
Based on recent events, the Commission has decided to make the following changes to hero and support schools. The first change is that the school has to push every general studies student into taking a hero or support course if the school has that tracked. The second change, those schools will have to clear any extracurricular activities with us before they can offer it to their students. The third and final change is hero schools and support schools will have to require their students to live on campus. This is to make sure that the students can learn safely without worrying that they will get attacked by a villain, the spokesperson said flatly.
Stunned silence filled the room after the spokesperson finished speaking. The announcement was so shocking that it took the reporters in the room a few minutes to process the implications fully. The room slowly started to descend into chaos as reporters began asking questions without waiting for the spokesperson to call on them. Each reporter tried to talk over their colleague. This led to the reporters shouting over each other to get the spokesperson to hear their questions. Back at UA, the people in Class 1A stared at the screen in shock and disbelief. The insomniac instructor was so stunned by the news, he simply turned off the board. The #1 hero in the world glowered at the board. The students of 1A looked at each other in shock and disbelief. The students stared at their teachers, who were wearing matching frowns as if they could change what they heard by their willpower alone. It took a few moments for the underground hero to collect his thoughts enough to speak. "This isn't going to make things better," the messy black-haired teacher said as he tried to put a sentence together. "This isn't... Why? Just why?" All Might shook his head in disgust. He tried to smile for a few minutes before giving up. The blonde-haired teacher turned around and addressed the class slightly more composed than the other teacher. "This is not the right method to try and create a healthier and safer society," the blonde-haired hero coldly said with no hint of his usual pleasant and polite nature. "This doesn't work. Pros are meant to risk their lives. You can't just train a person to be a hero. A hero is someone who chooses to put their own life at risk to protect others." Silence slowly filled the room again as the class struggled to comprehend the implications of the announcement. The symbol of peace left the room with fists clenched. Aizawa watched the door slam shut behind the symbol of peace. It was as if the building itself was disagreeing with the decision made. The sleep-deprived teacher quickly composed himself and put the point totals back on the board. The man shook his head in disbelief before trying to calm the class down. "Before I was called out of the room because Midoriya woke up, I was going to explain how the points were calculated," the teacher said, at a loss for words. "After the madness we just watched, I want to do the logical thing and focus on what will affect you." As he shifted the focus away from the announcement, the teacher seemed to recover some of his energy. The man looked as if the weight of the world had been placed on his shoulders. His usual lack of emotion was replaced with an uncharacteristic amount of sympathy. "It's a shame that this sports festival was attacked. Sadly, the Safety Commission made the illogical decision and chose to dump the responsibility of protecting the innocent on children," Aizawa said with a measure of sympathy and irritation. "You guys should only have to worry about typical children's stuff. It was us adults who failed to make sure you were safe. Hopefully that order gets rescinded soon so you students can do normal school activities." "Shouldn't we discuss how the announcement affects us, sir?" Todoroki asked quietly. "Until Principal Nezu makes an announcement, we would be speculating about its effect," Aizawa said sadly. "Icy hot, shouldn't you be asking why he's talking about the points when 2 of our classmates aren't here?" Katsuki grumbled. "The announcement affects us going forward. Why would I focus on something that doesn't currently affect us?" Todoroki said defensively. "Would the 2 of you shut up?" the tired-looking teacher growled. "I'm explaining the points without Ida or Midoriya because the class needs some good news, especially since the Safety Commission just said that you guys need to take on more adult responsibilities. Principal Nezu still has to decide how he intends to handle the new policies. However, he is going to be explaining the point calculations to those 2. Does anyone else have any questions?" "Sir, why are there 2 point values next to our names?" the bubbly brown-haired girl asked nervously. "It's similar to the sports festival. The score on the left is how many villain points you earned, and the score on the right is how many hero points you earned," the black-haired man responded flatly. "The villain points were based on how many Nomus you took down. The hero points were based on how many civilians and fellow students you helped and how you handled yourself overall." Aizawa made the rankings larger so that the students in the back could see. In first place was Izuku Midoriya with 150 villain points and 1,000 hero points. Tenya Ida was in second place with 60 villain points and 800 hero points. Third place was Katsuki Bakugo with 130 villain points and 700 hero points. Momo Yaoyorosa was in fourth place with 20 villain points and 700 hero points. After Momo's score, none of the scores went over 500 points total. The one surprise on the list was Todoroki in 12th place with 100 villain points and 100 hero points.
Bakugo, how did you score so many hero points?
The red-haired boy asked curiously.
Can't believe I came in 10th place. Sir, how do these scores impact us? Dumbhair, Deku did better than me. Four Eyes too. If you want advice, you should ask them.
The atomic blonde growled happily.
I got stuck protecting a bunch of extras on the track. Roundface, you might want to learn how to fight. 6th place is impressive, given your quirk. You can discuss your scores tomorrow when I hand you the papers with your score breakdowns. Bakugo, you lost points because of your abrasive attitude. Each of you has a lot to work on.
The pro hero stated flatly.
Mineta, you shouldn't have to be told how your quirk can help the situation. Todoroki, don't try to save everyone by yourself. It won't work.
Before class could continue as normal, Principal Nezu interrupted and walked into the class. The exhausted-looking principal announced that he was sending the Hero Course students home early. Before the principal left the room, he told Aizawa that there was a mandatory meeting that he had to head to. Class 1A was so stunned by the development that they left the room without any real protest. The explosive blonde tossed his bag over his shoulder and was on the school grounds when a familiar brown-haired girl ran up to him. "Bakugo, wait up!" the zero-gravity girl called out. "What do you think of that announcement?"
"I'm not sure. I thought it was just extras making noise."
The blonde-haired boy grumbled as he stopped and waited for the girl to catch up.
"Given how the principal looked, I'm not so sure anymore."
"Man, I can't believe we didn't get to talk to Deku," Uraraka complained as she stared at Katsuki in genuine surprise. "When do you think that Deku is going to return to class, now that he's awake?"
"That damn nerd better return to class soon. I can't believe I lost to Four Eyes."
Katsuki grumbled as he started walking again.
"I wonder why his quirk seems to be getting stronger all of a sudden. His quirk never released electricity before."
"I thought you'd be annoyed that Deku beat you," Uraraka said as she happily walked alongside Katsuki.
"He earned the win. I just wish I could have helped him,"
Katsuki said as he started to release his pent-up rage.
"I should have been fighting alongside him. What kind of friend am I?"
"You're a great friend. I'm sure Deku wanted to fight alongside you as well," the brown-haired girl said, trying to calm her friend down. "Next time, we just have to try harder."
"That isn't helping, Roundface. I appreciate the effort, but it's just making me want to blast something to hell,"
the atomic blonde shouted in self-loathing.
"If I had been stronger, I could have made it over to Deku. He wouldn't have to push himself beyond his limit. He wouldn't be in Recovery Girl's office."
"Then our goal is clear. Since we don't want our friends fighting alone, let's train." "Then our goal is clear. Since we don't want our friends fighting alone, let's train," the zero-gravity girl said with a surprising amount of intensity. "We can get strong enough to stand by their sides and make sure they never have to fight alone."
"Roundface, before we do that, we first need to teach you how to fight,"
the blonde boy said as he felt his anger being focused on something.
"You can't always rely on someone else to help you fight. Hopefully, we can start training soon."
They headed home to consider the events that had just transpired at school. A group of reporters were being led into UA once all of the students had left. The usually messy-haired and poorly dressed teacher of 1A was dressed in a suit with his hair neatly combed. He guided the reporters until they arrived at a set of double doors.
"Thank you for coming on such short notice,"
Class 1A's teacher said politely as he opened the door. As the reporters entered, they noticed the room was gray and surprisingly empty. Aside from the chairs that filled the room was empty when they first entered. As they entered further, they noticed that on top of the stage was a table with 3 microphones placed in front of 3 chairs. Once the reporters were inside the room fully, Aizawa entered the room and closed the door. He then made his way up to the stage and took a seat on the leftmost chair. A few seconds later, the principal walked onto the stage and sat down in the middle seat. All Might followed the principal in his regular form.
All Might sat down on the seat to Nezu's right. The principal then motioned for everyone to get quiet. Once he was sure everyone was quiet, he made sure his microphone was working. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. As I'm sure you are all aware, the Hero Public Safety Commission made an announcement today regarding what they want to happen going forward. The furry principal said flatly, "The attack on the sports festival merely sped up my plans to have the students storm UA. Security is one of my top concerns as the principal of UA. I have to make sure the students are safe. That was the easiest change to make." Nezu paused briefly to collect himself before he continued. He then moved his microphone down so he could sit more comfortably on the chair. After that, he made sure to choose his next few words wisely. I will be speaking to the Safety Commission regarding their second change. As of right now, I'm currently unsure how it would affect the UA students. The hardest change to address was the shifting of the educational track for general studies students. The principal calmly stated as he shifted in his seat uncomfortably. The Hero course and Support course will have to be getting 1 or 2 additional classmates. However, we lack the facilities to train everyone to either be a hero or a support person. For those general studies students who won't end up in the Support or Hero course, we are currently developing courses that would allow us to address the new educational requirements they need. To give ourselves better time to plan out the steps we need to take, we are canceling finals week. Next week, students will be finding out how they will be affected by the changes. Suppose any general studies student wishes to go to some other school to focus on their studies. In that case, we understand and wholly encourage it, Principal Nezu said as he tried to fake happiness. Those who wish to continue studying with us, we will have special lessons for you next week to see what interests you more. Next semester, we will offer an Intro to Support and Heroics course. The goal will be to simply add the needed courses in without disrupting your schedule or educational timeline too much. The principal let out a deep sigh and fell silent. Once it was clear that the principal was finished talking, the reporters started to talk amongst themselves. It took a few minutes as the reporters began to consider what the principal had just said.
Excuse me, sir. I was wondering who the person to your right is.
One of the reporters asked as he pointed at All Might.
I am Toshinori Yagi. Principal Nezu here hired me just recently for the general studies. I will be one of the teachers covering the Intro to Support and Heroics course.
The blond man in a yellow suit said calmly.
I will be around campus willing to help any student who wants to know how this will affect them. I may not be able to help every student, but I will try my best to assist every student I can.
What kind of safety measures does UA intend to put into place to prevent another attack like the one that occurred at USJ or the sports festival? A different reporter asked. Both attacks occurred due to a quirk. Especially after the sports festival, I've been hard at work trying to find a way to prevent it from happening, the principal said as worry seeped into his voice. The fact that our security was easily breached twice has left me extremely concerned. With tens of students being injured because of the attack on the sports festival, I've lost countless hours of sleep trying to prevent it from happening again.
Racerhead, 2 of your students were among the more seriously injured from the sports festival. From your perspective, how do you think this could have been prevented?
A third reporter in the room asked.
I'm aware of the fact that 2 of my students were seriously injured. To put it mildly, the fact that I don't have an answer has kept me up at night,
Aizawa said with frustration and self-loathing in his voice.
I can't tell you how many times I woke from a nightmare where I watched all my students die. This glaring flaw doesn't seem to have an easy solution. Sir, how do you think the attack reflects on UA and your ability to keep your students safe?
A reporter standing next to the previous one asked, causing the room to go quiet.
Sadly, it was my failure at USJ that led to the injuries that prevented me from helping out during the sports festival. These attacks have left me with grave concerns about whether or not I can protect my students,
Aizawa grumbled.
As for UA, I think the attacks helped bolster UA's reputation of training some of the best heroes. Each student was able to hold their own during the battle. What I saw from my students was inspiring. However, I saw plenty of places each one could improve in. I will be training them to address their weaknesses better. In UA's case, we now have to worry about addressing the Safety Commission's latest directives, which slows us down when it comes to ensuring the safety of the students.
Excuse me, Mr. Yagi, do you think that UA is doing enough to ensure the safety of their students?
A reporter asked from the back far left corner of the room. There's no such thing as doing enough. What I've learned from speaking with Nezu here and the pro heroes that teach at UA is that we can only do so much in this world, All Might said sadly. Every teacher wishes we could simply snap our fingers and make our problems disappear. Every plan we create will have a flaw in it. I believe that UA can address these flaws before they become too large.
The interview went on for another half an hour. Despite admitting that they couldn't prevent future attacks, public opinion started to shift in favor of UA. The tone of the interview wasn't cheerful. UA used it to recognize their failings. UA effort to show they were owning up to their mistakes and were working hard impressed the citizens of Japan. Most were expecting UA to simply say they were confident in their ability to protect their students. The response UA delivered felt uncomfortably human, especially for a school that trained the current symbol of peace. UA ended up losing about 30% of its student body. Every hero and support school noticed a similar drop. The public was against the Safety Commission's latest orders. Despite this, parents who moved their students out donated money to the schools. Parents had an issue that the orders were a polite way that the commission wanted to throw children at adult issues and responsibilities. One parent who was interviewed by reporters said it was the best. He was pulling his students out of UA because he felt his child wasn't getting the ability to choose their path in life. Even heroes in training shouldn't be responsible for the adults failing their responsibilities. This order felt too much like the Safety Commission was drafting people to fight criminals or help fight them. The parent made it clear he didn't support that, but intended to donate money to UA because the staff had shown him that they were intent on improving and making sure their students could learn safely and enjoy the rest of their childhood. 3 days later, the Atomic Blonde was walking into school when he saw a blue-haired boy run past him. The blonde-haired boy thought nothing of it as he entered the building. He was preoccupied with the fact that his mother's friend was still on the fence about whether or not to send him back to UA for the next semester. Another thought that bounced around his head was that he wanted to give his friend a new nickname. Deku just didn't fit anymore. He was so distracted by his own thoughts and concerns that he didn't notice the shouting that was going on in Class 1A. As he entered the room, he saw his classmates were crowding around Izuku's seat. Did Recovery Girl give you permission to attend class, or did you try and sneak out of her office again? A brown-haired girl said with a serious attitude. Uraraka, she said as long as I don't use my quirk, I'm allowed to attend class. Besides, I can't just sit back while you study, a green-haired boy said defensively. It suddenly dawned on him why everyone was crowding around his seat. As he got closer, he noticed the familiar mossy green color of his friend's hair. As he got to his seat, their sleep-deprived teacher entered the classroom. Now that Midori is here, I'm going to show you guys some of the footage that we have from the sports festival, the teacher said with a yawn. We are going to critique each other's performance constructively. As a hero, you have to be willing to accept criticism and improve where you can. As the teacher was walking to the front of the classroom, the boy with red hair raised his hand. Once the messy-haired teacher reached the front of the class, he nodded at the boy. How does this help us improve as pro-heroes, sir? The red-headed boy asked. The criticism will hit closer to home if it's someone your age, Aizawa explained tiredly. You won't be able to blow it off so easily if you know who the person giving the criticism is. Since Midoriya scored the highest number of points, I'm going to put his fight up first. Aizawa pulled out a familiar-looking remote and pressed a few buttons. As a large image appeared on the board, a boy with blue hair raised his hand. Aizawa simply continued what he was doing, but motioned for the boy to speak. Excuse me, sir. Should we start with Midoriya's video? Wouldn't it be better if we start with someone else's video? The blue-haired boy with glasses asked curiously.
Normally I would do that. However, Midoriya's the only one whose fight was fully recorded, the black-haired man said flatly. It also represents what a hero is supposed to do. Out of everyone in this classroom, Midoriya handled the situation like he was a pro. About 60% of the time, he was making the logical decision when he tried to help people.
The video started when the portals began to open up over the sports festival. It then showed the green-haired boys sprinting into action as some of the Nomus started to attack people. The teacher stopped the video as it showed that the green-haired boy was the only student to react without hesitation. A hero shouldn't hesitate when lives are endangered. They need to act in a logical manner and save lives. Hesitating for even one moment could cost a victim their life, the teacher bluntly stated. Before anyone could respond, the teacher pressed play and the video resumed. The footage continued with Izuku saving the child and then coming to the rescue of the older man. Aizawa let out a sigh of annoyance as the boy continued to fight.
You damn nerd! You should have called for help. Teamwork is an important part of being a hero, too.
The atomic blonde growled at his friend as the video continued to play. The video reached the point where the boy pushed his body past his limit. The blonde boy watched as his friend was covered in a strange green glow. Something started to dawn on the boy as he continued to watch the video of his friend. His friend always seemed to make sure the Nomu couldn't get close enough to attack anyone else. If a Nomu got too close to a civilian, Izuku would kick it away before it could do anything else. Katsuki noticed the first sign that his friend was reaching his limit. The skin on his friend's arm started to turn red. Even though his friend was nearing his limit in the video, it seemed like the Nomu were still going down pretty quickly. By this point, there were no civilians in the area. The teacher then paused the video and stared at the class.
Midoriya made his biggest mistake here. Can anyone tell me what he did wrong?
Aizawa said with a measure of disappointment in his voice.
He was reaching his limits, sir. Despite this, he didn't fall back to a more defensible position or try and call for help.
The half-red and half-white-haired boy said flatly.
Correct. While prioritizing the needs of the victims is important, a hero should make sure they don't need to be saved as well.
Aizawa explained calmly as his eyes narrowed at Izuku.
In this case, the best option would have been to head to the field where he knew people were.
The messy-haired teacher then unpaused the video. The class continued to watch the video in shock as Izuku's arms slowly started to turn black from overusing his quirk. The video ended with All Might coming in to save Izuku mere moments after Izuku was finally overwhelmed by the Nomu.
Damn, Borealis, that was impressive. Next time, don't overuse your quirk like that,
Katsuki said happily, surprising everyone. Thank you all. Everyone in the room turned toward Katsuki and stared. The boy with spiky blonde hair looked around the room, confused. The teacher simply watched the class with an unreadable gaze. The man seemed happy that his class wasn't going to let what happened to them destroy their futures. A green-haired boy was the first to recover from the shock of his friend complimenting him. Kachan, where did that come from? The emerald-eyed boy sputtered in shock. Are you feeling okay? I've never heard you compliment anyone before.
You needed a new nickname. It didn't feel right calling you Deku.
The atomic blonde growled.
Deku just didn't represent the hard work you put in. As for the rest of you extras, quit staring. Before we continue, I have one announcement to make. Due to the recent directives that the Safety Commission issued, we have to get the hero training camp approved by them.
The sleep-deprived teacher wearily said.
Once we get approval, we will host the camp. After speaking with some parents, Nezu feels it's important that parents have some oversight over UA. For the next 6 weeks, he and a few other parents will select more members for the panel. The goal is to address safety concerns before they become an issue.
Everyone in Class 1A stared in shock at their teacher. It seemed the principal was trying to bring the parents into the fold when it came to the activities at UA. Recently, the public's opinion of UA was slowly rising.
Between the human-feeling response to the sports festival and the announcement that the principal wanted to bring parents into the mix, meant UA was trying to shift away from the safety commission. The blue-haired boy was still furious that he couldn't stop the hero killer Stain, who is currently killing what he deemed to be fake heroes. After the class had finished critiquing each other's performance during the sports festival, the black-haired teacher turned the videos off. The rest of the week flew by. The only detail of note was that a group called the Meta Liberation Army had started to gain traction in the community. Several powerful villains vanished as the group began to gain power. A green-haired boy was carrying 2 bags in his arms as he stopped at the front gate of a tall building. He was the only one there aside from his explosive friend and his teacher, who was sleeping in his yellow sleeping bag. "Kachan, did Sensei tell you what we're doing today once we move in?" The green-haired boy excitedly stuttered.
No. All that bastard said was All Might was busy and Midnight would be teaching us today.
The blonde-haired boy grumbled.
I wish you would get more sleep. Borealis, how's the back? It did take the full impact of the Nomu.
I've been having more nightmares lately. The bright emerald-eyed boy stuttered as he yawned. It always feels like I'm about to be killed. I don't even remember All Might coming to save me. All I remember was being punched in the face, then waking up in Recovery Girl's office. As the 2 boys talked, their sleeping teacher woke up and started eavesdropping on the conversation. It was a chance to hear how his students were dealing with the attack. The rest of the class started joining the discussion as they arrived. The blue-haired boy felt useless and weak. The explosive blonde hated his inability to help those in need, and the green-haired boy was traumatized by the situation. The rest of the students felt like they could have done more. The students were dealing with the trauma in their own way. The man resolved to keep a close eye on his students after today. He decided to help turn the attack into something they could learn and grow from, and then move past. His personal goal would be to make the attack a bad memory. Aizawa slowly got out of his sleeping bag as he made a mental note to talk to Principal Nezu about introducing some mental health classes into the curriculum. As he thought about it, he realized the green-haired boy's mother had probably suggested it to Nezu. Aizawa noticed the fierce determination in the boy's eyes. With a smirk about the similarities between mother and son, he moved towards the class with his sleeping bag folded in his right hand.
Please leave your stuff in your dorm rooms. Once you enter the building, on your right is the room you've been assigned to and the key to the room,
the black-haired teacher said in a monotone voice.
We are picking hero names today. We have a new student joining the hero course, so don't be late.
The class stared at the man as he walked towards the main building. The green-haired boy excitedly opened the brown door of the building and went inside. The first floor was empty, aside from 2 elevators on the left side of the room. Past the elevators was a stairwell leading to the other floors. There was another room just on the right side of the room. The walls were white and the floor was covered with brown carpet. On the right side of the room, there were 4 tables. Each table was labeled with a corresponding floor. The table closest to the door had the number 2 on its label. The table farthest from the door had the number 5 on its label. Izuku found his name on the table with the number 4 on it. His room was the furthest from the elevators. The green-haired boy was so excited to see the room he would be living in that he went to the stairs. It took a minute for him to make it to the top of the stairs. The green-haired speedster ran to the room that was the farthest from the elevators. He was pumped so full of nervous energy that it took him a few moments to unlock the door. Next to the bed was a pile of boxes waiting to be unpacked. He dropped one of his bags and closed the door. After locking the door, he ran down the stairs. A few minutes later, the green-haired boy made it to the 1A classroom. The teacher was sleeping in his yellow sleeping bag on the left side of the room by the window. The only other person in the room was a fellow student that Izuku recognized from the sports festival. The boy had purple hair and bags under his eyes. He was slouching in an extra seat in the back of the classroom. The green-haired boy took his seat as he waited for the rest of the class to arrive. The emerald-eyed boy got lost in thought as he tried to come up with a possible hero name. After 5 minutes, the rest of the class started to filter into the room. As the class started to talk excitedly about the process of picking a hero name, The teacher slowly started to wake up. The black-haired teacher got out of his sleeping bag and walked to the front of the room. His eyes turned red as he activated his quirk. The class quickly went silent as their teacher started to address them. The purple-haired kid in the back is Satoshi Shinso. Today you will be picking hero names. I suck at that, so Midnight will be taking over for today. The black-haired professor said in a monotone voice. You better take this seriously. Most likely, you will be stuck with these names for the rest of your lives. A woman in a white skin-tight costume entered the room. She had a black mask surrounding her blue eyes. She was wearing a pair of black boots. Over the skin-tight outfit, she wore a black leotard. She had a smile on her face as she stood at the front of the class. The name you choose now will most likely become your hero names, so choose wisely. The black-haired woman said in a serious tone. Your name has to pass muster, otherwise I will make you pick another name. The first two hero names were strange. A blonde-haired boy with blue eyes who wore a peculiar belt went with the hero name, I Can't Stop Twinkling. The pink-skinned girl with horns on her head chose the name Alien Queen. The next person up was the green-haired girl who chose the hero name Froppy. After Asui revealed her hero name, the rest of the names were a bit more normal sounding. After 30 minutes, the only students who hadn't gone up were Katsuki, Izuku, and Shinso. The atomic blonde was the first one to go up. I chose this name because I want people to know where I will be when a situation occurs, the blonde-haired boy calmly said. The name I chose to go with is Explosion Hero, Ground Zero. Shortly after that, Izuku went up nervously. It took him a few moments to regain his composure before he spoke. Ka-chan helped me select this name. I chose this name so that people would know there's always hope they can hold on to. Izuku muttered as everyone stared at him. I went with Ionizing Hero, Borealis. The last person to go up was the newest member of Class 1A. As he went up, he seemed a bit grumpy. Just like everyone else, he hated the position that he was forced into. I chose this name to show my disgust with the people who try to force their will on others, the sleep-deprived boy grumpily said. I went with Controlling Hero, Siren. Sirens used their voices to control people, so I want to use my voice quirk to prevent criminals from hurting people. Midnight then passed out a sheet of paper with the hero names each student chose. Once she passed the form out, she walked over to the other teacher and shook him awake. The sleep-deprived teacher got out of the sleeping bag as the other teacher left the room. After recent events, the support department thought it would be a good idea to have you write down any modification you want to make to your hero suits, the teacher tiredly said as he folded up his yellow sleeping bag. If you see anyone suspicious, please inform a teacher as soon as possible. The rest of the school day was pretty average. The only strange thing was that All Might canceled class. Class 1A was returning to their dorms when a man in a nice suit and vest approached them. It took a mere fraction of a second for the class to realize that it was the warping villain from USJ. The class froze for a fraction of a second as they didn't expect to see him again. During the brief moment of confusion, the well-dressed villain activated his quirk. A portal appeared underneath the students' feet, and they fell in before they could activate their quirks. In a different part of the city, a tall man with blonde hair was standing next to what used to be a factory to produce those Nomu. The heroes that had teamed up with the blonde hero were forced to retreat. The hero, Best Genist, had a large hole in him to the left of where his heart was. The other heroes grabbed him and retreated as a villain in a black suit appeared. The well-dressed man was wearing a black helmet over his face. It's a pleasure to see you, All Might, the man said menacingly. Did you think I wasn't informed about the raid on my hideouts? I see you still haven't chosen a successor. Are you sure you want to fight me? At that moment, 21 portals opened up around the area. The symbol of peace leapt into action. He rushed to save the students who were the furthest away from the fight. Once they were safely on the ground, the hero ordered the students to start leading the people out of the area. The seconds ticked by as he rushed to save each student. His right leg locked up as he saved a blue-haired boy with glasses.
Young Ida, I need your help with something,
the symbol of peace said sadly.
This isn't something I'm asking lightly. I need to know if you are up for the task. Sir, what can I do to help? I mean, I'm the person who couldn't even protect his classmates for the third time,
the boy with glasses said with sorrow in his eyes.
I will do what I can, sir. My time is running out. I took some serious damage during the sports festival. I need you to promise me that you will intern with my friend Sir Night-Eye,
the man said as he tried to move his right arm to comfort the boy.
I will. But why is that so important?
Ida asked in shock as he realized the symbol of peace was unable to move his right arm.
He will explain it to you in time,
All Might said with sorrow in his voice as he pulled out a strand of hair.
Eat this and make sure you intern with Night-Eye. I promise, sir. You better make it back to us in one piece,
Ida said as tears started to form in his eyes. He ate the hair and then said,
We need you to continue teaching us how to be true heroes, sir. You have my word. I will come back to UA in one piece,
the symbol of peace said through gritted teeth.
Now, go help the rest of your class save lives.
Yes, sir. And remember, everyone is counting on you, sir, the boy with blue hair said as he tried to smile. As the boy sped off, the fire coming out of the exhaust pipes on his legs turned white. The boy started racing towards the nearest person in need of assistance. The symbol of peace watched with a sorrowful smile on his face.
Young Ida, in time I hope you will understand why I lied today,
the #1 hero in the world muttered to himself.
Recovery Girl was right. I most likely won't survive this fight in one piece. I hope you forgive me for deceiving you. Today is the last time I will be able to teach you guys how to be heroes.
With that, the man sighed as the weight of the world came crashing down on his shoulders. The symbol of peace was determined to make sure that he brought down the villain before him. He needed to make sure that he left the world safer for his students. The hero leapt back towards the villain, who seemed to be waiting there patiently for his return. The well-dressed man let out a laugh as his arm started to swell. Did you have enough time to say goodbye to your students, All Might? All for One said in a mocking tone of voice.
There are no goodbyes for heroes,
All Might said as he scowled at the villain.
I will bring you down. Your reign over the underworld ends today.
You can't defeat me this time, All Might. Your luck has run out, the ruler of the underworld said as he unleashed his attack. The two symbols stared at each other as All Might used his left hand to block the incoming attack. Blood with a silver tint to it started to cover the symbol of peace's left hand. The hero then rushed the masked figure before the man could attack again. The blonde hero's left hand spasmed for a moment. At that moment, his left hand opened up. All Might managed to hold his fingers firmly together. However, his fingers were no longer pressed against the palm of his hand. Now they were outstretched, with the thumb still pressed against his palm. The symbol of peace tried in vain to form a fist once again. As the symbol of peace drew closer to the symbol of fear, the hero grabbed the villain's outstretched arm with his right hand and pulled the villain towards him. All Might tried one last time to hold his fist as he attacked with his left hand. His outstretched fingers refused to budge. At that moment, All Might's left hand stabbed through All for One's flesh. As All Might pulled his hand out, he left some of his blood behind in his nemesis. The man in the mask's left arm slowly expanded as spikes started to emerge from his arm. All for One threw a straight left punch into the chest of the symbol of peace. As the villain punched, he rotated 180 degrees so that his thumb was pointing towards the ground. As the punch hit All Might, several small spikes emerged between the knuckles of the well-dressed man. Just after the moment of impact, the villain's left arm shrank as it released a large amount of compressed air directed at All Might. With several small stab wounds, the blonde hero saw a massive trail of destruction on either side of him. The symbol of peace finally regained control over his motor functions and rushed towards his opponent. The villain raised his left arm to release a shockwave to protect himself from the force of the attack. However, All for One was a moment too slow, as the hero simply grabbed the villain's arm with his left hand and sent a straight right punch into the villain's mask. The force of the blow destroyed any of the surrounding buildings that were still standing. The two foes were locked in combat, surrounded by the destruction of several city blocks. The mask covering the villain's face broke under the impact of the blow. The villain was completely bald. He was missing his two eyes. The villain simply smiled as he started to heal from his injuries. Several cries for help could be heard off in the distance. Behind the villain, a series of explosions could be heard. To the left of the two combatants, a constant rumble of thunder could be heard. The other two directions were deceptively quiet. "Mr. Symbol of Peace, doesn't this bother you? Your students are risking their lives trying to save people." All for One taunted as he kept a smile on his face. "Shouldn't you be trying to save the lives of those innocent people so your students can make their way to safety?" "My students are training to be heroes. I have faith that they will make it through this," the Symbol of Peace said as he started to get angry. "Taking you down will mean a safer tomorrow for everyone." "What's with that frown, All Might? Shouldn't the Symbol of Peace have a smile on his face?" the villain taunted as he started to build up energy in his right arm. The Symbol of Peace started to deflate as he was slowly running out of energy. He pushed more than 100% of his power into his right arm and rushed the villain. All for One raised his right arm and caught the punch being thrown at him. As the force of the impact occurred, the villain released the energy he had built up. A ball of bright red energy enveloped the two. The explosion simply vaporized anything within 50 feet of the blast. The shockwave from the blast caused buildings to collapse if they were within 200 feet of the explosion. As the dust began to settle, two figures could be seen at the center of the explosion. The villain's suit was in ruins. Both sleeves were entirely vaporized, and there were several tears in the fabric of his clothing around his body. All for One was bleeding from his forehead as the Symbol of Peace kept bringing his forehead down on the villain. The villain kept an unnerving smile on his face. Unlike the hero, as he was fighting, the burns and wounds on his body slowly began to heal. However, the wound on his forehead began to ooze blood that had a silver color in it. The Symbol of Peace's right arm was covered in third-degree burns. He had a bone sticking out of the arm in two places. The hero was missing his right ear, which was burned off in the explosion. His right eye was burned closed. Bone and muscle could be seen on All Might's face as his skin was partially burned off. At this point, the Symbol of Peace was forcing himself to stay in his hero form. For a couple of seconds, neither of them were capable of moving. Both of them found that something was impairing their ability to move. After 30 seconds, the two jumped apart. The atmosphere surrounding the fight had changed. Both had scowls on their faces. Neither of them were willing to back down. It was almost as if the victor would be decided by who fell first. The villain briefly flexed his right hand, almost as if he was trying to detect why he was having issues moving it. The Symbol of Peace looked at his body through his one good eye. He noticed that his muscles were starting to twitch. His right arm appeared almost completely useless. Despite his body reaching its limits, he was determined to bring his opponent to justice. He knew from the state of his body that he only had the strength left for one last blow. Their gazes met once they finished examining their own bodies. All for One covered his right fist in spikes. A stream of fire started being released from his right elbow. His arm began to slowly enlarge once again. The Symbol of Peace simply let the rest of his body deflate and poured the last of his strength into his left arm. The two started to move towards each other once again. All Might's blow landed first. As his left hand collided with All for One's face, he yelled out, "United States of Smash!" All for One's right arm hit the Symbol of Peace on the left side of the body. All Might felt the ribs on the left side of his body shatter as the spikes pierced his body. All for One felt bones on the right side of his face being crushed under the power that the Symbol of Peace had put into his fist. The two were standing straight, staring at each other for a few moments. The spikes the villain created slowly broke apart as he coughed up blood that looked completely silver in color. The symbol of peace's left arm slowly started to revert to its regular form as the strength slowly faded from his body. Both All Might and All for One simply collapsed as the last of their strength slowly vanished. The bodies of All Might and All for One were recovered by the number 2 hero, Endeavor. The sudden and tragic death of the symbol of peace stunned the world. It was so shocking, and sudden rumor mills were unable to develop fake stories about his death. Autopsies were immediately performed on the bodies. Mere hours after All Might's passing, his former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, revealed the man's final request. The symbol of peace had requested that his nemesis, All for One, receive a proper funeral. Within hours, Japan felt the effects of the now-deceased hero's request. Everything in the country came to a screeching halt. Crime dropped down to 0 as everyone processed the request. Night-Eye never gave the Japanese government a chance to debate the issue. Once the coroner finished conducting the autopsies, Sir Night-Eye claimed both bodies. All Might's former sidekick had no intention of letting his mentor's final request be ignored. With his usual calculated precision, he started to prepare the bodies for the funerals. He ordered 2 of his sidekicks to track down the boy responsible for the USJ incident. Class 1A took the death of their teacher poorly. Shinso, the newest member of Class 1A, watched as his classmates withdrew from the world. When the purple-haired boy tried to talk to other members of Class 1A, most simply ignored him. Classmates who did acknowledge his existence blew him off by saying that he didn't understand what they were going through. As the week passed, the sleep-deprived student grew to hate the ever-growing chasm between him and his fellow 1A students. Most of his anger was directed at the Safety Commission for the mess he was in. Shinso also directed some of his anger at his classmates for shutting him out. A small part of himself loathed his inability to help his classmates with their grief. Combined with the grief he was feeling from the death of a hero he admired, the purple-haired boy found it difficult to express his emotions. 3 days before the funeral was set to take place, their teacher called them into Class 1A. Lethargic and depressed mumbles replaced the usual energetic and happy conversations. As Shinso entered the room, the class fell silent. That was the last straw. The purple-haired boy's emotions came pouring out from him.
You're right. I can't understand what you're going through. I didn't know All Might the way you guys did. But this isn't working. At some point, you have to stop internalizing the pain,
Shinso shouted as he started his tirade.
Yes, I know I haven't had a chance to prove myself. However, you guys are not talking about the pain because each of you is experiencing similar pain. So there's no need to express it. I don't know the relationship the class had with All Might, so try and explain it to me. I saw each one of you out there during that last fight All Might had, and you proved you were real heroes. So give me the chance to prove that I have what it takes to be a real hero!
Aizawa pretended to be asleep in his yellow sleeping bag. The black-haired teacher was relieved to see that the newest student was finally finding his footing in the class. 1A was silent after their newest classmate lashed out at them for ignoring him. A green-haired boy with heavy bags under his eyes was the first one to break the silence. Sorry, Shinso. I haven't been sleeping well. I'm lucky if I can sleep for 30 minutes without waking up from my nightmares, Izuku tiredly said. He let out a yawn before saying, You're right. As a class, we haven't had to talk about how All Might's passing affected us. You're the only one who never got the chance to have a relationship with All Might. Tears started to stream down Izuku's face as he mentioned All Might. The once bright emerald eyes the boy had were now full of sadness and despair. His school uniform was wrinkled. Izuku looked like he hadn't smiled in weeks. His blonde-haired friend reached over and gently rubbed the green-haired boy's back. The atomic blonde looked at his purple-haired classmate. His eyes were full of anguish and a surprising amount of self-loathing. Borealis, just let it out. Mind control. If you're serious about being a member of 1A, then you should try to find out why the nerd can't sleep, Katsuki growled in frustration. I know why I can't help my best friend. It's like I'm just making the damned issue worse or something. Shinso just stared in shock. The exhausted boy had never heard his blonde classmate ask for help. The purple-haired boy was surprised by how tender his explosive classmate was behaving. He had expected to get yelled at because he was the new kid. What the newest member of 1A wasn't expecting was Katsuki admitting he couldn't do something. Apparently, the rest of the class felt the same way. Even the teacher briefly looked at his blonde-haired student. Katsuki's gruff attitude was replaced by one of self-loathing and self-deprecation. I wasn't expecting that. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it certainly wasn't that, the purple-haired boy said in shock. I think you're unable to help because of how close you are. He doesn't need to explain how he feels to you. You already know it. It's why you can't help. Both of you need a chance to express what you're feeling, but you can't because both of you already know how the other person is feeling.
Shinso walked over to his green-haired classmate and gave him a gentle pat on the back. The temptation to use his quirk was immediately squashed, because it wouldn't allow his classmate to express his emotions. Even if it allowed the emerald-eyed boy to get some sleep, it wouldn't resolve the issue.
Midoriya, try explaining how you feel to me. You have friends who can help you carry the burden,
the tired-looking boy said softly as he tried to make eye contact with his friend.
It's all I see. I see everyone dying because I was helpless. I just can't shake the thought that All Might died because of me. I can't escape the fact that someone I viewed as a father figure is dead,
Izuku sadly said as tears poured down his face.
I was useless at the sports festival, and I'm still useless. If only I were strong enough, I could have helped All Might. You're strong enough. I saw how you fought off all those Nomu without assistance. There were pros who couldn't handle 5 of those monsters at once. You handled a lot more than 5,
Shinso said, sounding exhausted.
Friends, mentors, family are supposed to be there to help. Everyone needs help from time to time. The burden you're carrying isn't one you need to carry alone. Losing someone is hard, especially when you feel like you could have done something. At the sports festival, it was your strength alone that pushed 1A to start saving other people. All Might didn't need to save people due to your actions. All of us were present when All Might fought the man responsible for the attack on UA. We were there when the average hero wasn't. Bonds can't be replaced, but new ones can be created.
Izuku stared in shock. For the first time since the attack on USJ, he expressed his fears and frustrations to someone who didn't know it already. The pent-up emotion slowly poured out of him. The sadness came out first as he started sobbing. He started shaking and having cold sweats moments later. All of this culminated in his quirk activating briefly. The green-haired boy's desk slowly started to burn. Even the low rumble of thunder could be heard. The class watched in shock as Izuku's body finally relaxed. At that moment, he relaxed enough to fall asleep. Despite being asleep, the green-haired boy was still shivering in fear and crying. Aizawa got out of his sleeping bag and went over to his student. Very carefully, he picked his green-haired student up. The black-haired man put the boy in his sleeping bag, then turned to face the rest of his students.
Your mental health is important. Don't try to save everyone at once. All Might saved millions of lives because he focused on saving one life at a time,
Aizawa said sadly.
I would be lying if I said his death didn't hit me hard. However, you can't bottle up your emotions. Even if your friends know what you're going through, you need to let it out.
Pointing to the boy sleeping in his sleeping bag, the teacher continued.
Midoriya here is an example of what bottling up your fears and emotions can do to you. It eventually has to find its way out.
Despite feeling physically exhausted, the black-haired man felt ready to help his students deal with their grief. The pro-hero rubbed his temples. According to the hero briefing he had received, the Safety Commission had made the hero killer Stain one of Japan's most wanted people. Aizawa let a frown form on his face as he considered what was mentioned in the hero briefing. Stain had met up with Shigaraki. His pro-hero instincts told him that nothing good would come from that meeting.
All Might won't be the last hero to lose his life saving people,
Aizawa said gloomily.
This is a useful experience for you. There will be times when you won't be able to save a person. Handling grief is an important task for a pro-hero.
Suddenly changing the subject, he said,
A retired UA teacher might take over All Might's class. Principal Nezu will make the announcement when the teacher has made his decision.
What extra could replace All Might?
The Atomic Blonde shouted in anger at the fact that UA was trying to replace All Might.
You can't just replace the world's greatest hero like that!
I agree. However, someone has to take over the course All Might taught, the principal politely said as he entered the room. I think this man will be able to meet the high bar All Might had set. It will take some more work if he's to be convinced to come out of retirement.
What changed? Class 1A's teacher said in shock.
When you see Night Eye at the funeral, ask him. All Might's former sidekick was the one who spoke with
Principal Nezu said calmly.
You will meet All Might's replacement at the funeral.
What makes him suitable to be All Might's replacement? Katsuki growled.
Why don't you ask All Might's former teacher?
The furry principal pleasantly said as he left the room. Class 1A spent their remaining free time before the funeral talking to each other. Shinso was accepted into the class. The purple-haired boy was the center of attention as he allowed his classmates to express their grief. The day of All Might's funeral was overcast. Thunder could be heard in the distance. Only a select group of reporters was allowed to film the funeral. Only those closest to All Might were in attendance. A public burial would be held after the service. Class 1A boys were dressed in black suits, and Class 1A girls were wearing black dresses. UA provided the outfits for the students. Police officers and the pro-heroes protecting the neighborhood were dressed in black instead of their traditional uniforms. Security was on high alert. The small villain group that followed All for One was present. No one else was allowed to enter the room the villains had reserved. The funeral home was a plain-looking, dark red building. A team of pro-heroes was busy bringing hundreds of flowers into the cemetery located behind the funeral home. Sir Night Eye greeted Class 1A at the front door of the building. He waved everyone inside. Once everyone was inside, he closed the door. Instead of his usual white suit, he wore a black suit and tie. Tears rolled down his face as he looked at their teacher. Everyone else has arrived. The funeral won't start for another 10 minutes. When you're ready, go down the hallway to the right, All Might's former sidekick said sadly. Villains have the hallway to the left. Their funeral is already underway. One of them will inform us when they are leaving. Class 1A watched as the pro-hero left the room and took the hallway to the right. Most of the free space in the building was covered in flowers. 5 minutes later, Class 1A walked into the funeral for All Might. A tall man with dark green hair was sitting in the back of the room. Without looking up, he waved at Class 1A to come over. Sitting next to him was a short, white-haired man. Unlike everyone else in attendance, he wasn't wearing a black suit. Instead, he was wearing a black jumpsuit, black gloves, and black boots. As the funeral started, the man with the dark green hair walked over to the door and stood there, observing the crowd. The old, white-haired man walked over to the podium. "Who are you people?" the short, elderly man said with a voice filled with sorrow. "I knew young Toshinori before he entered UA. I watched him grow up from a boy with a pipe dream into a man who made his dream a reality." It began to rain as the elderly man started his speech, as if nature was mourning the loss of All Might. A brief bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. Moments later, the loud rumble of thunder shook the building. The wind started to pick up, pushing the rain in a more horizontal direction as it fell towards the ground. 3 knocks that were exactly 30 seconds apart caused Night Eye to open the door. A man attired in black leather walked in. The most noticeable feature about him was the purple skin that appeared to be stapled onto him. With the constant thunder in the background, none could hear what the two were saying. As the conversation drew to a swift close, the man in black leather embraced the confused pro-hero and whispered something to him. A familiar-looking black portal started to open up behind the man. The man briefly bowed to everyone in the room before stepping into the portal. Even the elderly gentleman seemed stunned by the strange conversation. The man with the dark green hair frowned briefly as the portal closed. As it faded, the man let a sorrow-filled smile return to his face. Young Toshinori had many faults. His biggest fault and the one that made him the greatest hero was his inability to think before he acted. It was easy to get a rise out of the young man, the old man said as he started to get nostalgic. Young Toshinori's greatest trait was his ability to provide people with a sense of comfort when he was around. The one trait that I got to see that most people didn't was the man's determination. No matter how many times he failed the training I laid out before him, he always got up and tried again. Windows started to rattle as hail began to strike them, and the resulting noise drowned out what the white-haired man was saying as he was overcome with grief and began to walk to his seat. The blue-haired boy was about to ask the older man a question as the man sat down,
but stopped when his teacher shook his head as a warning. Class 1A looked at the man with newfound respect. Sitting right in front of them was the man who had personally trained the symbol of peace. Sir Night-Eye was the next person to take the podium. That eulogy is a hard one to follow. It is highly unlikely that my eulogy will hold a candle to Gran Torino's moving eulogy, Night-Eye said as he started to cry. Sir Night-Eye began to relate what had transpired with the man in leather. The villains appreciated All Might's request. I'm not sure if the hug he gave me was meant to disguise what he wanted me to hear, or if the words he whispered to me were meant to disguise the purpose of the hug. The one thing I can say for sure is the kindness All Might displayed toward his rival wasn't lost on the villains who came here to mourn. Night-Eye thanked the villains for leaving without causing a scene. The man with dark green hair pushed his glasses back into their proper spot on his nose as he wiped away his tears. He went on to explain how All Might went from someone he'd admired to a mentor. As he ended his eulogy, he thanked everyone for coming. He also talked about how he found All Might's disregard for his safety to be his greatest flaw. After securing the perimeter and the building, Endeavor walked into the room. In order to keep with the somber mood, Endeavor was wearing a black suit and tie instead of his hero costume. He wasn't releasing any flames as he stood by the door. The watchful eyes of the new #1 hero were filled with grief. The reporters covering the event turned their cameras in his direction. He shook his head in disgust. He motioned the reporters to turn the camera back to the funeral. His actions stunned everyone. Endeavor looked at everyone and motioned for them to continue. The pro hero made it clear. He was an afterthought. He wasn't close enough to All Might to be relevant during the proceedings. Endeavor stood by the door as he observed the proceedings. The older gentleman briefly nodded at the pro hero before turning his attention back to the podium. As the funeral drew to a close, a ball of ice, the size of a baseball, crashed through the window. Wind raced into the room, bringing rain with it. A brief flash of lightning tore through the sky. Thunder shook the building. The private funeral had ended just like the life of the symbol of peace, abruptly and without warning. Endeavor stepped away from the door to make way for the pallbearers, carrying All Might's casket to the cemetery. People began to form a procession behind the casket. As Class 1A joined the procession, they overheard the pro hero mutter a thank you to All Might for helping him on the right path. The funeral procession was as sorrow-filled as the funeral service. Before the funeral procession reached the cemetery, a man-made fire was lit on the grassy knoll to the left of the large grassy field reserved for All Might. As the blue flames weakened into orange flames, a camera crew located on the roof of a nearby building got an aerial view of the fire. The view showed that the fire had been set in a pattern. It was a message from the villains. The message was thanking All Might and Sir Night-Eye for allowing them to bury someone they cared about, and that this act of kindness was not lost on them. The firefighters who were putting out the blaze took special care to avoid destroying the message. At Endeavor's request, the message was blocked off so people couldn't trample on it. Pro heroes worked diligently to secure the area. In an alleyway near the funeral home, they found the body of a pro hero who had been on guard duty. Based on the type of injuries to the body, the death had been caused by a person with a paralysis quirk. A note left at the scene of the crime stated that this man was not a true hero, and the cancer that is false heroes should be stamped out. Endeavor was the only one to speak at All Might's burial. The pro hero personally thanked All Might for his dedication in protecting countless lives. He went on to thank All Might for showing him what it meant to be a true hero during the UA Sports Festival attack. Hours later, Endeavor was interviewed by reporters. Endeavor expressed his displeasure with the fact that the Safety Commission was trying to push adults' responsibilities onto the children. Sensing the community's low morale, the flaming hero shocked everyone with the second part of his response. He was recommending that hero agencies start teaming up with each other. Heroes have to make sure that society is protected. The lesson that Endeavor learned from All Might was that one hero cannot be the symbol of peace. True heroes are those who prioritize the lives of the civilians they try to protect. Endeavor finished his interview by saying that All Might laid the groundwork for a safer world. And as the next #1 hero of Japan, the flaming hero intended to see his predecessor's dream become a reality. Endeavor's approval rating improved as he started creating programs aimed at helping heroes improve. He was frequently seen going to seminars and courses on communication. The pro hero announced that he would be teaming up with other agencies on a monthly basis to help train them. Crime remained unusually low, with the new #1 hero prioritizing the well-being of the citizens. Even the students at UA noticed the impact. Every Sunday, a group of dedicated citizens demonstrated in front of UA. Some of the signs they carried thanked the school for trying to teach students properly, while others encouraged UA to try its best. Class 1A felt a level of motivation they hadn't felt before. They intended to make sure that as a class, they became the next symbol of peace. The Monday following All Might's funeral was chaotic for Class 1A. Instead of having homeroom first, they had their hero course first. In their excitement, Class 1A arrived in their homeroom an hour before school was supposed to start. Class 1A stared in shock as their homeroom teacher entered the classroom 30 minutes later. Their teacher appeared to have gotten a good night's sleep. Walking next to their homeroom teacher was a short, elderly man wearing a yellow jumpsuit with yellow gloves and boots. The man was also wearing a mask to cover his eyes. In his left hand, he clutched a cane.
Today I will be introducing the teacher who will be taking over your hero training,
the erasure hero said with enthusiasm, shocking Class 1A.
2 of you trained with him a few times. This was back before you entered UA.
A light bulb went off as the green-haired boy figured out who the man was. During the funeral, his grief had blinded him to the identity of the elderly gentleman. It was the only person who was able to scare the first symbol of peace.
You're the one that scared All Might,
Izuku said in shock as he tried to remember the old man's name.
Was your name Gran Torino? All Might helped us grow strong enough to handle your training, you old geezer,
Katsuki growled with far more confidence than he felt.
Who are you two again?
Gran Torino said as he pretended to be senile.
Who are you two again?
Gran Torino asked Izuku and Katsuki.
What do you mean, you old geezer?
Katsuki demanded angrily.
Who are you?
Gran Torino asked them a second time as he continued to pretend to be senile. Izuku was left speechless. In anger, he clenched his fist under his desk so no one would notice. Despite the man's ability to remember events in the past, he always seemed to forget a person's name. As the green-haired boy pondered this oddity, he remembered the old man asking All Might the same. Suddenly, Izuku thought he understood what the teacher wanted.
Hi, my name is Borealis, and this is my friend, Ground Zero, sir,
the emerald-eyed boy said with more confidence than he felt. Despite his confident voice and the smile on his face, Izuku was starting to sweat nervously. The only sound that could be heard was Gran Torino's cane tapping the floor as he and Aizawa continued walking further into the room. The white-haired man turned swiftly and began walking back toward the door. Once he reached the door, he stopped and addressed the class.
Meet me at Training Gym Gamma. I can't believe Toshinori left me with such wet blankets to train,
Gran Torino said with a surprising amount of intensity.
I expect everyone to be in their hero costumes.
In the stillness of the room, the sound of his cane seemed extremely loud as the retired pro-hero left the room. Following Gran Torino's exit, Aizawa pointed to the back of the classroom. When the class turned in that direction, they saw their hero costume suitcases on a table. Borealis quickly went over to the table and grabbed his suitcase. The case felt lighter in his hands than usual. Without thinking, he raced out the door to change into his new hero costume, leaving his school bag behind. Without meaning to, his quirk activated, and Izuku ended up sprinting to his dorm room. Borealis unlocked his room door and entered. The walls of the room were covered with hero posters of All Might and O'Clock. Both heroes had inspired Izuku. Izuku put the suitcase on his bed and opened it. Resting on top of his new suit was a letter from the support department. The green-haired boy moved the letter to the side and began to examine the suit. The first thing he noticed was the vest. The vest had pockets on the front for his hero supplies. When Izuku turned the vest over, he saw a pocket that took up the entire back panel. Tucked inside the pocket was an empty hydration pack. It took him several minutes to dress because he spent time marveling at how his suit had been modified. Then, in his rush to get to Gym Gamma, the green-haired hero student ran out of his room without even closing the door. Izuku's classmates were just entering the dorm as he came racing out. Despite how tense Borealis felt because his quirk was activated, his mind felt clearer than it had in a long time. As the green-haired boy arrived at the gym, he saw Gran Torino stick out his cane. Izuku was unable to react in time and tripped over it. As he got up, he saw the smile on his teacher's face. Your mind was too cluttered. If you ever want to talk about All Might, you can always come to me, Gran Torino muttered as he watched Borealis. A cluttered mind is a hero's greatest weakness. Sir, do you know why All Might wanted Ida to intern at Sir Night-Eye's hero agency? Borealis asked with a confused look on his face. Did Toshinori ever discuss his quirk with you? Gran Torino asked. No, but he did mention that he wanted Kachan, Ida, Uraraka, and myself for training each day after school. All Might passed away before the training began, Izuku said in confusion as he recalled his past conversations with All Might. It's a shame that the smallest detail can make the difference between life and death, Gran Torino grumbled in a sorrow-filled voice. If Ida feels comfortable with you three knowing the reason, then I will tell the three of you. Toshinori failed the boy. The clutter in his mind was worse than the clutter in yours. A series of explosions could be heard moving in their direction. The green-haired boy took a step back as he watched the retired hero tap his cane on the ground impatiently. A spiky blonde-haired boy was using the explosions to push himself through the air. With two final explosions, the atomic blonde reached them. Oi, nerd! Next time, don't forget to take your school bag. Also, close and lock your room door. I had to ask Aizawa to lock it for you. Ground Zero growled in frustration as he noticed the changes to his friend's costume. The vest is new. Did they also change something about your shoes? Sorry, Kakachan. I was so excited to see if they made the changes to my hero costume that I forgot my bag. I asked if they could make my shoes out of a ceramic material. Borealis excitedly stuttered. And they did. They made my shoes out of a ceramic material instead of iron, and they added a hydration pack in the back of the vest so I can stay hydrated. Who are you? Gran Torino asked Katsuki as the retired hero pretended to be forgetful. It's Ground Zero, and don't forget it this time, the blonde-haired boy said petulantly. Good. Now let's see if your classmates can also figure out why I'm so forgetful, Gran Torino said with a smirk, then almost as an afterthought he added, You're too tense, and that tension is preventing you from using your quirk to its fullest. Uraraka and Ida were the next pair of students to arrive. Despite the smile on the blue-haired boy's face, it was clear that he doubted himself. Although the brown-haired girl was bouncing up and down with excitement, there was a surprising amount of determination in her voice as she spoke with her classmate. As the pair reached the white-haired man, Ida said, Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. I have a question. Anticipating the question, Gran Torino interrupted the boy and said, Quit plaguing your mind with false doubts. There's a lot more to saving people than merely rescuing them. Don't be deceived. You stopped All for One as much as All Might did. How, sir? All I did was evacuate citizens as All Might requested, Ida said, sounding incredibly confused. You saved people, which allowed Toshinori to focus on the fight, Gran Torino said dismissively. It took 10 minutes for the rest of the class to arrive at the plain-looking building. The retired hero led everyone inside. Most of the interior of the building consisted of mountains made of concrete. The pro hero, Cementos, formed the mountains through his cement quirk. The old teacher sent everyone, except for Katsuki, Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida, to the training area. Would you like your friends to know why All Might wanted you to train at Sir Night-Eye Hero Agency? Gran Torino asked Ida in a straightforward manner. Yes, sir. I see no reason why they shouldn't know, the blue-haired boy responded. Very well, then. Follow me and I will explain, Gran Torino said in a matter-of-fact voice as he entered the training facility. The four friends followed the older man to a secluded part of the training area. As the four of them entered a cul-de-sac formed by 3 mountains preventing their classmates from seeing them, their teacher activated his quirk and flew above the peak of the mountain that was blocking their path. Gran Torino then propelled 4 large concrete boulders at his 4 students. Ground Zero simply blasted the boulder coming towards him to pieces. Borealis activated his quirk and started to run up the mountain on his left. Uraraka simply used her quirk to make herself float above the boulder. When Ida activated his quirk, his body emitted white lightning, and the flames coming from the exhaust pipes on his legs were blue instead of their usual orange color, as if he had activated Recipro Burst. The burst of speed was so great that the blue-haired boy ran straight into the mountain in front of him. The white-haired man watched the scene unfold with an unreadable expression. He waited until the boulders came to a standstill before returning to his students. Ida, you should focus on activating your original quirk when an unexpected situation presents itself, Gran Torino grumbled in disappointment. Toshinori, if only you had had more time, maybe then your students wouldn't be zygotes. What do you mean, original quirk, sir? The blue-haired boy asked, sounding very confused. Didn't Toshinori ask you to consume some of his DNA? Say a strand of hair? The white-haired man asked. Yes, he had me consume a strand of his hair. I fail to see the significance of it, Ida said, still confused. By having you swallow one of his hairs, Toshinori passed his quirk to you, the white-haired man patiently explained. Be transferable quirk? I knew that people theorized that such a thing was possible, but I didn't think one existed, Izuku muttered in shock as he started to analyze the implications of what was said. You just had to get Borealis started, didn't you? Now I have to wait for him to stop muttering, Katsuki grumbled in annoyance. Midoriya, the old man is clearly senile. A quirk can't be transferred, Ida said in disbelief. This must be my quirk evolving. Something like this hasn't been discovered yet, Midoriya continued muttering to himself. But Ida's quirk has been acting pretty strangely. Normally, Ida's quirk only releases blue flames while he uses Reciproburst, not when he uses his regular quirk. Is Deku all right? Why is he muttering like that? Uraraka asked, out of concern for her friend. Borealis loves to take notes on various quirks and their abilities. We'd be here all day if he had his notebook, the atomic blonde grumbled as he shook his head in amazement at Uraraka, not knowing this about her friend. How many notebooks has he filled up? The retired pro-hero asked suddenly, very interested in the subject being discussed. That seems like an incredibly risky thing to do. Villains would kill to get their hands on something like that. Last time I checked, he was working on his 13th notebook, the blonde-haired boy growled. I believe he calls them his hero analysis for the future. I don't know why he needs them when he remembers that stuff anyway. Borealis, how many notebooks do you have on quirks? Gran Torino asked again, concerned about the existence of the notebooks. Hearing his friend's last comment about the notebooks, Izuku remembered where he was and said, Kachan, I already told you I don't take notes on just quirks. It's meant to help me out in the future. But this is one ability I won't include in my notes, because if it got into the wrong hands, it would be a disaster. What notebook number are you currently working on? The white-haired hero asked in annoyance as he smacked Izuku's leg with his cane. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. If you're asking about how many notebooks I have, I'm currently on the 14th notebook, the green-haired boy said, confused by the sudden questioning. Sir, Midoriya would never try to hurt us. I don't see the big deal in him taking notes, Ida said, looking confused. Four Eyes, Sensei isn't concerned with Borealis having the information. He's concerned about it getting stolen. Katsuki grumbled in frustration that his friend was missing the point. You need to see how detailed those notes are. If Borealis hadn't agreed to store the notebooks in a safe in his room, I probably would have blown up the notebooks that contain information about my quirk. Hey Deku, what kind of information do you have on my quirk? Uraraka curiously asked. A description of what your quirk does, its upper limits, conditions for activation, and what happens if you overuse it. Why? Is there something wrong with that? Izuku replied nervously. Borealis, your desire to improve is commendable, but you have to make sure those notebooks don't get stolen, the elder hero said sternly. I suggest moving the safe with those books to a more secure location. I strongly suggest that you do not mention who the current user of One for All is. Yes, sir, Izuku said with enthusiasm. Izuku had intended to use the information in the notebooks to help save people once he became a pro-hero. But as he considered the conversation with his teacher and the comments made by Katsuki, he began to understand just how dangerous the information in the notebooks could be if they fell into the wrong hands. The Emerald Eye Boy made a mental note to ask All Might's teacher for advice on how to secure the information in the notebooks as soon as he could speak with him privately. Realizing that he had made his point, Gran Torino resumed the training. He asked Ida to use 5% of One for All. The boy's first attempt ended in failure because instead of activating One for All, he accidentally activated his original quirk and sent himself racing into the mountain in front of him. Ida's second attempt was an even bigger failure. As the blue-haired boy attempted to activate One for All at 5%, he had the sudden thought of not being good enough to be All Might's successor. causing him to accidentally activate Reciproburst at the same time. Making matters worse was that this loss of focus caused him to increase the power of One for All to 15%. The blue-haired boy slammed into the mountain with enough force to leave a large crater in the mountain. The flames coming out of the exhaust were white in color. The white flames matched the white-colored lightning that was being emitted from his body. Before he could berate himself for failing to do what his teacher asked, Gran Torino walked over to Ida and, using his cane, whacked the boy soundly in his right shin. "That is enough for now. Let us rejoin the class before our absence is noticed." As they were walking back, Gran Torino continued speaking. "All of you must stop cluttering your minds with useless thoughts. If you doubt your own worth, then you need to train harder. Doubt poisons one's mind and leads to seeking acknowledgement from others." It's just that I've been feeling useless lately," Ida muttered as tears started to roll down his face. "I wasn't strong enough to help out in the fight again." "Sadly, All Might wasn't strong enough either," the elder hero muttered. "The only thing useful about the past is for us to learn from it." "Does it ever get easier to deal with the loss of someone you knew?" the blue-haired boy asked, sounding sad. "No, losing someone and dealing with the loss isn't easy," the white-haired teacher said quietly. Class 1A ended up spending the entire morning in the gym practicing their hero moves. After lunch, Izuku arrived to the classroom early. Aizawa was sleeping in his yellow sleeping bag beneath the windows in the classroom. The green-haired boy noticed several juice boxes were lying nearby. Borealis walked quietly to his seat. Izuku took out his notebook and began to write down the information he had learned during the hero training. He started to jot information about the quirk he saw his teacher use. The green-haired boy made a note in his journal that he needed to speak with Gran Torino about relocating his safe to a more secure location. The rest of his class started to filter into the room after they finished eating lunch. His blue-haired friend walked over to him and pointed towards the door. Understanding the meaning of the gesture, Izuku followed his friend out of the classroom. The green-haired boy noticed that his friend looked like he had seen a ghost. "Thank you, Midoriya," Ida whispered as he looked around nervously. "While I was changing out of my hero costume, I saw All Might standing in my room, or at least the form he had when he wasn't a hero." "It probably has something to do with your quirk," Izuku said with as much confidence as he could muster. "Do you really think this has something to do with that?" Ida nervously whispered. "What makes you say that?" "It can be transferred. We don't know if this allows the previous users to communicate with the current user," the green-haired boy muttered as he looked around to make sure no one was listening. "We don't know much about the quirk. What we do know makes the quirk even more mysterious to us. For all we know, you're the first user encountering this aspect of it. But speak with Gran Torino, because he might have a better idea about what's going on." "Midoriya, how is it so easy for you to accept this?" Ida whispered as he looked at his friend in confusion. "I've spent my entire life researching quirks because I wanted to figure out why my quirk was so different from my parents," the Emerald Eye Boy said with a smile. This change to your quirk was a topic that was debated in various research papers. Most agree that it would be better if this kind of quirk didn't even exist. "Is it that dangerous?" the blue-haired boy asked as he took a deep breath. "The ability to transfer a quirk could help the quirkless." "If there was a way to transfer quirks, then it means there's a way to steal them," Borealis muttered as he stared at his friend. "There's no telling how common quirks like this are. Remember, according to the news, All for One stole hundreds of quirks." "I see. So it's not the quirk that's the issue. It's what someone would do with the ability," the boy with glasses grumbled. "Surely there's a way to prevent the quirks from being stolen." "Let's head back to class, Ida," the Emerald Eye Boy said politely. "Even that's up for debate. We might never know." "Thank you, Midoriya," the blue-haired boy said gratefully as he walked back into class. "If I ever need help, I will make sure to ask you for assistance, especially if the issue is a quirk." "You're welcome," the green-haired boy said as he walked into class. Despite everything, Borealis couldn't help but worry about his friend. One of his friends had just received a wonderful gift, but it also made the friend a bigger target. As Izuku was walking back to his seat, he was struck with the possibility that a quirk that could steal other quirks might have the ability to be transferred to another person. Once he got to his seat, he started to write down some of the thoughts that had occurred to him. "Midoriya, are you paying attention?" Aizawa said in a monotone voice. "Sorry, sir. I got distracted by hero training today," Izuku said in a panic as he snapped out of his own little world.
You're in luck. I haven't said anything yet, the teacher said, sounding mildly annoyed. Just don't let it happen again. Yes, sir. I won't let it happen again, the green-haired boy said as he started to calm down. We were given the go-ahead to have the training camp. Use the remainder of the week to buy any supplies you might need, the black-haired teacher sourly said. We have credible evidence that someone is planning an attack on the training camp. If you see anything suspicious, report it immediately. 1A was left stunned. The class started to mutter to each other about the warning. Many of them were shocked that they and their school might still be in danger, even after all that had happened. Seeing their confusion, the teacher tried to explain. There will be plenty of villains looking to make a name for themselves now that All for One is gone. The sleep-deprived teacher added one final warning. Keep in mind that being power-hungry isn't a trait unique to villains. The week passed by uneventfully. On the day before they were to leave for the training camp, the class decided to go shopping together. Despite the class hanging out, everyone was nervous and on edge. Katsuki noticed that several of his classmates kept surveying the area, looking for something suspicious. The atomic blonde noticed that his green-haired friend didn't seem all that bothered by the news. Oi, nerd! Why aren't you nervous? The spiky blonde-haired boy growled as he wondered why his friend was so relaxed. Simple. This isn't anything new for me. I've been observing people my entire life as I studied their quirks, Izuku said in embarrassment. You might want to teach the rest of these extras how to do that, the atomic blonde grumbled. Four Eyes looks like he's looking for a fight. As soon as an opportunity presents itself, I will talk to him about it, the emerald-eyed boy muttered. Despite how nervous Class 1A felt while they were shopping, the excursion went by without any incidents. Izuku pulled his blue-haired friend aside and tried to teach him how to pay attention to the people in the crowd without being so obvious. The lesson ended up being a waste of time since Ida continued staring intently at anything he found remotely suspicious. On the bus to the training camp the following day, Borealis found himself on edge. He realized that although his teacher had told the class where they would be heading, he never mentioned what time they would arrive. Another thing he found odd was his teacher's smile, because he couldn't remember ever seeing his teacher smile until now. The green-haired boy looked over at his blonde-haired friend and noticed his friend was just as nervous as he was. They had been on the bus for a few hours and were ascending a mountain road when, without warning, the bus pulled to the side and came to a stop. Once the students exited the bus, they could see a forest far below. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to move in a wave-like motion. Before anyone could react, they were thrown into the air. While they were flying through the air, they heard their teacher call out to them. Do not be afraid, and once you land, keep moving in the same direction. The camp is in that direction, Aizawa called out as he pointed at the students. Everyone in the class used their quirks to protect themselves from the fall. However, as the class descended towards the ground rose up to meet them. Once they were safely on the ground again, the ground sloped downwards, and they slid down to the forest floor where they came to a stop. As the students were recovering from the ordeal they had just been through, they began to relax and chatter amongst themselves until they were silenced by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground in the forest.
Nervously, the students looked at the forest. As the class entered the forest, they noticed that the forest was eerily silent. The ground shook as something large approached the students. As Uraraka nervously walked forward, a nearby tree was knocked over. Izuku activated his quirk and charged at whatever was responsible for knocking down the tree. Before anyone else could react, the earth started to take on the forms of large animals. The green-haired boy looked at the creature as it turned its head towards him. His blood started to run cold as his mind started to play tricks on him. Borealis thought he saw a Nomu hiding in the creature's mouth. Seeing his friend freeze up, Ida activated One for All at 20%. His body started to emit white lightning as the blue-haired boy ran towards his friend. In one swift motion, the class president grabbed his green-haired friend and dashed away from the creature as Katsuki blew up the earth the creature was made of.
Midoriya, get a hold of yourself. Bakugo, Midoriya froze up for some reason,
Ida said as he started to panic.
Damn it, Borealis, I thought you said you were fine,
the atomic blonde growled.
Hey, Four Eyes, make sure his breathing is normal. He's having an anxiety attack. After the sports festival, he thinks he sees Nomus coming after him. Midoriya, you should have told us. Nomu haven't been spotted since the sports festival, Ida said as he tried to comfort his friend. You're fine. Just relax and take a deep, slow breath.
Izuku was trying to remind himself that the sports festival was over. The green-haired boy's breathing started getting faster and faster. Within moments, he began to hyperventilate. As Borealis was losing consciousness, he imagined a Nomu trying to punch him in the face. The blue-haired boy with glasses watched helplessly as his friend passed out.
Bakugo, Midoriya passed out. What do we do next?
Ida said as he felt helpless and useless.
Uraraka, make Midoriya weightless so we can move him easily. Hopefully he wakes up quickly, and then we can get revenge on the extra that did this.
Katsuki grumbled in frustration as he exploded another earth monster.
Damn it. If only I'd been able to help you at the sports festival. Are you sure it's an anxiety attack?
The blue-haired boy asked with concern.
Wouldn't it be post-traumatic stress if it's related to the sports festival? Do I look like a doctor, Four Eyes? All I know is that it takes Borealis forever to fall asleep now.
The blonde boy grumbled. The ground started to shake as more earth beasts showed up. Without anyone realizing it, the class was divided into groups. Minutes started to pass as Ida, Uraraka, and Katsuki defended their friend from the creatures that kept attacking them. Izuku's eyes started to flutter as he regained consciousness. The first thing he heard was his blonde-haired friend firing off explosions repeatedly. Borealis then heard the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. When he was able to focus his eyes, he noticed several creatures made out of earth floating in the sky. Izuku remembered what their new hero studies teacher told them. The emerald-eyed boy shoved his fears to the side and activated his quirk. A faint sound of thunder could be heard. Izuku attacked the nearest earth creature and destroyed its left front leg. His blue-haired friend struck the beast in its head with a 20% straight right punch.
Hey, Deku, are you all right?
His brown-haired friend asked, sounding concerned.
I'm fine, Uraraka. It was just anxiety,
the green-haired boy said, sounding more nervous than usual as he forced a smile on his face.
Oi, nerd, we're your friends. If you need help, just ask,
the spiky-haired boy shouted as he set off another explosion.
Die, you bastard!
He screamed at the earth creature.
Bakugo, that language is highly inappropriate. Such language is very unheroic,
the boy with glasses scolded his fellow classmate.
Midoriya, you can talk to us.
I don't need help, Ida. I'm perfectly fine. Why don't any of you believe me? Borealis complained as he tried to convince himself that he was fine.
Because we know you're not fine. Stop lying. We were there when you admitted to mind control that you were having nightmares.
Katsuki growled at his childhood friend.
Just let it out. It's clear there's more to your nightmares than just your fear of what happened at the sports festival.
The green-haired boy opened his mouth to say something before closing it again. Borealis charged at another earth beast and destroyed its front legs. As Izuku started to increase the output of his quirk, the sound of the thunder got louder. His mind started to focus on the fact that the creatures he was fighting were made from earth. For some reason, the quirk felt familiar to him. It was almost like Izuku knew the quirk, but couldn't quite place where he'd heard of it. At that moment, Izuku noticed the lack of police sirens or heroes coming to help them. The Emerald Eye Boy stopped as he remembered his homeroom teacher's uncharacteristic display of emotion. It suddenly occurred to him that Aizawa decided to give the students some practical training to handle the next surprise villain attack. Izuku found it annoying that he couldn't remember who had an Earth-type quirk.
Kachan, this is training. Aizawa-sensei had someone throw us off of the mountain road,
Izuku said, sounding excited.
Training camp must have started the moment we stepped off the bus. Wouldn't this type of training leave us terrified or paranoid about getting ambushed?
The atomic blonde grumbled in frustration.
Sensei might not care at this point. All of us are scarred for life anyway,
Ida said as he reflected on the events that had taken place.
Maybe we should use this time to train our quirks. With everything that's been happening, we haven't focused on improving our quirks.
How long do you think it's going to take us to get to the training camp? Uraraka asked in wonder.
Ida will disable the creatures. You used your quirk to destroy them,
Izuku muttered happily.
Very well,
Ida said as his friends started to relax. The green-haired boy started going after the legs of the monsters. The blue-haired boy would then destroy the head of the creature.
The brown-haired girl would make the earth creatures float by touching them. The atomic blonde would then send an explosion at the monsters, destroying them. As the group was falling into a rhythm of destroying the earth monsters, the appearance of the monsters changed. Instead of walking, the monsters started flying. This forced the group of friends to rethink their strategy. All four groaned as they saw a group of 4 earth creatures start to dive-bomb them. Katsuki started to release several explosions aimed at destroying the dive-bombing beasts. How is this training? The emerald-eyed boy muttered in confusion.
Hey, nerd! Do you have any idea who's doing this? Ground Zero shouted so he could be heard over the explosions.
The quirk seems familiar, but I just can't place it. I remember hearing about...
Borealis trailed off as he had a sudden epiphany.
Now I remember.
Midoriya, who's responsible for this?
The blue-haired boy said in exasperation.
Bakugo, any ideas on how to get Midoriya to stop dragging this out? It took you long enough to figure it out.
The blonde-haired boy grumbled in annoyance.
Kachan, the past few months were disorienting with the villain attacks.
The green-haired boy muttered.
I think it's pro-hero Pixie Bob. Her quirk would allow her to do this.
Why would a hero who specializes in rescue do this?
Uraraka asked, feeling extremely confused.
Situational awareness, I think. A hero might have to fight a villain while rescuing people.
Borealis muttered as he started to analyze the situation.
There was the sports festival, so UA might have reached out to them so we could train in a more secluded spot. Most of us haven't had the chance to push our quirks to their limits.
Nerd, you better make sure you're paying attention to your surroundings,
the atomic blonde growled as more earth beasts appeared. Another 4 earth beasts started to dive-bomb the group, while another 3 approached on foot. Katsuki released a massive explosion to destroy the dive-bombing beasts. The repeated explosions caused his arms to ache. His blue-haired friend was also showing signs of fatigue. By this point, Ida was running low on the fuel for his quirk. The class president was using One for All exclusively to preserve the small amount of fuel he had left. Borealis was slowly starting to dehydrate from the constant use of his quirk, and he couldn't rehydrate because he had left his water bottle on the bus. Their brown-haired friend stopped at a nearby tree and began to vomit from overusing her quirk. When she looked up, an earthen monster was towering over her. Katsuki stared in surprise as he couldn't figure out a way to protect his friend. Ida was about to activate his engine quirk when he hesitated. The Earth Beast's fist was about to pulverize Uraraka. As Izuku saw his friend about to be crushed by the Earth monster, time seemed to slow down for him because of the adrenaline coursing through his body. Borealis seemed to imagine himself running over to his friend and moving her out of the way. At that moment, the adrenaline in his body pushed his quirk beyond anything he had ever done before. A burst of ionized air surrounded his palm for an instant as his quirk went plus ultra. His body was already moving when his quirk activated. Izuku kept seeing the path he needed to take to save his friend. The initial burst of energy started to burn his hands as it briefly exceeded his heat resistance. In a flash of green light, Borealis moved his friend out of harm's way. The impact of the Earth Beast's fist on the ground sent enough dust into the air to force his 2 friends to close their eyes. Uraraka closed her eyes and waited for the fatal blow to strike her, but suddenly she felt herself flying through the air. When she opened her eyes, Uraraka noticed that she was to the left of the Earth Beast. Her green-haired friend was on his knees to her left, panting. The sleeves of his shirt were smoldering from the overuse of his quirk. Her blue-haired friend quickly destroyed the beast and ran to join them.
Deku, are you okay?
The brown-haired girl asked as she started examining him for injuries.
Uraraka, I'm fine. I'm just glad I was able to make it in time,
Izuku muttered shyly as he tried to hide his hands from her.
Deku, did you overuse your quirk again?
You're turning red, the zero-gravity girl inquired as she noticed his face.
I'm fine, Uraraka. I need to let my body temperature decrease before I use my quirk again,
the green-haired boy muttered as he continued to hide his hands. His blonde-haired friend growled demandingly as he walked over to them.
Kachan, I'm fine. I just need to relax for a bit,
Borealis said as he tried to hide his hands from his childhood friend. At that moment, Uraraka was able to catch a glimpse of Izuku's left hand,
and began to doubt that Izuku was fine. Her friend was still trying to prevent anyone from seeing his hands. Ida ended the debate by using 5% of One for All and grabbing his green-haired friend's right arm.
Midoriya, stop lying. We know you pushed yourself beyond your limit,
Ida exasperatedly said as he exposed his friend's burned right hand.
I noticed that you were starting to burn just before Uraraka needed to take a break. This better be the last of those damn things,
Ground Zero grumbled as he blasted the last remaining Earth Beast to pieces. His friends nodded in agreement as they continued walking in the direction their teacher had indicated. The group noticed that the Earth Beasts slowly started to dwindle in numbers. By this point, Ida had run out of fuel for his quirk and was relying solely on the power of One for All. Katsuki was busy rubbing his aching right arm with his left hand. Uraraka looked like she was getting ready to pass out. Izuku was trying to keep both hands open to avoid aggravating the burns on the palms of his hands. The class president was the first to notice they were getting closer to a series of buildings in the forest. A short distance away, they heard their other classmates approaching the area as well. Despite how short the trek was from where they got off the bus, the sun was starting to set as they arrived at the training center.
Guys, we're almost there. I think I hear Sensei talking with someone just up ahead, the green-haired boy said as he tried to catch his breath. At least we know we went in the right direction.
They better have a good explanation for putting us through this,
the blonde-haired boy grumbled as they heard some students from Class 1B approaching them.
Regardless, this shows just how far I have to go before I'm strong enough to protect my friends.
I'm just glad those Earth Beasts stopped harassing us. I can barely move my hands now,
Izuku muttered, feeling exhausted.
Don't overuse your quirk next time. We would have taken a break so you could cool down if we had known,
Ida tiredly said, trying to avoid an argument he was too tired for.
I need to get better at using All Might's quirk.
Ida, it's your quirk now. All Might chose to pass it to you,
the green-haired boy said in frustration.
You have to make it your own quirk. Deku is right. All Might must have felt you were the best fit for his quirk,
Uraraka agreed as she sluggishly moved forward.
You're definitely strong enough to handle the power behind the quirk. Even Gran Torino said it was your quirk.
Then why doesn't it feel like it's my quirk?
Ida asked, sounding exhausted.
Four Eyes, it's because you refuse to treat it as your own quirk. You still treat it like it's a special move,
Katsuki grumbled in annoyance.
Prove All Might right by mastering the quirk. Thank you, Bakugo. I will make it my own,
Ida said with determination in his eyes. The 4 students were the first ones to arrive at the clearing where the teachers were waiting. As the sun slowly started sinking below the horizon, the rest of Class 1A and Class 1B began to show up as well. They only relaxed after both teachers verified that all the students had arrived safely. After treating any injuries the students received during the fight, Class 1A's teacher called them over to him.
Well done. You made it here in a reasonable amount of time considering the amount of training you've received. We made the arrival training harder than normal because of how strong you guys are,
Aizawa said in a monotonous voice.
However, you have a long way to go. Pro heroes would have made it here in time for lunch. Did you really need to tell us that, you bastard?
Katsuki growled angrily.
That is a highly inappropriate way to talk to our teacher, Bakugo,
Ida scolded the blonde-haired boy.
After what we went through, I'll talk to him however I want.
The atomic blonde grumbled stubbornly.
Before we head to dinner, follow me so I can explain the reason why we are training here,
the sleep-deprived teacher said, ignoring the comments. The black-haired teacher started to walk towards a secluded area behind a plain building with his class following slowly behind him. Uraraka, still weak from the fight with the Earth Beasts, was leaning on Izuku for support. Once they arrived at a wide-open space, the teacher picked up a baseball that had been lying on the ground.
Due to your strength, we increased the number of Earth Beasts you had to fight by a factor of 10. We also had them attack you in a variety of ways to push you to your limits,
the pro hero said tiredly.
We will be working on your quirks for the duration of this training camp.
Sir, wasn't that what we were doing at UA until now?
Izuku asked, intrigued.
At UA, we were training your bodies. We weren't focusing on your quirks,
Eraserhead said in a matter-of-fact tone as he tossed the ball to Katsuki.
Bakugo, throw that ball again. Make sure to use your quirk when you throw the ball.
The class started to mutter amongst themselves. Some of the class assumed that the atomic blonde could easily break 1,200 meters when he threw the ball. The green-haired boy assumed that there was something more to the test. His friend hadn't focused on condensing his explosions. Knowing this, Borealis assumed his friend would throw the ball about 1,000 meters. Katsuki released an explosion just after he threw the ball. "Die!" the blonde-haired boy shouted as he threw the ball. The ball sailed high into the air and quickly went out of sight. With the sun having fully set, it was hard to judge exactly how far the ball traveled through the air. The sleep-deprived teacher looked at his phone and saw the score going up. The number went up rapidly for a few seconds before slowing down. Once the number stopped, Aizawa turned the device towards everyone. The display showed the ball traveled an even 900 meters. The class started muttering to each other in shock. The score had barely improved since the beginning of the year. It was almost as if their hard work was barely paying off. The other thing that surprised them was that their teacher simply kept standing there, like he had all the time in the world. "The training here is specifically designed to push your quirk to its limit. We have designed this training with that in mind," the sleep-deprived man said. "Today was the last free day you will have," he said sardonically. Turning to walk away, Aizawa added, "After tonight, you will have to do everything yourselves, including cooking your own meals." The students of 1A started following their teacher in shock. Everyone was feeling exhausted from fighting the earth beasts and the trek to get to the campgrounds. 1A ate their dinner without their usual energy. Unbeknownst to the people at the training camp, a group of people were starting to arrive in the forest. A man in jeans and a top hat was observing the activities using a pair of binoculars. As the man lowered the binoculars from his face, a massive scar could be seen on the left side of his face. His left eye had been replaced by a prosthetic eye. His blonde hair was being blown around by the wind. A young girl with blonde hair was standing next to him playing with a knife. She was wearing a schoolgirl's outfit. However, despite her smile, she cautiously watched the man she was standing next to. The guy licked his lips as he thought about what would happen in 2 days' time. Over the next 2 days, the training left the students feeling drained. Izuku and Ida were paired up during training. An obstacle course was set up for them when they arrived at the base of the mountain they were training at. Ida was instructed to follow the obstacle course in a counterclockwise fashion. Borealis was informed that he had to follow the obstacle course in a clockwise fashion. Each time they passed each other, they had to transfer a baton they were given to the other person. Aizawa instructed both students to run their fastest without going beyond their limits. The first obstacle Borealis came to only had a few places to step safely. However, each of those places had a slippery substance applied to it. To make matters more difficult, there were logs swinging between each foothold. There was a 2-meter gap between each landing space, and each landing space consisted of a poorly balanced stone. If either one of them failed to do the obstacle properly, they would have to restart the obstacle course from the beginning. The second obstacle Borealis encountered was ice-covered ground. If he slid off the icy path, he would have to restart. Balls were constantly being shot across the ice. The ice was 2 meters wide and 10 meters long. There were different sized balls being shot out at different intervals. The third obstacle was a curved path around the mountain. The difficulty lay in the fact that spikes would randomly rise out of the ground. The final obstacle the green-haired boy had to deal with was running across a narrow path with rocks constantly falling on it. The first time the boys ran around the course, obstacles were easy to deal with, so they met at the midpoint between their second and third obstacles. However, as time went on, both Izuku and Ida slowed down as they began to tire. It didn't help that Gran Torino had instructed Ida to only use his engine quirk. On the fourth lap, the blue-haired boy failed on the last obstacle 3 times. The class president kept mistiming his jumps, and the logs would slam into him as he jumped. Borealis had issues on the last obstacle he faced. Izuku kept having to restart each time a falling rock hit him on the shoulder. By the 4th attempt on the first day, neither could finish their final obstacle without going beyond their limits. At the start of the second day, Izuku made a breakthrough with overdrive. As long as he made sure he was drinking plenty of electrolytes, he could use it without stopping. This made the green-haired boy's life easier since he could move at his fastest speed. It also allowed him a greater degree of maneuverability, helping him avoid the obstacles. Ida learned that as long as he was careful about how he used Recipro Burst, he could dodge most of the obstacles. Without One For All being activated, the technique didn't seem to overheat his engines. He also seemed to consume less fuel because of the enhancement One For All naturally provided his quirk. As the sun started to set, Aizawa called them over to him. He congratulated the students for their hard work. At that moment, an explosion on the ground went off, forcing everyone to scatter. After that, more explosions went off, forcing everyone to separate even more. The Emerald-Eyed Boy ended up running towards another mountain. He grew concerned as he remembered who liked to walk up the mountain. As Borealis ran towards the mountain, he hoped that the young boy had decided to stay with his Aunt Mandalay. Near the top of the mountain stood a young boy with a red hat, with 2 yellow horns on it. A hooded figure approached him from behind and said, "Nice hat, kid. You're not one of those hero kids, so if you give me your hat and run away, you'll live." The small kid turned around and started to freak out. The man responsible for killing his parents was standing in front of him. Fear paralyzed the child, so he was unable to run. "So you've chosen to fight me. Then let's have some fun," the cloaked figure said, as muscle fibers started to form around the wrists of the man. The man raised his right arm out of his cloak. The arm was covered in poorly organized muscle fibers. The man leapt at the boy and started to throw a straight right punch at the young boy. For a brief moment, thunder could be heard coming from the area around the top of the mountain. Thunder roared around them. The cloaked figure's straight right punch collided with the ground where the child had been standing and formed a large crater. The man looked down and was surprised to notice that the kid wasn't there. A few meters away, Izuku was standing there, holding the young boy. Izuku set Koda down slowly to avoid hurting the young boy with his quirk. The hooded figure tossed his cloak off. Both of his arms were covered in poorly organized muscle fibers. "Koda, are you all right?" Izuku asked nervously. "He's going to kill you! Why did you come here?" Koda asked in terror. "Koda, you need to leave immediately," Izuku told him calmly as he stared the villain down. Something about the man's quirk caused Borealis to pause. The quirk seemed familiar. The green-haired boy was racking his brain as he tried to recall a news report he had seen. A smile formed on the villain's face as he looked at Izuku. The sinister smile sent a shiver down the young hero's spine. "Hey kid, you wouldn't happen to know where the Pussycat heroes are, would you?" Muscular asked, still smiling. Izuku looked back and saw the young kid he had just saved was paralyzed in fear. Borealis sympathized with Koda as he felt the same way. For the first time, the green-haired boy truly understood what All Might meant. A smile formed on Izuku's face as he tried to trick the fear he felt. "I'm gonna take that as a no," the one-eyed villain said, with a devilish grin on his face. As he charged forward, he said, "Don't disappoint me, kid. Show me what you've got." Borealis knew that holding back would get him killed. He also knew that he couldn't fight the villain alone. Borealis stepped to his left as he pulled out his phone to transmit his location. Muscular saw the change in direction and followed. The man had lost interest in Koda. The blonde-haired villain noticed Izuku reaching for his phone. With a powerful leap, the villain closed the gap between them. In his haste to dodge out of the way, Izuku dropped his phone. With a powerful stomp of his right leg, Muscular broke the phone into a million pieces, and then with an evil smile, he ground what remained into dust. Koda saw this display of power and ran towards Pussycat's hero agency in an attempt to get help, while Izuku watched in surprise as the villain destroyed his phone. "I want to enjoy this fight without any interruptions, kid," Muscular said as he started to release his bloodlust. "Now that the kid is gone, you can focus entirely on me." Borealis swallowed in fear. Various pathways started to appear to him. At first, Izuku was confused by what he was seeing. As the villain prepared to attack him again, he understood. At first, each path the emerald-eyed boy saw was black. However, he kept increasing the output of his quirk until it was at max. Izuku realized he was seeing the path of least resistance. Borealis intuitively realized that the black paths meant he would face a path with the highest resistance. Izuku looked at the villain in fear as he realized he would have to stand and fight. It was the only path that didn't seem to end abruptly. The green-haired boy shifted his weight onto his right leg. He wanted the villain to think he was about to move to the right. In reality, it was only a feint.
Borealis continued to stare at the man who was wearing a murderous smile. Izuku's own smile felt fragile and weak. The sound of thunder was slowly drowning out the sound of explosions in the night. The forest was set ablaze by a spark from an explosion. Terror gripped the green-haired boy as the man started to run at him. Izuku shifted his weight quickly and dodged to his left. A thunderous boom could be heard as the blonde-haired villain punched a crater into the side of the mountain. For a brief moment, dust covered the battlefield, obscuring their vision. Borealis' mind raced as he tried to figure out a way to defeat the villain. The fear Izuku felt was slowly replaced by a rush of adrenaline. Slowly, his mind focused on his need to defeat the man in front of him. Any thought of trying to flee from the fight faded into oblivion. Borealis soon realized that given his opponent's strength, staying on the defensive would keep him at a disadvantage. He had to find a way to weaken the villain. The exposed muscle fibers on the blonde-haired man's body gave Izuku an idea. If the man's quirk generated muscle fibers, that meant the villain had nerves connected to the fibers to control them, and nerves would transmit pain. The green-haired boy felt his fake smile slowly turn into a real smile. Instead of waiting for Muscular to charge at him, Borealis chose to circle the man. As carefully as Izuku could, he decreased the distance between him and the one-eyed man. The green-haired boy then attacked the villain from behind. Sensing the attack, Muscular turned around and threw a straight left punch where he expected his opponent to be. The hero in training simply stepped to his right and grabbed the villain's arm. The emerald-eyed boy used the blonde-haired man's momentum against him. Izuku pulled the man's arm farther away from his center of gravity. As Muscular lost his balance, Borealis then used his speed to throw the man into the side of the mountain. The green-haired boy eyed his opponent. The villain's smile widened as he got up. "Let's see whose way of life is stronger, kid," Muscular said menacingly as his bloodlust continued to rise. "That trick won't work a second time, kid, so you better not hold back." Izuku barely heard the villain over the sound of his heartbeat. Borealis didn't trust himself to respond. He was afraid the villain would notice the fear in his voice. The man's psychopathic desire to toy with his victims before killing them would only increase if he sensed that his opponent was scared. The green-haired boy readied himself for the villain's next attack. Muscular's grin slowly began to fade as he charged once again. This time, the man threw a right elbow at the green-haired boy's left temple. Izuku ducked below the strike and moved to his left. Instead of moving past the villain, the green-haired hero stopped moving and kicked the villain in the knee using the side of his foot. Muscular's right knee buckled as it was pushed towards the left. As the man's right leg was forcibly turned to the left, Borealis moved away. A smile appeared on the villain's face again. The one-eyed villain thrust his right hand into his pocket. "You're pretty strong, kid," Muscular said excitedly as he rummaged around in his pocket. "But playtime is over." Several fake eyes fell from his pocket. Muscular removed his prosthetic eye with his left hand. The rummaging stopped as the villain found what he was looking for. The blonde-haired man put his right hand next to his left eye socket and inserted something into it. He lowered his right hand to reveal a blood-red eye. The muscle fibers on the villain slowly retracted back into his body. The tense atmosphere made the smile on the villain's face all the more menacing. Izuku's eyes widened in fear as all the paths turned pitch black. Out of fear, the green-haired boy activated overdrive. A green light encased Borealis as the villain bent his knees. The emerald-eyed boy watched as his opponent's body was almost instantly covered in muscle once again. This time, however, the muscle wasn't a disorganized mess. The muscle fibers coiled around the villain's body neatly. Muscular leapt forward with a surprising amount of speed. Izuku barely rolled out of the way as the villain's fist came crashing down. The force behind the punch caused cracks to form in all directions around a massive crater. Borealis stared in shock as he realized his opponent had been holding back until now. Worse, the villain's speed was comparable to his own. The green-haired boy was left speechless as he tried to figure out a way to overcome the raw power difference. Without realizing it, green lightning started to strike the area around Izuku. Borealis tried to plan out various paths he could use to attack the villain in front of him. Every path the green-haired boy thought of ended abruptly. Not giving his opponent a chance, Muscular launched himself at Izuku again. The emerald-eyed boy jumped out of the way. The one-eyed villain was ready for the move this time. The man sent a right hook straight into his opponent's left arm as the boy moved to the left. With a sickening crunch as the bones in his arm broke, Borealis was sent flying towards the side of the mountain. Izuku used his right arm to avoid crashing into the side of the mountain. Pain shot through his left arm as the green-haired boy changed his direction so he could plant his feet on the side of the mountain. Confused by the pain, Izuku looked down to see his left arm twisted at a weird angle. "He broke my arm with one strike," Izuku realized in awe. With a grimace, Borealis twisted his left arm back into its proper place so it could begin to heal. As tears of pain started to leak out of his eyes, the green-haired hero launched himself back at his opponent. As Izuku threw a straight right punch towards the villain's face, green lightning shot out of his arm and started to strike the man's face. Then, Izuku wedged his left hand between some of the muscle fibers on Muscular's right arm. The muscle fibers on the blonde-haired man's right arm started to burn. A loud rumble of thunder could be heard as Izuku's fist connected with Muscular's face. Dust and debris were blasted into the air as the green lightning continued to shoot from Izuku's arms and struck the ground around them. Borealis backpedaled as quickly as he could to avoid his opponent's response. Sweat was pouring down the green-haired boy's face. As the debris started to clear, Izuku saw Muscular had collapsed onto one knee. He had finally been weakened. The left side of his face was covered in burns. The villain's right arm was burned in a similar fashion. The one-eyed villain slowly got up. The smile on his face was even more terrifying. Muscular's unrelenting will forced his injured body to move. Muscle fibers slowly started to cover his arms once again. How is he still standing? I put everything I had into that attack, Izuku fearfully thought to himself as his eyes widened in shock. Are you ready for round 2, kid? That was actually pretty good, Muscular ominously said as he spit out some blood. You didn't disappoint, kid. Borealis's ears were still ringing from the thunder his quirk produced, so he barely heard the villain's words. Izuku was unable to hear the screaming voices of people telling him to hold on for just a little longer because help was on the way. Muscular paused for a second before bending his knees like he was about to leap. Back in the forest, the explosions continued. 2 girls had been separated from their classmates and were trying to rejoin them. Asui was using her frog quirk to quickly hop along the ground. Uraraka was running alongside her friend as another explosion occurred right in front of them. The scalding heat from the explosion forced the 2 girls to stop running. From their left, a small, razor-sharp knife was thrown at them. Out of the corner of her eye, the green-haired girl saw the knife and tackled her friend to the ground. Her friend was about to complain when both of them heard footsteps approaching them. Both girls slowly got up as they turned towards the approaching footsteps. A blonde-haired girl, about their age, came skipping into view with a disappointed look on her face. The girl was twirling a small knife between the fingers of her right hand. Toga, the blonde-haired girl, looked at the 2 girls she stumbled upon and sighed. She skipped over to the tree and removed the knife that was embedded in it. As she moved past the 2 girls, they noticed she was carrying large syringes with tubes connected to them. Asui hopped away from the blonde-haired girl. Despite everything that was going on, the green-haired girl felt conflicted about fighting this strange girl. If you don't mind, could you please leave before my boss forces me to fight you? Because I really don't want to, Toga said as she started to lick her lips. Why don't you just leave if you don't want to do this? I'm sure the authorities would be willing to help if you told them what's going on, Uraraka naively said as she looked at the girl with concern. Why are you so willing to try and help me? I'm part of the group that's currently attacking you, Toga asked, surprised by the words of the brown-haired girl. It's a hero's job to help those in need. Despite being a member of the group attacking us, you don't seem happy about it, Uraraka said with concern. You seem as if you need help, so I'm trying to help. Toga simply looked at the brown-haired girl in shock for a moment. Throughout her life, she had been bullied and forced to be something she wasn't because of her blood-based quirk. Despite joining a group claiming to have the goal of creating a society where people could use their quirks freely, Toga felt isolated by the group. The group made it clear that her only purpose was to collect other people's blood and use it to sow chaos. But that wasn't what she wanted to do. All Might made sure that his greatest rival was treated with respect after he passed away. Ribbit, Asui cautiously said as she watched the blonde-haired girl closely. If he was willing to help the greatest villain, why shouldn't we try to help you?
Would you be willing to help me if you knew my quirk allows me to transform into you after I ingest some of your blood? The girl asked. Annoyed by the response, Uraraka walked closer to Toga and demanded, "What does your quirk have to do with it? Your quirk doesn't define who you are." When Toga opened her mouth to respond, the brown-haired girl stared her down. The stare made the vampire girl doubt herself, but despite her doubts about the side she had chosen, Toga swung her left hand at the brown-haired girl. Uraraka stepped back while turning clockwise. The brown-haired girl then pushed Toga's left hand away from her. Asui watched the girl attacking her friend while feeling conflicted. The green-haired girl could tell by the sluggish movement of the crazy schoolgirl that Toga wasn't trying to actually hurt them. Froppy continued to watch the fight as the explosions got closer. Toga let out a sigh of frustration as she started to attack Uraraka with increased ferocity. As she looked around, she caught a glimpse of something reflecting light in the distance. The blonde-haired girl needed to make the fight look intense, otherwise her boss would simply detonate her equipment. Complicating matters for the blonde-haired girl was the fact that she didn't want to hurt the two girls. In between the explosions, the three girls could hear the constant rumbling of thunder. Sweat started to drip down Uraraka's face as she tried to avoid getting stabbed. Each time the blonde girl attacked her, Uraraka was pushed back even further. Despite all of her effort to become a better fighter, she was being pushed back by an opponent who wasn't even trying. The zero-gravity girl had a flashback to the sports festival where she had felt useless. The frown on her face was a manifestation of her frustration. For the first time, Uraraka wished that she had asked her teachers for extra combat lessons. Using the knife in her right hand, Toga attempted to stab the brown-haired girl in the left shoulder. Despite the yellow-haired girl's slow attack, Uraraka stumbled backwards as she tripped over a tree root. Before the blade could make contact, a tongue wrapped around Toga's right arm. Asui then threw the girl into the trunk of a nearby tree. As much as the green-haired girl wanted to help the girl attacking them, she knew her classmate was in trouble. Froppy paused as a drone started to fly closer to them. At first, she didn't think anything of it, but then she noticed the look of terror in Toga's face. Realizing that her life was in danger, Toga threw one of her knives at the girls. Uraraka rolled out of the way of the incoming knife. Asui simply jumped away from the path of the knife. Both girls grew more concerned as they heard the thunder getting louder. When Froppy turned her head in the direction of the thunder, Toga saw this opening and lunged at her. I hope one of your friends isn't over there, because a villain called Muscular was heading in that direction, and he enjoys torturing people before he kills them, Toga taunted as she slashed at Asui's face. Do you love anyone? Between the increase in the volume of the thunder and Toga's taunting, Asui reacted a fraction of a second too slowly, and Toga's knife made a shallow horizontal cut across the bridge of her nose. Blood spurted from the wound and coated the tip of the knife that Toga held in her left hand. The blonde-haired girl looked down at her knife sadly. For her, this didn't feel like something Stain would do. Stain hunted fake heroes, not true heroes like the two girls standing in front of her. Have you ever loved someone so much that you wanted to be them? The blonde-haired girl asked. Why be someone else when you could just be yourself, Ribbit? Asui curiously asked. Why be something you're not, Ribbit? Toga's jaw dropped as she swung her knife at the green-haired girl. Her blood boiled at the fact that she had to attack these girls. The yellow-haired girl grabbed one of her syringes in her right hand. Toga continued to swing the knife in her left hand wildly. She was trying to distract her opponents from the weapon she used to acquire someone's blood. Asui noticed that despite her opponent's wild swings, the attacks always missed by a wide margin. At that exact moment, a rumble of thunder was so loud that it covered up the sound of the explosions. Then, for a moment, both the explosions and the thunder ceased. Dust covered a portion of the mountain. Toga stopped swinging at the green-haired girl as it became eerily silent. For a moment, the blonde-haired girl thought that Muscular had been defeated. Toga quickly quashed that thought. She watched as something leapt away from the mountain. The drone hovered in the air for a few moments before self-destructing. Get out of here, please, Toga pleaded with her opponents as she realized she was about to be killed. The group I work for doesn't care about individual lives. It only cares about its goal. Asui was about to ask what the blonde girl was talking about. Then it hit her like a ton of bricks. The green-haired heroine couldn't believe that a group would simply kill off one of its own to achieve its goals.
Froppy hopped over to her friend as quickly as possible in an attempt to move her out of the blast radius. Unbeknownst to the three girls, a man with glowing yellow eyes had been observing their fight from a short distance away. Kurogiri's eyes narrowed as his left hand dissolved into a mist, ready to form into a portal. For him, the fight took an unexpectedly dark turn. The yellow-eyed man grimaced as he felt bad for the blonde-haired girl. Froppy reached her friend as the gear that was wrapped around Toga acquired a yellow glow. Uraraka quickly used her quirk on her friend to remove the effects of gravity so she could move Asui more easily. Tears started to roll down the girls' faces as they moved away from their opponent. Realizing the girls wouldn't get away from the explosion fast enough, Kurogiri opened a portal in front of them. Without realizing it, Uraraka and Asui stepped through the portal. They were instantly transported to the mountain where some of the pro heroes had gathered. The first thing they saw was their friend Izuku passed out on the ground. His left arm was an odd purple color, and his right arm was covered in severe burns. Their attention quickly shifted to the sound of a large explosion where they had been fighting. A series of explosions soon followed. Uraraka broke into tears as the shockwave from the first explosion hit them. The shockwave was strong enough to force everyone to take a step back. Asui tried to comfort her friend as she watched the fire starting to spread in the forest. The green-haired girl hoped that the girl they had fought had somehow survived the explosion. It suddenly dawned on her that she didn't remember hopping up the mountain. It took Froppy a second to realize that she and Asui had passed through a strange purple cloud as they arrived on the mountain. In the forest, Kurogiri exited from a purple mist once the explosion died away. A massive crater was left in the ground. Trees had been ripped out of the ground from the force of the explosion. As the man with the yellow eyes got closer, he noticed some of the trees had been blown to bits. The once moss-covered area was now covered in ash from the explosion. As he stepped down into the crater, he found the yellow-haired girl lying at the bottom. Toga was bleeding heavily from multiple spots on her body, while a pool of blood was forming around her. Burns covered her body as Kurogiri gently opened a portal beneath her. With all the delicacy he could muster, he slowly dropped her into the portal. For some reason, this reminded him of the attack on USJ. The yellow-eyed man narrowed his eyes as he decided to think about that subject later. For now, he would hope that he had made it in time to save the girl's life. Once Toga had disappeared into his portal, Kurogiri opened a portal for himself. With an inaudible sigh, he disappeared into the portal. Thank you all.
Everything fell silent as the explosions stopped. Asui watched as the forest below caught fire, her emotions mirroring the destructive nature of the fire she was watching. She was furious that a group would be so willing to turn their followers into bombs. She was livid that, once again, her friends had been attacked. Froppy looked around the mountain she was on and noticed the destruction. Craters covered the portion of the mountain where they were standing. Scorch marks were broken up by the craters. The tears streaming down Uraraka's face slowly stopped as she looked around. A black-haired man walked over to the two girls sitting by the edge of the mountain.
That girl you fought had a slim chance of survival. Uraraka, use your quirk on Midoriya,
Aizawa tiredly said.
Once we get back to UA, I'm going to have everyone hand in a report explaining what they think they need to improve on.
Sir, do you know anyone who could teach me how to fight? Uraraka suddenly asked.
What made you decide to become a combat hero?
Eraserhead curiously asked, with a yawn. I want to be a hero who saves people, Uraraka said in a sad tone of voice as she looked at the ground. This is the third time where my inability to fight became a burden on my friends, and I might have been able to save that girl if I had known how to fight.
I see. In the meantime, ask Ojiro for help in that area, while I see if I can find someone who can teach you martial arts,
her teacher said as he smiled.
When Midoriya wakes up, ask him what happened to his phone. We haven't been able to find it, and I know he had it at today's training.
Of course, sir, the brown-haired girl said graciously. Uraraka let out a gasp in shock when she saw Izuku. A series of bandages covered both arms. The brown-haired girl placed her hand on her friend and activated her quirk. Aizawa picked Izuku up, and everyone started walking down the mountain. The trek down the mountain was quiet as everyone tried to process what had happened. As the blaze continued to spread through the forest, everyone was left wondering if they were truly safe. After the teachers determined that all their students were accounted for,
and the medical staff assessed and tended to the students' injuries. Teachers instructed their students to pack their belongings so they could return to UA the following morning. A few days after classes 1A and 1B returned to UA, Principal Nezu was pacing around his office. Nezu's desk was located to the right of the door leading into his office. Shelves filled with books lined the walls both behind and in front of his desk, while the wall to the right of his desk consisted of a floor-to-ceiling window that gave him a nice view of the UA campus. In the middle of the office, situated between two black couches, was a small coffee table. Due to the most recent attack on the students, the Whiteford principal had canceled classes and organized various activities for the students to participate in. The only thing on his desk was a monitor with an email from the Safety Commission. His pacing was interrupted by a knock on the door. "Come in. The door is unlocked. Please sit down. There is something we need to discuss," Principal Nezu said, already knowing who was at the door without having to look. Aizawa was followed into the room by a man with dark green hair. The two pro-heroes walked over to one of the couches and sat down. The principal sat down on the other couch. "The Safety Commission sent me a rather surprising email earlier today regarding one of your students, Aizawa," the UA principal said without showing any emotion. "Which student does it concern?" Aizawa said sullenly, expecting the worst. "It seems that Midoriya's actions at the sports festival and then later at the training camp impressed members of the Safety Commission, and they have determined that he has earned his provisional hero license," Nezu replied. "Sir Night-Eye," the principal continued, "would you be willing to let Midoriya do his hero work study at your agency for the duration of the provisional licensing exam? Based on what I have heard, Midoriya seems qualified, so I am willing to let him do his hero work study at my agency. I would like him to continue interning at my hero agency once the exam has been completed," Sir Night-Eye said. "Aizawa, please send Midoriya to my office before you discuss the provisional license exam with your students tomorrow," Nezu requested. Then to Sir Night-Eye he added, "I would like to discuss the logistics of protecting the test sites with you." "If you don't mind, sir, I will be taking my leave then," Aizawa muttered, surprised by the news. "You're free to go," Principal Nezu said absently. As Aizawa was exiting the office, he heard Nezu and Night-Eye discussing which test site was the most likely to be attacked. Walking back to the dormitory, Eraserhead contemplated how he would inform the class that Midoriya wouldn't be taking part in the exam, and his concern that having the top-ranked heroes in Japan overseeing the safety of the exam sites might actually place the students at greater risk of an attack by villains. The next day, Eraserhead had the class schedule for the next 2 weeks displayed on the board when the students entered the room. He was leaning against the wall looking at his phone while the students sat in their assigned seats in silence, waiting for him to speak. Finally, Aizawa looked up and put his phone away. "Midoriya, Principal Nezu would like to see you in his office. After your conversation with the principal, head over to training gym Gamma," Aizawa flatly said as he stepped away from the wall. Izuku looked at his teacher in surprise, but picked up his bag and left the room. The rest of 1A was as confused as Midoriya by their teacher's announcement. After the door shut behind Midoriya, Aizawa began speaking. "Under normal circumstances, the provisional license exam would consist of 2 parts. Normally, we would have you take the provisional license exam in your second year. However, you've all proven that you are ready, so we are giving you the opportunity to take the exam in your first year," the teacher began in a monotone voice. "The Safety Commission deemed Part 1 of the exam inadequate to test the strength of young heroes, so they have dispensed with that part of the exam, and have made the second part of the exam longer and more difficult. For security purposes, the Safety Commission has limited the number of students taking the test at any one location to 100 per testing site. Lastly, the Commission has required that to qualify for the provisional license exam, students must have first passed preliminary tests in their schools. Due to the villain attacks on UA, our students have been exempted from the qualification tests." "So, does that mean that Borealis isn't going to have a shot at getting a provisional license?" Katsuki asked belligerently. While his teacher was explaining the details of the provisional license exam to the class, Borealis was on his way to the principal's office. Random thoughts were racing through his mind. He was sure his homeroom teacher was about to explain how the provisional license exam was going to work, and it concerned him that he was being excluded. Izuku was also wondering when he would get the opportunity to replace his phone. He was scared that the principal was going to expel him from UA, because, once again, he hadn't requested help when fighting a villain. Deep in thought, he almost ran right into the principal.
"Excuse me, young man, do you have a moment?"
Nezu asked the distracted green-haired student.
"I would like to explain why you won't be able to take the provisional license exam."
"Principal Nezu, I thought I was supposed to head to your office," Izuku said in shock as he noticed the principal for the first time.
"You are? It occurred to me that you might think you were getting expelled, so I wanted to put your mind at ease as soon as possible,"
the UA principal said with concern in his voice.
"Rest assured, that is not the case. In fact, it is exactly the opposite. It seems that the Safety Commission was so impressed by your actions that they decided to give you an opportunity rarely given to any student, let alone a first year. I will explain once we are in the privacy of my office."
"What kind of opportunity, sir?" Borealis muttered in confusion.
"One that puts you closer to becoming a hero,"
Nezu said in an upbeat voice.
"Let's discuss this further in my office."
Izuku walked in silence next to the principal. The green-haired boy wondered what kind of opportunity he was being offered. Borealis remembered 4 instances when a student was given a provisional license without having to take the exam. But, unlike him, those students were exceptional. Nezu watched Izuku as they were walking to his office. As they arrived at the principal's office, they saw Sir Night-Eye waiting for them at the door to the office. "Hello, Midoriya. I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon," Sir Night-Eye calmly said as the two approached. "I'm sorry to hear about what happened at the training camp."
"Good. Now everyone is here. Let's discuss the opportunity,"
Nezu said as he opened the door to his office.
"Midoriya, feel free to interrupt if you have any questions."
"Thank you, sir," Izuku said with a puzzled expression as he entered the room. "Given the circumstances, it makes sense that you're not smiling," Sir Night-Eye said with a smile as he entered the room behind Izuku. "Well done. I heard about that kid you saved on the mountain. I'm impressed you were able to hold out long enough for help to arrive when you fought against Muscular." The principal was the last one to enter the room. As he did, he closed the door. Night-Eye took a seat on one of the couches and motioned for Izuku to sit on the other couch. Nezu sat down next to Sir Night-Eye and poured everyone a cup of tea.
"As you probably suspect, Aizawa is currently discussing the provisional license exam with your class,"
the principal said pleasantly as he took a sip of tea.
"In an email I received yesterday from the Safety Commission, I was informed that based on your actions during the attacks at the sports festival and the training camp, they are giving you your provisional hero license."
"How come the rest of Class 1A isn't being considered?" Izuku asked in shock. "It came down to how you handled yourself when All Might and All for One clashed," Sir Night-Eye said with a sad smile as he examined Izuku. "You were the only one who put the civilians at ease when you rescued them. Aside from your friend Bakugo, the other students weren't ready to save people. You and Bakugo were the only two who reacted without hesitation to try and save people. The Safety Commission didn't make the same offer to Bakugo because of his abrasive personality."
"Every civilian that you saved acknowledged how you were trying to put them at ease,"
Nezu said with pride in his voice as he looked at his cup of tea.
"While they could tell you were nervous, they were put at ease when you smiled. The people you saved at the sports festival said the same thing, which brings us to what I wanted to discuss with you.
Even if they're willing to make an exception for me, shouldn't I take the test?" Izuku stuttered as he tried to understand what he had just heard. "In their opinion, no. They don't expect to see you behaving differently during the exam," the man with glasses explained. "What this means is that you will have to work harder to prove yourself worthy of this opportunity."
Which brings me to your hero work study. Since you have your provisional license, you will need to decide which pro-hero agency you want to intern at,"
Nezu said as he took another sip of tea.
"To make your life easier,
Night Eye and I agreed to offer you the opportunity to intern at his agency if you wanted to.
I would appreciate that. When would I start, sir?
Borealis asked excitedly.
I will send you an email once I've worked it out with your teachers, Night Eye said. You will most likely start before the provisional license exam. If you have any additional questions, feel free to ask.
What exactly is the hero work study? Izuku asked as he tried to process what was happening. You will be performing the normal activities that a hero performs on patrol, the Whiteford principal said. Instead of sitting on the sidelines, you will operate as a sidekick to a pro hero.
You will be acquiring valuable experience for when you're a hero,
Night Eye added as he took a sip of tea.
For the most part, you will be going on patrol. You will be paired with someone else so you can get experience of working as part of a team.
Izuku took a sip of tea as he thought about his next question. This was so unexpected that he had dozens of questions buzzing around his mind, but he decided to ask the one question that seemed most important to him. What will I be doing during the provisional license exam? Borealis asked, sounding extremely puzzled.
You will be patrolling the exam site where your classmates are taking their provisional license exam, Sir Night Eye said in his customary monotone. You will be paired with another UA student who is already interning at my agency. Given the number of high-ranking pro heroes protecting the tests, I expect villains to try and disrupt the exam to make names for themselves.
Before you share this information with your classmates, I suggest you speak with Aizawa, the UA principal said as he finished his cup of tea. He might not want you to tell them everything. If you have no additional questions, you may rejoin your class as soon as you finish your tea.
Izuku sipped his tea slowly as he tried to analyze his emotions. Shock was the only emotion that Borealis felt. Once he finished his tea, he thanked both the principal and Sir Night Eye and raced out of the office. He sprinted back to his dorm room and dropped off his bag. Izuku quickly changed into his hero costume and left his room, making sure to lock the door behind him before running to Training Gym Gamma. Izuku felt elated by the fact that he had cleared a major hurdle on his way to becoming a hero. As he got closer to the training gym, he felt nervous. The green-haired boy couldn't figure out how he was supposed to tell his classmates. Another thought suddenly occurred to him. What if Aizawa didn't want him to say anything at all? As he approached Gym Gamma, he noticed his teacher standing outside of the door. As Izuku approached the gym, his teacher looked up from his phone and smiled at him. Aizawa waved as Izuku started to slow down to stop. How did the meeting go?
Aizawa asked innocently as Borealis came to a halt in front of him.
How does it feel to be a provisionally licensed hero?
Strange. It feels strange. I wasn't expecting to get my license this way, Izuku stuttered with a smile. Principal Nezu said I should talk to you before I say anything to my classmates.
You may tell them everything, except details about the hero work study. I don't need them focusing on something other than the provisional license exam,
Aizawa replied.
Also, I have spoken with Night Eye, and we agreed that you will go on patrol every day at 3 p.m. after class. And one last thing you should know. Shortly after you left his office, Nezu received your provisional license. Night Eye will give it to you when you go on patrol after we finish training here.
Can I tell them at the end of training, sir? Borealis asked with nervous excitement.
That's fine. I intend to stop the training 5 minutes early,
Class 1A's teacher said, sounding bored.
This way, everyone can relax before we head to the next training location.
Thank you, sir, the green-haired boy said as he entered the gym. Aizawa waited a few seconds before entering the gym himself. He was happy to see that his class was ready to tackle any challenge head-on. Eraserhead continued to smile as he saw Izuku head into the concrete training arena. Aizawa was pleased with the progress his class was making with their special moves. He hoped that the provisional license exam would take place without any issues. Izuku raced through the concrete mountains as he searched for his friends. After a few moments, he found them training with Gran Torino. The short, white-haired man smacked Katsuki on the leg just after Katsuki released a focused explosion.
I already told you not to put so much force into your blasts,
Gran Torino said with mild annoyance. Izuku slowed down once he reached the pair. He quickly looked around for Uraraka and Ida, but failed to see either of them. As he walked over to Gran Torino, his childhood friend released another explosion. This time, the blast wasn't strong enough and didn't affect the concrete.
Gran Torino! Kachan, how are you guys doing?
Izuku asked happily as he walked over to them. "How did it go with Principal Nezu? Aizawa told me why Nezu wanted to see you," Gran Torino said as he looked back at Izuku. "Are you taking the provisional license exam or what, Borealis?" Katsuki grumbled in annoyance. "If you weren't so abrasive, you would have reached his level by now," Gran Torino said with a smirk. "You've definitely earned it." "Do you know where Uraraka and Ida are?" Borealis asked excitedly. "As soon as Ground Zero here completes the exercise I gave him, I will take you there," Gran Torino said pleasantly. "While you're wasting time here, your friend has already gone to the next stage." "I'm not losing to Borealis, or anyone else for that matter," Ground Zero growled. Katsuki had his fingers on his left hand form a circle with his left palm. He then placed his left hand on his right palm. Ground Zero released an explosive blast from his right palm. His left hand focused the blast into a stream. A small circle formed in the concrete mountain Katsuki was aiming at. Aside from the small hole that was formed in the mountain, nothing else changed. Gran Torino motioned for the two boys to follow him. The retired pro hero led the way to a dead end. The dead end was formed by 3 concrete mountains. Uraraka was using grappling hooks that were built into her costume to throw large concrete boulders at Ida. Ida used his Recipro burst to avoid the boulders when he could. If he was unable to avoid the rocks, he would activate One for All. Ida would then smash the boulder with a punch. The class president was the first to notice the 3 people walking towards them. As Uraraka was getting ready to make another set of rocks weightless, Ida pointed behind her. "Uraraka, look behind you. Midoriya is back from the principal's office, and Bakugo has finally finished his super move," Ida said as he waved to 3 people approaching them. "Hey Midoriya, why did the principal want to see you?" "If you've already spoken to Aizawa, you might as well tell them," Gran Torino bluntly said. "Even if Aizawa told you not to share it with the class, I think these 3 can be told." "Aizawa wanted me to tell the class why I couldn't take the exam. He said to leave out the other thing," Izuku whispered as he looked at his 3 friends. "Makes sense. The other thing the principal discussed with you would just distract them," Gran Torino said with a knowing smile. "Nezu wanted to tell me that the Safety Commission decided to give me my provisional hero license based on my past actions," Borealis explained as his face turned bright red from embarrassment. "That's amazing, Deku! You get to save people already! I can't wait to hear about Borealis saving people," Uraraka excitedly said as she started bouncing on her feet in excitement. "What will you be doing while we take the provisional license exam?" "I'm not sure. I will be working with Sir Night-Eye, though," the green-haired boy muttered nervously. "If you're working with Night-Eye, then you will be guarding your friends," Gran Torino said. "You 3 better not waste this opportunity to get your licenses." Izuku's 3 friends pushed themselves even harder in an attempt to catch up to their friend. Katsuki in particular jumped at every chance he got to spar with his green-haired friend. Borealis ended up fighting his friends in a 3 versus 1 match. With a greater mastery over his quirk, the green-haired boy was able to avoid his friend's attacks by finding the path with the least resistance. The match continued for 3 hours before Gran Torino told them that class was coming to an end. "You better not slack off, Borealis. I'm gonna try and surpass you now," Katsuki grumbled with a smile as he patted his friend on the back. "Don't expect it to be an easy fight next time, nerd." "Agreed. Congratulations on getting your provisional license, Midoriya. But I have no intention of losing to my rival," Ida said with determination as a smile crossed his face. "Next time, it will be our turn to protect you." "This just makes me want to train even harder. Just you wait, Borealis. Next time, we'll be fighting side by side," Uraraka happily said as she clenched her fist in determination. "You better tell us what it's like going on patrols with pro heroes." "Thanks for the encouragement, guys. Now I'm going to try even harder," Izuku said with a smile. Gran Torino led the 4 friends over to Aizawa. Once Class 1A was near their homeroom teacher, the black-haired man motioned for Izuku to explain. With a face red from embarrassment, Borealis told the class that he had already earned his provisional license. "For the rest of 1A, I expect everyone to pass the provisional license exam. Otherwise, you'll be getting extra lessons from me," Aizawa threatened the students. Izuku then split off from the class and went to meet up with Sir Night-Eye, who was waiting for him at the entrance to UA. Borealis quickly settled into his new routine of training with his class in the morning and patrolling in the afternoon. After they did the patrols, Night-Eye had Izuku spar with his other intern, Mirio. To make the fights harder, the pro hero had both interns wear weights on their arms and legs. Neither of them was allowed to use their quirks. The fights always started the same way. Borealis would race forward in an attempt to close the gap with Mirio, and Mirio would dodge to his left while throwing a right punch into Izuku's stomach. The green-haired boy would then move to his left. Mirio would then retaliate by rushing Izuku. Once the blonde-haired boy was close to Izuku, he would stop and swing his right elbow at his green-haired opponent. Mirio's experience allowed him to defeat Izuku every time. Despite constantly losing, Borealis felt like his fighting ability was improving each time he went up against the more experienced intern. After the training, he would head back to UA thoroughly exhausted. After 3 weeks of the routine, Night-Eye decided to skip the training one night. He told both interns to meet him at the entrance to UA at dawn in their hero costumes. The provisional license exam was tomorrow, and he wanted everyone ready to protect those taking it. Thank you all. Izuku raced towards the entrance of UA as the sun started to peek out over the horizon. Sir Night-Eye and Mirio were already at the entrance, having a hushed conversation. Night-Eye noticed Borealis approaching them and waved him over. Now that Midoriya is here, I will explain what we are doing today. Each exam site will have 20 teams of heroes patrolling the perimeter. The 3 of us will be patrolling the east side of Test Site B. Night-Eye bluntly said as he pushed his glasses back to their proper position. We've received several calls from concerned citizens. The civilians saw a person who fits the general description of the villain Muscular. Once we get to the site, I will test the radios we were given to make sure they're operational. Midoriya, let's keep the exam site safe, Mirio excitedly said. Sir, do you think the exam site will be attacked? Site B is the most likely target. It has the fewest top-ranked heroes protecting it. We also shouldn't ignore the possibility of multiple sites getting attacked, the dark green-haired man said with concern as he looked at his interns. The individual behind the mayhem was seen talking to a villain with a cloning quirk. Remember, if you end up fighting a villain, make sure to draw the fight away from civilians. Yes, sir. Are we patrolling by ourselves or as a team? Izuku then asked nervously. Borealis, you will be paired with Lemillion. Once we get to the exam site B, make sure to refer to each other only by your hero names, the pro hero calmly said as he looked at the 2 hero interns. Make sure to stay near your partner. You can expect a disruption in our communications if any major attack happens at the site. Once Night-Eye finished speaking, he started walking over to a late-model, dark green car that was parked nearby. The 2 students followed him to the car. Once everyone was in the vehicle, the pro hero drove them to the exam site. As they were walking to their post, the dark green-haired hero had everyone test their radios. Are you boys able to hear me clearly? Sir Night-Eye asked as he spoke through his radio. This is the final equipment test before we start patrolling. I can hear you just fine, sir, the bulking blonde said through his radio. Borealis, how's your radio? I can hear you guys just fine, Borealis nervously muttered into the radio that was now embedded in his mask. I'm glad they were able to build the radio into my costume on such short notice. That's the support department at UA. Anything else, sir? Mirio politely asked his mentor. No, please head to your assigned location. The dark green-haired hero instructed the 2 interns. Make sure to check in every 10 minutes. Both boys were found patrolling the area before the exam and started relaxing. The start of the exam was signified by a series of explosions occurring at the test site. After the blast died down, rumbling could be heard coming from the stadium. When Borealis called their position out over the radio, he noticed a trace amount of static as he spoke into the radio. Lemillion, I heard a trace amount of static over the radio, Borealis nervously muttered as he kept a smile on his face. Are you sure? Lemillion was saying when he was cut off by an announcement that came in over the radio. Both looked at each other when they heard that the building was going on lockdown because contact had been lost with the heroes on the west side of the building. Before the 2 boys could move, a loud crash could be heard as something landed near them. Dust was blasted into the air from the impact, which obscured the person who landed in front of them. We never got to finish our fight, kid. I hope you're ready for round 2, Muscular snarled menacingly as he walked out from the dust cloud. Lemillion tried to use the radio, but all he heard was static. The signal was being jammed. Borealis activated his quirk immediately as he heard the bloodlust in Muscular's voice. The green-haired boy masked the fear he felt by putting a determined smile on his face. In an instant, the villain's exposed arms were covered in well-organized muscle fibers. Izuku started to move to his right as Muscular sprang forward. "Lemillion, be careful! This guy is pretty strong and really fast," Izuku warned as he noticed that his teammate hadn't moved. "Thanks for the warning, Borealis," Lemillion said with a smile as the villain threw a right punch at his chest. Muscular's right fist went through Mirio's chest as the blonde-haired boy used his quirk to phase and moved towards his left. Without missing a beat, the villain attacked Izuku. "Don't hold back, kids. There's about a dozen more of me running around. Now we can fight without interruption," the blonde-haired villain said with a blood-curdling laugh. The two provisionally licensed heroes looked at each other in confusion. This was the first time the duo had heard about another person in the Liberation Army that could clone his allies. Lemillion tried to radio again, but it was still being jammed. As the blonde-haired intern was about to shut his radio off, he heard another hero requesting backup. The transmission was cut off by a laugh coming over the radio. Mirio started to charge forward as the villain attacked Izuku with a straight left punch. Borealis shifted to his left in an attempt to move out of the way of the attack. Once the green-haired boy was clear of the punch, he sent a straight right kick into the villain's right knee. The villain's knee buckled under the force of the impact. At that moment, the emerald-eyed boy activated overdrive. With the green light starting to encase him, Borealis leapt away to avoid the villain's next attack. The blonde-haired student threw a straight right punch into the villain's face. Muscular tried to catch the fist in his left hand. Lemillion simply phased his right hand through the villain's hand. The punch connected with the blonde-haired criminal's face. Mirio noticed that his attack failed to harm the villain in the slightest. The cerulean-eyed boy again moved to his left as the criminal started to attack him. A green bolt of lightning hit the yellow-haired villain in the back. The sudden impact caused the villain to pause. The villain started to smile and turned to look at the green-haired boy. "You picked up a new trick since the last time we fought," the yellow-haired victim said menacingly as he looked at his two opponents. "I hope you weren't expecting that weak little punch of yours to hurt me. Both of you better stop holding back." For a moment, Borealis thought he heard Sir Night-Eye on the radio. However, with all the interference coming through the radio, he couldn't figure out what was actually being said. The green-haired boy decided to use the situation to his advantage. Instead of turning his microphone and his radio off, the emerald-eyed boy left the microphone on. Muscular noticed that the green-haired boy tried to call for assistance. The blonde-haired man frowned in disappointment as he leapt into the air and began to throw a punch at Borealis as he descended. Borealis moved to his left, causing the attack to miss, and hit the ground as Muscular landed. As the dust from the strike started to settle, several explosions went off around the stadium. Izuku kept the smile on his face as Muscular sent a straight right kick at him. The green-haired boy dodged to his right to avoid being hit. Once the villain committed to the attack, Lemillion activated his quirk. Mirio left his mask behind as he phased into the ground. Once the cerulean-eyed boy thought he was close enough, he deactivated his quirk. As he came out of the ground, he sent a straight left punch into the villain's face, knocking Muscular down. The yellow-haired man rubbed his jaw as he got up. The villain lunged at his blonde-haired opponent. Instead of changing directions, he continued until he stood over the mask that was lying on the ground. Muscular then stomped on the mask, destroying the radio that was embedded inside. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice that you two have been trying to call for help?" Muscular growled with murderous intent as he stared his two opponents down. "Last time we were interrupted, kid. This time there will be no interruptions. Where's all that energy you had back on the mountain?" "Borealis, let's take this guy down," Lemillion said with determination as he met the villain's stare. "How do we stop him? Last time it took everything I had just to survive until help arrived," Borealis said as he felt the adrenaline rushing through his body. "You were fighting alone last time. This time you have help," Mirio said optimistically. "If our full strength isn't enough, then we just have to go plus ultra." The two boys looked at each other before rushing at their opponent. Mirio slipped into the ground. Izuku found comfort in the green lightning that was being emitted from his body. An idea slowly started to form in his head as the green-haired boy remembered the quirk apprehension test and his last attack on the mountain. The emerald-eyed boy started to imagine the green lightning that his body was emitting hitting the villain. At first, nothing happened, but then a single green bolt of lightning hit the villain. Using this opportunity, Lemillion set a straight right punch into Muscular's face. Mirio phased into the ground as he avoided a straight right punch from the villain. Another bolt of lightning hit the villain in the chest. Izuku then sent a straight right punch into the blonde-haired man's face. Several lightning bolts struck the man's body. The one-eyed criminal stumbled back as he was blinded momentarily by the light. The yellow-haired man swung a straight right punch at his opponent. The blue-eyed boy struck the man's left knee with a straight right kick. The sudden force caused the villain to stumble backwards as the man lost his footing. Before Izuku could attack the villain again, a large piece of debris landed between him and the villain. Mirio phased into the ground to avoid the incoming debris. The debris rapidly took on a yellow glow. A large explosion occurred as Izuku sought cover. Screams could be heard from the west side of the building as more explosions were heard.
That idiot has no respect for a good fight. I don't need those two getting hit by debris, the one-eyed villain growled in annoyance. You kids better not have taken any damage from that explosion.
The cloud of dust created by the explosion prevented Borealis from seeing Muscular, so he rushed in the direction of his opponent's voice. Without a moment of hesitation, Lemillion ran towards the villain again. Another green bolt of lightning struck the villain in the face. The green-haired boy sent a straight right punch into the chest of the one-eyed villain. Muscular grabbed the fist and used it to throw the emerald-eyed boy into his partner. The villain smiled, despite his hand burning from grabbing the green-haired boy. The pair found themselves being pushed closer to the stadium. As Muscular pushed them to the west side of the building, the duo saw the damage. A clone of the man they were fighting was slowly turning into mud. Several cars had been crushed by Muscular's clones. Several pro-heroes were laying incapacitated on the ground. Other pro-heroes were lying in a crater with their limbs twisted at odd angles. The two provisional heroes forced themselves to focus on their opponent instead of their surroundings. Both kept smiles on their faces as they focused on defeating their opponent. Izuku swallowed nervously as he remembered the destruction that occurred during the fight between All for One and All Might. For a brief moment, he wondered how his idol managed to deal with it. Then he remembered Gran Torino telling him that his mind was cluttered. Borealis, truly understanding the words of his teacher, charged forward again. If the green-haired boy wanted to save people, he had to bring this villain down. There would only be more people in need of assistance if he let Muscular continue attacking people. The emerald-eyed boy focused his mind on seeing the most efficient way to bring his opponent down. When his one-eyed opponent threw a straight right punch at him, Borealis ducked under the blow. As Lemillion ran forward, he phased into the ground. Mirio watched his teammates' movements, waiting for the right moment to strike. Once Izuku avoided the attack, he pivoted on his right foot and sent a left kick into the right side of the villain's torso. And with a sickening crack, two of the villain's ribs broke. The blonde-haired student saw his opening, as Muscular was slowed down because of the broken ribs. He deactivated his quirk and popped out of the ground. With a straight left punch, Lemillion punched his opponent in the face. As the criminal fell down, he covered the right side of his body in muscle fibers. Muscular sprang up quickly, with a demonic-looking smile on his face.
There's the fighting spirit. If I had known that it would take the carnage over here to force you two to get serious, I would have dragged you here sooner.
Muscular happily growled as he stared at his opponents.
I hope there's more where that came from. This is where the real fight begins.
The villain rushed at Borealis. The man's smile grew wider as green bolts of lightning hit him and started to burn away the muscles covering his arms. He feinted, reaching out with his right arm in an attempt to grab his opponent's left arm. As Izuku ducked under the arm, a straight right kick caught him square in the stomach. Borealis went flying as he coughed up blood. The emerald-eyed boy noticed more muscle fibers starting to cover the man's arms. Mirio sprinted forward as he, once again, slipped into the ground. Unlike the previous times when he would strike quickly and then slip into the ground, this time, just before he reached the villain, he deactivated his quirk completely.
Phantom Menace!
Mirio shouted as he sent a straight right punch at his opponent's face. Muscular was caught out of position as the attack came in and was unable to dodge or block the attack. The attack landed on the right side of his face and broke his jaw. Another series of explosions went off. A body of a dead police officer was thrown from the explosion into Muscular's body. This slowed the villain down as he went to attack Lemillion. Izuku felt his body slowly recover from the blow to his stomach. A small streak of blood ran down the left side of his mouth. Using his right arm, the green-haired boy wiped the blood from his face. Steadying himself, he rushed forward as the villain tried to punch Lemillion in the ribs. Once again, the villain's punch passed through his opponent without any effect. He then picked up the dead police officer and flung it at Borealis. The emerald-eyed boy slipped below the body as it sailed towards him. Despite the overwhelming amount of fear he was feeling, Borealis kept a smile on his face at all times and kept his mind focused only on the fight. He imagined the lightning coming off his arm and striking his opponent in the face. The green-haired boy tried to imagine doing the same thing that he unleashed on his one-eyed opponent at the end of their first fight. The green light surrounding his arms got more intense as Borealis focused his quirk into his arms. Despite the pain in his jaw, Muscular smiled when he saw that his opponents were giving it their all. The muscle fibers on his arms kept an organized pattern as more of them covered his arms. The one-eyed man rushed at the green-haired boy and sent a straight left punch at the boy. The emerald-eyed boy ducked under the punch as he threw a straight right punch into his opponent's stomach. Bolts of green lightning struck the man as Izuku's fist connected. An average-sized explosion occurred as the blonde-haired criminal was sent flying into an overturned police car. Borealis tried to catch his breath as he saw his opponent dusting himself off as he stood up. The yellow-haired man stopped smiling for the first time in the fight. The only thing that the two provisionally licensed heroes noticed was the overwhelming amount of bloodlust in the villain's eyes. The green-haired boy noticed a small drop of sweat rolling down Muscular's face. As the bead of sweat was about halfway down his face, it evaporated. Mirio noticed that the one-eyed criminal was beginning to slow. The man was no longer springing up the moment he hit the ground. The muscle fibers that were coming out of the villain were also coming out more slowly. The blue-eyed boy noticed that his teammate was also starting to slow down. He sensed that the fight was reaching its final stages. Lemillion activated his quirk as the yellow-haired villain launched himself at Borealis. As he was running forward, the cerulean-eyed student kept his head above the ground so he could see where his opponent was going. Once he was sure his opponent had committed to his attack, he phased completely into the ground. Just like last time, Mirio kept deactivating and reactivating his quirk to build up speed. Izuku pushed his quirk to its limits as the villain approached him. Borealis' body reacted faster than his mind could process his opponent closing the distance between them. Muscular threw a straight left punch at his green-haired opponent. As the emerald-eyed boy ducked under the blow, Lemillion deactivated his quirk, popped out of the ground, and hit the villain on the left side of his face with a straight right punch. Borealis focused his quirk into his left arm. The light was so intense that it caused Izuku's eyes to water. The green-haired boy hooked his left arm upwards and drove an uppercut into his opponent's broken jaw. Stray bolts of green lightning struck the villain on the lower part of his face and upper body. The explosion resulting from Izuku's attack sent the three of them flying in different directions. Borealis slammed into a broken tree. Mirio was blasted into a police car. Muscular was launched into the air and landed on his back on top of a pile of rubble. The muscle fibers covering the villain's body were slowly absorbed back into his skin as the one-eyed villain passed out. Izuku drank some water as he deactivated his quirk. Lemillion limped over to the villain and checked to see if the criminal was really unconscious. He then grabbed the villain and dragged him towards the few remaining officers. The police officers reacted instantly. They injected a strong sedative into the one-eyed villain and then handcuffed him. Slowly, Borealis rose to his feet. Despite the shakiness in his legs, he walked over to his teammate. The emerald-eyed boy tried to contact Sir Night-Eye, but, once again, the only thing he heard was static. He shook his head to let his blonde-haired teammate know that it didn't work. "Once you cool down, let's take care of the rest of the villains," Mirio said. "That muscular guy sure could take a pounding. His strength quirk is something else." "We managed somehow. We should start heading towards the west side of the stadium," Izuku tiredly said as his legs slowly stopped shaking. "I hope none of the villains were able to get past security." As the two boys walked farther to the west, the devastation slowly increased. The checkpoints leading into the exam site were completely destroyed. One dead hero was lying in a pool of his own blood. He had been crushed by a car that was lying a few feet from him. Another hero had his face smashed into pieces. Craters pockmarked the ground in multiple locations. One police officer was lying dead in a crater. He was covered in burns and bleeding from multiple parts of his body. It was evident that he was caught in one of the blasts that the two students had heard. Borealis tripped over a mangled and bloody severed arm. Lemillion stepped in a pile of mud when a large vehicle slammed into the side of the stadium. A police officer and Hero had been killed when the vehicle slammed into them. Before either of them could react, the vehicle started to glow yellow. As everyone started to clear the area, Borealis noticed an injured police officer trying to limp away from the vehicle. The green-haired boy activated his quirk and rushed over to the vehicle to save the injured officer. The officer collapsed to the ground just before Izuku reached him. The emerald-eyed boy carefully picked up the officer and sprinted away from the vehicle as it exploded. To avoid the full impact of the blast, he pushed his quirk to its limit. Borealis was able to carry the officer behind an overturned bus. Setting the officer on the ground, he noticed a pool of blood starting to form near the police officer's left leg. Izuku tried to use his radio to call for medical assistance. "Borealis, Lemillion, can either of you hear me?" Sir Night-Eye asked over the radio as he tried to remain calm. "Let me know if you need assistance." "Sir, I can barely hear you. I'm on the northwest side of the building. I have an injured officer with me who needs medical attention immediately," Borealis said over the radio as he tried to stay calm. "The villain Muscular destroyed Lemillion's radio. We were able to take him down by working together." "Thank you for the update, Borealis. I sent some medical personnel over to your location," Night-Eye said, sounding relieved. "Good work out there, Borealis." "Thank you, sir," Izuku replied. A few moments later, the green-haired boy waved to the medical team as they approached. The emerald-eyed boy watched as they patched the injured officer up. Izuku escorted the group towards the entrance of the exam site. Then he raced towards the west side of the building. As he got closer, he noticed one of the clones attacking a group of heroes. The provisionally licensed hero activated his quirk and raced forward. Izuku focused his quirk into his right arm. A weak green glow appeared around his arm. The green-haired student sent a straight right punch into the face of the clone. A single bolt of green lightning struck the villain in the face. The body of the villain slowly started to break down into mud. The green-haired boy searched for the next location where he could provide assistance. The explosive blasts were slowly becoming less frequent. A black-haired man wearing yellow goggles was swiftly taking down a group of thugs trying to enter the exam site through the entrance on the west side of the building. Borealis raced over to his teacher as the police started to arrest the thugs. "Sensei, what are you doing here?" Izuku asked in surprise. "Shouldn't you be with my classmates who are taking the exam?" "I was with them. I joined the fight after the exam ended. Didn't you know you were protecting your classmates?" Aizawa asked. No, sir. All they said was that I was guarding Site B. They didn't tell us who was taking the test inside of the building," Borealis tiredly muttered as the effects of adrenaline started to wear off. "Night-Eye informed me that you took down Muscular. Well done. Gran Torino is fighting the last remaining clones just south of us," Eraserhead said in his emotionless monotone. "I would head over there myself, but villains keep trying to enter the premises through the entrance I'm guarding." Izuku's teacher removed his goggles from his face and tilted his head upwards. The black-haired teacher took out a bottle of eye drops from his left pocket and squirted a few drops of the liquid in each eye. He then placed the goggles back over his eyes and returned the bottle to his pocket. Satisfied that the entrance was secure, Izuku headed to the south side of the building to assist Gran Torino, but arrived just as the last remaining clone was defeated. A week after the provisional license exam, Night-Eye was waiting in his office. He was staring at his computer screen as he was rereading some of his old emails from All Might. The man with dark green hair continued to read the old messages as his phone buzzed. He picked up his phone with his left hand and checked to see why his phone buzzed. The pro hero saw a message from Mirio stating that he and the others were on their way. "If only you had more time, All Might. Times are more difficult without you," Night-Eye sadly muttered. "I am finally about to meet the 9th user of One for All for the first time. Ida was one of the 4 people All Might narrowed his list of successors down to." Night-Eye stared at his empty office. He had put the memorabilia of his mentor into storage. The pro hero wanted the items to remain untouched by time. It represented the world he wanted to create.
Night-Eye opened a new tab in his internet browser and checked the news. He smiled as he saw people talking about the 2 heroes who brought down Muscular. It seemed the hero killer had taken a break from killing more pro-heroes, and that the public's opinion of Endeavor was at its highest. He became lost in thought as he contemplated what caused the recent change in Japan's current #1 pro-hero's character. Approximately half an hour later, a knock at the door snapped Night-Eye out of his reverie. "Come in, the door is unlocked," he called out. Mirio opened the door and walked into the room. Izuku followed the blonde-haired boy into the room. Ida was the last person to enter the room. Night-Eye stood up and examined the blue-haired boy. "We have a lot to discuss. I appreciate the fact that all of you came on such short notice," Night-Eye said with a fake smile. "Sir, Ida is here, as you requested," Mirio said with a smile. "Thank you, Mirio. So you're the 9th. The pro-hero said as he stared at Ida. "I'm glad that you kept your promise to All Might." "I made a promise that I would intern with you, sir," Ida said seriously. "Do you know why All Might chose to transfer his quirk to me? I feel like there were better candidates out there." "There were. Mirio was offered the quirk and turned it down," Night-Eye said as he considered his words carefully. "All Might originally felt you were the furthest away from being his successor. However, that changed after the incidents at USJ and the sports festival. You showed potential, and that moved you further on up All Might's list. All Might was focusing on your growth as well as one other person in the group. Why did he consider me over Midoriya or Bakugo?" the blue-haired boy asked in confusion. "Surely both of them would have been better choices. All Might felt Midoriya was like Mirio and would rather the quirk be given to someone else," the dark green-haired man said as he stared at Ida. "Bakugo was far too abrasive at the time. All Might also wanted to give it to someone who needed the extra boost." "Ida, I already discussed this with Uraraka and Kachan," Izuku said, speaking for the first time. "Kachan and I don't want it, because both of us feel we still have a lot to learn about our own quirks. Uraraka felt you were the best choice. We are your friends, and we have your back." "Feels like no matter how hard I try, I'm never good enough to save those in need," Ida said sourly. "I couldn't even help my friends when they needed help. Regardless of our opinions, All Might chose you just before his final battle," the pro-hero said sternly. "If you don't feel worthy, then your goal is to become worthy of All Might's quirk. You need to work on putting the hearts of the innocent at ease." "Sir, why do you want us to patrol today?" Mirio asked. "Shigaraki has been seen meeting with the leader of a local Yakuza, and has also been seen meeting with his right-hand man," Night-Eye said by way of explanation. "Eyewitness reports indicate that the meetings are cordial and friendly." "Who are the Yakuza, and why would Shigaraki want to meet with them?" Borealis stuttered in confusion. "Hasn't the leader of the Shi Hasakai shifted his group away from crimes? Didn't he turn them into a family-run security agency?" Lemillion asked in confusion. "Yes, it's true that they now use their quirks to protect places. However, they are still villains, and it is interesting that their leader would meet with someone like Shigaraki," Night-Eye mused as he considered things. "His right-hand man goes by the name Overhaul. Right now, our top priority is to find out why Shigaraki keeps meeting with them. I will be patrolling Area A with Bubble Girl. You 3 will be patrolling Area B."
Yes,
sir, the 3 interns said with enthusiasm. After that, the 3 interns went to change into their hero costumes. Mirio started explaining who the Yakuza are to the newest interns. Once they finished changing, they headed over to Area B to begin their patrol. Ida found it odd that Night-Eye hadn't tried to arrest the criminal gang for breaking the law. "How come you guys haven't tried to arrest the Shi Hasakai if they're using their quirks illegally?" Ida asked, extremely confused by the situation. "Shouldn't we arrest them for breaking the law?" "We can't arrest them without evidence. Right now, all we have are rumors that they are using their quirks illegally. However, aside from the rumors, we can't find any evidence of their illegal quirk usage," Mirio said flatly. "Ingenium, heroes can't just arrest people on suspicion. We might suspect that they are breaking the law, but that doesn't matter if we can't prove it." "What's so significant about Shigaraki meeting with Shi Hasakai? Wouldn't Shigaraki be on the lookout for new allies?" Ingenium curiously asked. "What makes this meeting between villains so unique?" "The leader of the Shi Hasakai tends to look down on most criminal acts. He isn't one to simply team up with Shigaraki.
Lemillion said patiently. Shigaraki usually just kills anyone who gets in his way. Shigaraki also takes what he wants, whereas the leader of the JSatwekar enforces a strict moral code on his people. What are we supposed to do if we see them? Borealis asked, unsure of what was expected of them. Nothing. We have no reason to take action unless they are committing a crime, Mirio said flatly. The trio was walking past an alley when they heard some noise coming from the alley. At first, the group wasn't able to see what was making the noise. The buildings on either side of the alley covered the alley in a dark shadow, making it hard for anyone to see into the alleyway. A couple of seconds later, they noticed a girl in a red dress running towards them. All three noticed her light blue hair and red eyes.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know where the park is?
The girl asked with a smile on her face. Eri, you shouldn't run ahead of us like that. It's rude to ask someone where something is without introducing yourself. A voice lazily called out from farther back in the alley. A young man in black clothing emerged from the shadows of the alley. An older man with white hair soon followed. As the younger man approached the interns, they noticed he was wearing a plague doctor's mask. The elderly man was wearing a brown suit jacket and slacks and held a cane in his right hand. As soon as the two newcomers appeared, the three provisionally licensed heroes recognized them from the pictures Night Eye showed them. Eri, Kai is right. You shouldn't run ahead of us like that, the white-haired man said. You'll have to excuse my granddaughter's behavior, young heroes, as she rarely gets to meet new people. Eri, you should introduce yourself to them.
All right, grandfather. My name is Eri. What's your name?
Eri happily introduced herself. My name is Lemillion. My green-haired friend is Borealis, and the other one is Ingenium. We're new around here, Lemillion said with a smile as he introduced the three of them. I wish you luck, young heroes. The world is a scary place now that the rulers of night and day have passed, the white-haired man said with a mournful look in his eyes. Where are my manners? My young friend over here is Kai Chisaki. We were on our way to the park. My wonderful granddaughter has been begging to go to the park for weeks. We should get going so you can have fun at the park, Eri, Chisaki said gently as he examined the three young heroes. I'm sorry if Eri caused you three any concerns. Not at all. It's our job to assist those in need, Borealis said in an official tone. We would be more than happy to provide assistance if you require it. Thank you for the offer, but we have a busy schedule, the man wearing a plague doctor's mask said pleasantly as he put his right fingers under the white glove on his left hand. We would hate to inconvenience you any more than we already have. Chisaki, mind your manners. They're doing their jobs. It's their job to help those in need, Eri's grandfather said as he disciplined the younger man. It's so wonderful to see young heroes trying their best to help people in need. However, there are those who need your help more than us. Thank you for the offer. It means a lot. Feel free to call us if you need any help, sir, Ingenium happily said as he spoke for the first time. We hope you enjoy your time at the park, sir. The provisionally licensed heroes watched as the three turned to leave. Eri waved goodbye as she passed them. The heroes waved back as they watched them walk in an easterly direction. Clouds started to cover the sky as the three stood in silence. As soon as Mirio was sure that the three people had left, he pulled out his phone and called Sir Night Eye. His call was answered on the second ring. It didn't take long for Lemillion to explain what had transpired. The blonde-haired hero intern waited in silence while his mentor considered what he had just said. I will join up with the three of you as quickly as I can. There was a recent development that I need to inform you about, Night Eye calmly said over the phone. Continue patrolling the area I assigned to you. The Meta Liberation Army is your biggest concern right now. Both Izuku and Ida looked at each other as they waited for Lemillion to finish informing Sir Night Eye about the situation. Borealis kept a smile on his face as he considered the events that had just occurred. It felt like the people they were assigned to watch had just appeared out of thin air. Ingenium looked at his best friend for a moment. Borealis, was this what it was like when you were patrolling our exam site? Ida nervously asked, feeling unsure about the situation. Is it normal to feel nervous when you're on patrol?
Before the attack, it certainly felt the same. Everything was boring up until the moment Muscular attacked. I'm just glad the exam wasn't called off, Izuku muttered as he tried to put his friend at ease. This is the first time we've patrolled, so it's to be expected that we're nervous. I can't believe the people we're looking for just appeared in front of us like that. Same. Do you think they were really heading to the park? The blue-haired boy asked his green-haired friend. They could be doing this just to fake us out. Ingenium, I think they were telling the truth. The green-haired boy responded quietly. The old man seemed to be calling the shots, and we didn't give him any reason to be suspicious. Sir Night-Eye will meet up with us. He wants us to continue our patrol. Apparently, the JSatwekar are not our top priority anymore, the blonde-haired boy said as he looked in the alley. Let's continue our patrol. Maybe we can run into those three again. They might be able to tell us if they've seen anyone from the Meta Liberation Army. Who are those people? Izuku muttered nervously. They are the group behind the attack on the training camp that you guys went to, Lemillion calmly said as he looked at his teammates. They were the group behind the attack on the provisional license exam. Apparently, one of the exam sites had to cancel the exam because of the attack. All of that hard work was wasted. I hope the hero students can take another exam soon, since the one they took got canceled, Ingenium said as he felt badly for people who had their exam interrupted. It's too bad that their exam was interrupted, but the Safety Commission created an emergency exam for those students, so those students who made it to the exam still have a chance at getting their provisional licenses, Mirio said with a smile. Even if they fail the Safety Commission, there's a course that will give them the chance to get their license. The three boys continued on their patrol as the clouds completely covered the sky. The sidewalks were slowly starting to empty as people started seeking shelter from the rain. Unbeknownst to the trio, a man was watching them from the rooftop of a nearby building. He was wearing a black shirt and pants. Several blades could be seen strapped to the man's body. Stain watched as the three boys continued patrolling the streets. The man watched as the green-haired boy rushed out to save a kid from an oncoming car. The man continued to watch as the blonde-haired hero easily stopped an attempted mugging. A portal opened up behind Stain, and a man with burn scars all over his body stepped onto the roof. Dobby motioned with his left hand, and the hero killer followed him into the portal. The trio continued their patrol. All of them kept a lookout for those in trouble. The group rounded a street corner and found themselves in front of a grassy park. Trees and benches lined the edges of the park. In the center of the park was a children's playground with a few slides, swings, and a jungle gym. As they walked closer, they noticed that Sir Night-Eye was talking to the younger guy they had met earlier. The three provisionally licensed heroes looked at each other and continued walking towards their mentor. Once they were close enough, they saw that the man wearing the Plague Doctor's mask was keeping his eye on Eri as she played in the park. Night-Eye waved them over once he saw them approaching. As they stopped next to Sir Night-Eye, the older gentleman they had met earlier walked over. "Have you seen a woman with pale blue skin? We have reason to believe she's planting a bomb in the area," Night-Eye flatly asked as he scanned the area. "I haven't seen anyone with that skin color around here," Shizaki replied as he watched Eri play in the park. "I tend to spend most of my time inside helping Eri learn how to control her quirk." "You must be Sir Night-Eye. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir," the leader of the JSatwekar said pleasantly as he walked over and shook Night-Eye's hand. "Unlike Chizaki here, I leave our home quite a bit. I noticed a woman with pale blue skin and lilac-colored hair around. She kept asking questions about where various hero agencies in the area were located. She also seemed to touch everything around her. Is that why you kept Eri in the house recently? Why did you think it was important to mention that she was touching everything?" Chizaki asked the old man with a hint of worry seeping into his voice. "With all of the quirks we have in society, is a touching quirk something we should be concerned with?" "Yes. Before I met you, I was always concerned about touch-based quirks. They can be some of the most dangerous quirks to deal with because they're so hard to spot," the JSatwekar leader cautiously said as he looked over at Chizaki. "Your quirk only further drove that point home. You wear gloves to make sure your quirk doesn't activate on something you don't want it to." "Thank you, sir, for the information."
We are in fact looking for that young woman. She's directly connected to a few major incidents that happened recently," Night-Eye pleasantly said as he shook the hand of the elderly man. "Ingenium and Borealis here had to deal with her quirk recently. Based on what I know of her quirk, I would recommend avoiding any sort of physical contact with her. The warning is greatly appreciated. If I happen to see the woman, I will make sure to report it to your agency, sir," the guy wearing the plague doctor's mask said as he nodded in appreciation. "I appreciate your agency's willingness to help us. It's also appreciated that you informed us about a dangerous person, despite our status in society. If a person needs help, then it's our responsibility to make sure that they get the assistance they need. A hero has to be willing to help those in need. There are too many sob stories out there where someone became a villain because no one was willing to help them," Night-Eye said as his smile disappeared briefly. "It looks like it's going to rain soon. You might want to start heading home." Shizaki told Eri it was time to go. A light drizzle started to fall as Eri stopped playing and started walking over to them. A faint and almost unnoticeable noise could be heard in the distance. The four heroes looked at each other questioningly. "Was that an explosion, sir?" Borealis asked nervously as he looked around the area. "That's the only thing it could have been. Why would she attack now, sir?" Lemillion asked, extremely confused. "It's the perfect opportunity to cause a massive amount of infrastructure damage. It also forces the heroes to go around saving people, instead of trying to stop whatever it is they're attempting to accomplish," Shizaki said as he looked around the area for any potential threats. "Everyone is seeking shelter from the rain, so if a building blows up, there will be quite a few casualties. Shizaki, go with the heroes. They will need your help rescuing people," Eri's grandfather calmly ordered his subordinate. "The faster the situation is resolved, the safer Eri will be." A purple portal formed next to the group as they were talking. Shortly after the portal opened, Kurogiri stepped through the portal. The portal then closed behind the well-dressed man. "I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation that you guys are having. However, Shigaraki and I saw a person with pale blue skin blowing up a light pole," Kurogiri calmly said as his yellow eyes narrowed. "I can take you back to your base if you want me to, sir. Overhaul here will be staying to help the heroes. However, my granddaughter and I will take you up on your offer," the leader of the local Yakuza said respectfully. "Shigaraki and I have a lot to discuss at the meeting place. If you want to show that you guys have changed, I would recommend that you help the heroes evacuate the citizens from the area. That is why I'm here. Night-Eye is the only hero Shigaraki trusts. If Sir Night-Eye is willing to let me help, that is," Kurogiri politely said as he looked at the pro-hero. "I'm at your service if you so desire it." "Very well. You can help as long as you make sure to follow our instructions," All Might's former sidekick said with a smile. "This is a very unconventional team-up, but yes, I would appreciate your help. Overhaul and Kurogiri, make sure to stay near one of us. It will reduce the number of hassles you might have to deal with." The man with glowing yellow eyes activated his quirk and opened up a portal. The Shi-Hasakai leader stepped into the portal along with his granddaughter. Kurogiri closed the portal behind the two. Before the group could continue their conversation, a series of explosions occurred. Screams filled the air as buildings started to catch fire. The bright yellow from each explosion rapidly faded to a dull orange as the explosion disappeared and left a fire behind in its wake. Off in the distance, a 6-story building had a brief flash of yellow on it. The 5th story of the building exploded moments later. "Don't answer. Just do what I say," Sir Night-Eye said as he watched the destruction unfold. "Mirio, you start searching through the rubble looking for survivors who are trapped. Borealis, since you have a resistance to heat, I need you searching for people in the burning buildings. Overhaul, you go with Ingenium and hunt down the criminal responsible for this. Kurogiri, you're with me. This way we can teleport to where the victims are without having to search for them." The others simply nodded in agreement as they took off running. The gentle drizzle falling from the sky began to fall harder. Night-Eye pulled out his phone and quickly opened up the app for the Hero Network. Once he logged into the app, he sent out an emergency signal requesting more heroes. After that, the dark green-haired man ran in the direction of the explosions, with Kurogiri following closely behind.
Mere moments after Mirio left the park, he arrived at a building that had collapsed because of an explosion. Lemillion made sure he was smiling as he raced past several people standing outside the collapsed building. Every victim was suffering from the shock of what had just happened. As the blonde-haired hero ran into the building, he was confronted by a blue-skinned woman with lilac hair. She chucked a small piece of rubble at the hero as he approached her. Mirio let the rubble pass through his body as he ran forward. The object turned yellow as it started to pass through his body. Lemillion ran forward as he tried to get out of the blast radius of the explosion. Before his opponent could react, he sent a straight right punch into her face. Oddly, her body started to break down and turn into mud. We have at least 2 villains in this city. I just fought a woman who fits the description of a person we were searching for, Lemillion said over his radio as he started to search for people trapped in the rubble. She touched a piece of rubble from the building I'm currently in, and it exploded shortly afterwards. She then turned into mud when I landed a solid blow on her. Without waiting for a response, Lemillion continued searching for those who needed his help. Mirio heard a plea for help as he walked closer to a room that was blocked by some debris.
Mirio stopped once he was at the blocked doorway. He pressed his left ear against the fallen debris in an attempt to hear the plea for help better. The blonde-haired boy heard a child calling out for someone to save his parents, who were trapped. Mirio then examined the debris blocking the doorway to see if he could move the debris out of the way. The doorway was blocked by wooden beams that had fallen when the roof collapsed. Lemillion looked around and noticed the fire in the building was nearing the blocked-off room. "Sir, I need Kurogiri here. I need him to move some of the debris out of the way. There are at least 3 people trapped behind some debris," Lemillion calmly said into his radio as he watched the flames encroach his location in the building. "At least 2 of the victims are trapped under some debris. It's too risky for me to use my quirk, since I don't know what the inside of the room looks like." "Very well. Kurogiri is on his way. I have Centipeder tracking everyone's movements. He was still at the agency when everything went down," Sir Night-Eye said over the radio. He then turned to Kurogiri and pointed at a map of the city as he said, "Kurogiri, you need to warp over to this building and help Lemillion. There are at least 2 injured people there. Once you warp in, follow Lemillion's instructions." "Very well. I will make sure that everyone is evacuated from the building. Where do I warp the injured?" Kurogiri asked as he formed a portal next to him using his right hand. "Do you want me to return here once I finish helping Lemillion?" "Warp them to a hospital on the west side of the city. There's a disturbance on the outskirts of the east side of the city," Night-Eye said as he looked at the man. "Yes. Return here once you've finished. If anyone asks about what you're doing, have them contact me." Kurogiri bowed at the pro-hero before stepping into the portal. The man with glowing yellow eyes was greeted by the orange glow of the fire that was engulfing the building. The well-dressed man walked over to Mirio. The portal closed behind Kurogiri as he opened another portal with his left hand. He stuck his head into the portal to see the situation inside of the room. He took in the scene quickly. A toddler was crying for help. A pool of blood was forming under a pile of debris in the back left corner of the room. In the center of the room was a large pile of debris covering a man and a woman. And finally, the debris blocking the door had fallen on top of an elderly woman who was also bleeding heavily. Kurogiri reported the situation to Lemillion. Mirio made sure to keep a smile on his face as he considered all of his options. A sudden thought occurred to him as he remembered the report about the attack on USJ. "Kurogiri, are you able to drop people or items in different locations once they're in your portal?" Lemillion calmly inquired as he started to panic internally. "If you can do that, then I have a plan that might work." "If I know the locations where you want me to drop each item or person off, I can do it," Kurogiri calmly said as he looked at the young hero. "What do you have in mind?" "You teleport me outside so I can continue to search for people who need rescuing. Then I need you to create a portal inside the room, deposit all the debris and furniture to a different part of the building, and transport the people to the hospital. I've already checked the other rooms in this building, and there were no other victims," Mirio calmly explained, sounding more confident than he actually was. "When you're finished, head back to Sir Night-Eye. He will know where you're needed the most." "Very well. Be careful, young man. I am sure these villains will create more mayhem before they stop," the glowing yellow-eyed man said as he turned and stepped into a portal. "Night-Eye said there was a disturbance on the east side of the city.
Make sure any citizens you see head west.
Mirio nodded as a portal formed under him. As Lemillion passed through the portal, he braced himself for the horrors he was about to encounter. Meanwhile, the dark purple portal Kurogiri created engulfed the room that was blocked off and sucked everything inside. Kurogiri then opened a portal inside the largest room of the building and deposited all of the debris into it. He then transported every person inside of his portal to the nearest hospital on the west side of the city. Borealis arrived at a 4-story building on the east side of the city. The second and third floors had massive holes in the exterior walls. The bright orange glow from the fire burning on both floors was made all the more terrifying by the screams he heard coming from inside the building. Izuku swallowed hard as he prepared himself for what he would find inside the building. Just before entering the building, he plastered a smile on his face. The first floor gave him a false hope, as the 20 people he found all had minor injuries. Izuku quickly had them leave the building as he moved on to the second floor. Despite the intense heat, Borealis quickly reached the second floor. The first thing he saw was a burned and crushed corpse. A bookshelf and part of the ceiling had fallen on the person. Flames were still burning around the body. His smile briefly faltered as he saw what the rest of the second floor looked like. The tiled floor of the second floor was littered with jagged debris. Blood was splattered everywhere. As Borealis took a step forward, his right foot landed on something. When he looked down, Izuku realized he had stepped on a severed hand, causing him to gag. He took a deep breath in an attempt to steady his nerves. However, the putrid smell from the burning corpses had the opposite effect. Borealis barely had enough time to remove his mask before he vomited. He quickly wiped his mouth with his sleeve and replaced his mask on his face. The emerald-eyed boy quickly reached for his radio as he realized he was in way over his head. Although his homeroom teacher had shown the students graphic photos of the destruction All for One had caused during his attack at the hospital, they failed to prepare him for the situation he was in. As he moved farther into the second floor, he saw a person impaled by a wooden beam. "Night-Eye! I'm in way over my head! I need help! I won't be able to save everyone in this building without help," Borealis said as he tried to keep his composure. "Do you have any advice on how to handle a situation like this?"
Borealis, calm down. You're doing fine. Remember to calmly examine the situation, Night-Eye advised as he tried to help Izuku maintain his composure. Tell me what you are seeing and hearing. Don't leave anything out.
"Yes, sir," Izuku said as he began to describe the situation in detail.
I've notified other heroes in your area about the situation. However, because the attack is so widespread and the destruction is so great, help is unlikely to come quickly,
Sir Night-Eye sourly said over the radio.
Kurogiri is on his way to help you. I know you can deal with this situation. You handled USJ and the UA Sports Festival. Aside from the gore, this isn't different from those incidents. Just assess the situation and pick the best course of action. Stay safe.
"Yes, sir," the green-haired boy said as he tried to clear his mind. Izuku looked around the room and noticed the blazing inferno weakened as it got closer to the windows or exterior walls that were destroyed in the explosion. Borealis heard a loud creak as the support columns in the building began to give way. The green-haired boy found a man trapped under some rubble. Despite the man's plea and the pool of blood forming around him, the emerald-eyed boy knew he was going to need help freeing him. A dark purple portal appeared beneath the man. The man quickly fell into the portal because of the debris resting on top of him. Izuku stood in shock as he heard more explosions. He quickly made sure a smile was on his face and continued his search for victims. Less than 30 seconds later, he felt something fall onto him. As he looked up, the floor beneath him gave out, and as he fell, he noticed the second-floor ceiling begin to collapse. Borealis berated himself silently for being so careless. He quickly sent his quirk into overdrive and sprinted back up the stairs. "Sir, the building is beginning to collapse," Borealis reported in as he searched for the safest path to save everyone. Borealis saw a small, faint green line as he reached the second floor. A portal formed near the green-haired boy as he started to move. As Kurogiri stepped out of the portal, he heard the groaning of the building as it slowly started to collapse. Without need for any instruction, he followed Borealis. The first victim they came to was an elderly man trapped under some furniture. Moments after Izuku rescued the man and Kurogiri had warped him to the hospital, the ceiling above the pile of furniture collapsed. As Borealis and Kurogiri entered another room on the second floor, the ceiling above them began to fall. The man with the glowing yellow eyes quickly formed a portal in front of them, and they slipped through the gap in the falling concrete. Izuku found himself about 6 feet ahead of where he had been. The green-haired boy quickly sprinted over to a person lying in a pool of blood. The man with glowing yellow eyes appeared next to Borealis, and without saying a word, transported the debris to the first floor. He then warped the injured man to the hospital to receive medical treatment. "Thank you for helping me avoid the debris," Izuku muttered as Kurogiri disappeared into a portal. "Borealis, remember, you don't have to hold back. Heroes from other cities are responding," Night Eye grumbled over the radio. "Remember to stay calm. Each time you save a victim, you're improving the situation." Kurogiri reformed in the building to find a group of people waiting outside of a burning room. Kurogiri quickly placed a portal underneath them and carefully transported the group outside of the building. Over in the south side of the city, Ingenium and Overhaul were running down a narrow street. A woman with lilac-colored hair walked out of a building across the street from them. Overhaul reached out and grabbed the provisionally licensed hero and pulled him back. About 10 feet in front of them, the street had taken on a yellow glow. Using the tip of the mask he was wearing, Overhaul removed the glove from his right hand. He then placed his right hand on the ground at his feet. Ida watched as the ground around him started to move rapidly into place. Overhaul used his quirk to turn the ground around them into a barrier. Just as the explosion occurred, the buildings surrounding them started to glow yellow. "This situation reminds me of someone the boss met a while ago. It had something to do with him speaking with a woman from the Meta Liberation Army. I'm trying to remember what he said about the woman," Overhaul grumbled as he reformed the ground he was touching into 4 massive walls to protect them from the impending explosion. "If I'm remembering this correctly, the boss said she had lilac-colored hair, and that her quirk allows her to bestow explosive properties to whatever she touches." "Did he mention the woman's name?" Ida asked in frustration as an almost deafening series of explosions occurred around them. "Doesn't your boss require you to know this kind of information?" "The boss shouldn't mention important information like this when I'm training Eri. Out of everyone in the family, he should know the best that Eri can't control her quirk just yet," Shizaki shouted, in an attempt to be heard after the noise died down. "I remember, her name started with the letter C. A few more seconds and I should be able to tell you what her code name is at least." Overhaul used his right hand to pull off the white glove on his left hand. The ground started to flatten out as the man returned the ground to the way it had been originally. On both sides of the street, the buildings had been reduced to large piles of rubble from the explosions. The duo heard a loud ringing sound in their ears from the explosions. Once the ringing in their ears subsided, Ida used his radio. "Sir, we need assistance. A series of explosions leveled a city block," Ida grumbled into the radio as he stared at the destruction in shock. "Overhaul said that the perpetrator's quirk allows her to bestow explosive properties to anything she touches." "Mirio mentioned that earlier. The closest help is about 10 minutes away," Sir Night-Eye calmly said over the radio as he delivered the bad news. "Ingenium, most of the destruction is happening on the east and the north sides of the city. The Hero Public Safety Commission just informed me that the villain was last seen on the south side of the city. Try and apprehend her if the situation presents itself." Ida stopped for a few seconds and listened to the noise in the city. The first thing he noticed was the faint rumble of thunder mixed into the sound of explosions going off. Overhaul used his quirk again and reshaped the ground to form a pathway over the rubble. As the two approached the location where the woman with the lilac hair was reported to have been located, the rumble of thunder started to grow louder. Shizaki put his gloves back on his hands as he walked towards the source of the explosions. The name continued to escape him as he looked around the area for any clues. The first thing he noticed was an undamaged media badge lying on the ground. Overhaul crouched and picked up the badge. Just as he had an epiphany, a man dressed in a t-shirt and jeans punched Shizaki in the face with his right hand. The man turned yellow moments after he landed the blow. Ingenium quickly dove behind some rubble in an attempt to find cover. As the man exploded, several other explosions went off simultaneously. As the light from the explosion faded, Ida was able to see what happened to his partner. He saw that Chizaki's right arm had been severed at the shoulder, and Chizaki was touching his right shoulder with his left hand. Blood was dripping from multiple locations on his body. The right side of Overhaul's face was horribly burned. As time went on, Ida noticed that something started to form in the air where Overhaul's right arm should have been. Within moments, Chizaki's right arm had been reformed. The man wearing the plague doctor's mask touched the right side of his face, and the burns rapidly disappeared. That was disgusting. I can't believe someone actually touched me. I can't wait until we catch up with that bitch. I remember the boss meeting with a woman named Curious. Chizaki growled in frustration at being touched. This makes my blood boil, though I'm starting to understand why the boss didn't want to work with the Meta Liberation Army. Is the name of the culprit behind this called Curious? Is now really the time to be angry that someone touched you? Ida asked, slightly concerned about the man's priorities. You're bleeding in several places, and the first thing you're worried about is that someone touched you. That was the name she gave the boss when she met with him. I'm a germaphobe, so yes, it bothers me that someone touched me. Overhaul growled in frustration at being questioned. However, you're correct. I should focus on the battle at hand. I'm sure that woman has more tricks up her sleeve. If the injuries start causing problems for me, I'll just use my quirk to heal them. Do you have any idea where the woman would have gone after she tried to blow us up? Surely you figured something out? Ida asked, as he looked at the second in command of the local Yakuza. You were looking at a badge when the person attacked you. Overhaul simply stayed quiet and started walking west. They arrived at a small building that had been blown up. A woman was trapped under some rubble as fire slowly started to encroach on her location. Chizaki simply grabbed the woman and dragged her out of the medium-sized pile of debris. He noticed the woman had several deep gashes in her upper body. Overhaul noticed that the woman's legs were broken and twisted at awkward angles. The man wearing the plague doctor's mask activated his quirk. The woman was disassembled in a moment and then reassembled an instant later. Chizaki instructed her to head west before they noticed the ground started to tremble slightly. The rain was now falling heavily. Strong winds coming from the east helped strengthen the fires. Overhaul looked at Ida and motioned for him to follow, and then he started walking towards a street that was surprisingly crowded. Shouldn't we ask Kurogiri to help us evacuate these people? Ida asked when he saw everyone crowding the street. Our job is to protect the innocent people in this city. We are, and that's why we need to defeat the people in front of us. These are most of her pawns. Given what's going on, the civilians would have sought shelter to avoid the rain and the constant explosions going off. The man wearing a plague mask said harshly. The only people who would be outside and moving around aside from the heroes are the villains responsible for the attack. Most civilians will try to stay indoors, if they can. Don't we need proof that these people are criminals before we take action? Ingenium nervously asked as he tried to think of a plan. These people from the Meta Liberation Army might be using them as a shield to protect their operations. That's why we aren't hiding. The civilians won't attack us if a fight breaks out. However, her forces will. Overhaul calmly muttered as he looked at the young hero. If we can present the civilians the opportunity to flee, then they'll take the opportunity to flee. I highly doubt the Curious would have invested that much time to blackmail every single civilian who lives in the area. Ida quickly activated One for All as the duo walked into the crowded street. The noise of people talking rapidly disappeared as they looked at the newcomers. Slowly, the crowd turned towards them and started to charge at them. Overhaul placed his right hand on the ground and activated his quirk. The ground rapidly changed as Chizaki shaped the ground the way he wanted it. Ingenium watched as a massive sinkhole appeared in the ground. Before Chizaki could create a barrier, about 20 people started to glow yellow. Ida pushed One for All to 60%. The blue-haired boy grabbed Chizaki as he jumped over the hole. Just as the two of them landed on the other side of the hole, a massive explosion went off. Ingenium quickly lowered the percentage of One for All he was using to 10%. Otherwise, he risked breaking Chizaki's bones. Overhaul simply nodded his thanks and then motioned for Ida to follow him. They arrived at a large plaza that had a news agency on its north side. Just as they entered the plaza, people started leaving their homes. In a few moments, Overhaul and Ingenium were surrounded by people. We need to head towards the news agency. It belongs to the culprit behind these bombings. Remember, we're in her territory now. Overhaul calmly grumbled as he started releasing his murderous intent towards the people surrounding them. I'm glad the boss pushed me down the right path. I'd hate to be a fanatic like these people. Have they even questioned their leader's ideology? It doesn't make sense. Sure, he wants people to be able to freely use their quirks, but he never explains how. Do you think that these people are rigged to blow up if they get close to us? We've encountered a lot of people willing to blow themselves up to keep us away from here, Ida asked with concern as he scanned all the people surrounding the two of them. We've only seen one woman. Surely there's a limit to how many people or items she can use her quirk on. Don't get your hopes up. The Meta Liberation Army recruited a villain called Twice into their ranks, Chizaki muttered in frustration as he considered their options. His quirk allows him to clone people. From what I've heard, the clones fall apart easily. However, they can use the same quirk as the original, meaning everyone here might be rigged to explode, but by a clone instead of the original. Then how do we handle the situation if our opponents could turn into bombs? Ida asked, terrified at the prospect of getting blown up repeatedly. What happens if we manage to destroy the clones? Would the effects of her quirk disappear if it didn't come from her? I don't think so, but it's the only plan we have, so let's give it a shot, Overhaul growled as he placed his left hand on the ground. The ground rapidly started to change as Chizaki's quirk flowed into it. 10 60-foot-tall pillars formed out of the ground. Spikes then started to shoot out of the ground and embed themselves into the pillars. Overhaul placed his right hand on the ground and encircled both of them in a 20-foot-high wall. He then changed the ground underneath them into a 60-foot pillar. After that, he stood up and examined his handiwork. That should buy us enough time to enter the building over there. Otherwise, it should make the area easier for us to fight in, Chizaki calmly said as he watched people trying to scale the pillars. Hopefully more heroes arrive, so we can make sure the clones that are currently causing all this mayhem are stopped. I'm going to see if I can make this a little easier for us, the blue-haired boy said as he grabbed Overhaul. If we can't afford to fight out in the open, then why don't we change the location where we are fighting? Overhaul nodded as Ida started leaping from pillar to pillar. Despite his revulsion at the idea of someone touching him, Chizaki had to agree with the pragmatic approach the boy took. Just before Ingenium could jump to the last pillar, a series of explosions occurred. As the dust cleared, the duo could see that the pillar had been destroyed by the explosions. Thank you all. On the east side of the city, a man with dark green hair was running towards a building. The building had several scorch marks from the heat of an explosion. The first 2 floors of the building had been completely obliterated by the blast. From what Night Eye could see, the only thing remaining on the first floor were 3 badly damaged exterior walls and several support columns on the verge of collapse. A powerful tremor shook the ground. As Sir Night Eye tried to maintain his footing, a horrified expression appeared on his face. He watched helplessly as the building rapidly started to collapse in on itself. The dark, green-haired man heard a sound he had hoped he would never hear. Night Eye heard pleas for help getting cut off as debris started to crush some of the people trapped inside of the building. As the building finished collapsing, it sent a dust plume into the air. The sound of the people pleading for help stopped as the building made a thunderous impact with the ground. I was too late. All of those innocent people. I failed them. Sir Night Eye sadly muttered to himself as everything around him felt eerily silent. I hope reinforcements arrive soon. These tremors are only making the situation worse, and they are occurring more frequently. As Night Eye was running towards the collapsed building in an attempt to search for survivors, a portal formed near him. Kurogiri walked through the portal and quickly took in the situation while closing the portal behind him. The man with glowing yellow eyes walked over to the dark green-haired hero. Have the heroes identified the source of the tremors? Borealis and Lemillion successfully rescued the people they were able to find, Kurogiri politely said as he noticed a hand sticking out of the rubble.
In order to help you with the rescue of anyone still trapped inside, I'm going to start warping away some of the rubble that's on top. The building collapsed just as I was getting here. If you're going to move the rubble, make sure to avoid destabilizing the remaining debris.
Night-Eye grumbled in frustration as he began removing debris surrounding the hand.
The only thing the heroes have been able to confirm is that the tremors are originating from the surface. Was there a sighting of a man with spiky hair who's roughly the same size as Mount Lady when she uses her quirk?
Kurogiri asked in fear as he had a flashback to a conversation he had with All for One.
A few heroes are investigating reports of someone who roughly fits that description,
the pro-hero said as he looked at Kurogiri.
Is there a connection between the two? How would this affect the current situation? I believe there is. The man in question is a loyal follower of All for One, a villain by the name of Nine, and Shigaraki tried to recruit Master's doctor. However, he said he would only work with whoever proved themselves worthy by defeating this man,
the glowing yellow-eyed man said, delivering terrible news.
Both Shigaraki and Nine have repeatedly failed to defeat that man. The only other information I have about the man is that his name is Gigantomachia. He easily defeated the combined force that both Shigaraki and Nine had. His sheer size will make the situation worse. All for One entrusted the safety of his successor to Gigantomachia. His strength combined with his size will cause massive amounts of property damage and civilian deaths. As long as he doesn't enter the city, it shouldn't affect us too much. Does he have any weakness or limitations that you know of?
The man with dark green hair grumbled in response.
It would be safer to evacuate the civilians while we have the opportunity,
Kurogiri suggested as he looked around.
All right, let me see if we can...
Night-Eye trailed off as he noticed that the hand was simply a severed arm. Sir Night-Eye let out a groan as he examined the situation. In an attempt to get more information on the situation, he changed the channel on his radio. The first thing he heard was that another set of explosions were occurring in the east. Several heroes got trapped in a building while they were trying to evacuate the people inside. Then several reports came in about critically injured or dead pro-heroes. Kurogiri carefully started to form portals under the rubble that was unstable. Once the debris was inside a portal, Kurogiri would open a second portal nearby, slightly above the ground, and when the debris was deposited safely on the ground, he would repeat the process. On the south side of the city, Chizaki and Ida were finally entering the building after they defeated a clone of the woman they had been tracking. The front door of the building had been blown off from an explosion. Scorch marks covered the walls around the door. Several small fires were burning near the front door. The ceiling of the first floor had collapsed in the center of the lobby.
That was annoying. We need to find her fast. At some point, one of her clones will destroy that wall I created.
Chizaki growled in frustration as he looked at the wall of solid earth that formed a protective barrier around the door.
I suggest we proceed cautiously. We can't afford to get caught in one of her explosions. You should check to see if the situation on the east side has improved.
I can't believe she would just sacrifice her subordinates like that. Any idea where the real one is? Ida asked, hoping for some good news as he checked his radio.
Hopefully the situation has improved enough that we can get some assistance.
The phone in Overhaul's left pocket buzzed as he received a text message. As Chizaki was pulling out his phone, the intercom in the building came to life.
My favorite part about journalism. The ability to interview people and get first-hand information about the situation.
Curious cheerfully said over the intercom.
I can't wait to ask the members of the Yakuza what it feels like to be part of a dying breed. I also get to ask how a student of All Might took his death.
The man wearing a plague mask checked the message on his phone. The message from the leader of the Yakuza said that the situation in the east of the city was deteriorating because of a series of tremors close to the city, and they appeared to be slowly getting closer to the city with each passing minute. At the end of the message, Eri's grandfather said that according to Shigaraki, the tremors were being caused by Gigantomachia.
Any chance you received good news on your end? At this point, Endeavor showing up would be a good thing.
Overhaul said to Ida as he secretly hoped for some good news.
My aunt just gave me some depressing news.
Ida started listening to the conversations coming in over his radio. The first thing he heard was that the dragon hero was the closest one to the city. According to Hawks, Endeavor was still 30 minutes out. However, with that bit of good news, Hawks then said that the worst was yet to come. Ingenium paused as he considered the news. Just as Hawks finished his update, some of the other heroes asked him where Best Jeanist was. The only response Hawks could provide was that it was taking Best Jeanist longer than normal to get the supplies he needed.
Hawks just arrived in the city. Several top-ranking heroes will be arriving shortly. However, according to Hawks, the worst is yet to come.
The blue-haired boy numbly said as he tried to process what he had just heard.
I can't imagine how the situation can get worse. After all, the explosions are still occurring around the city. According to the boss, someone named Gigantomachia is heading towards the city. Shigaraki claimed that he had once teamed up with another powerful villain to fight Gigantomachia, and still lost.
The man wearing the plague doctor mask said coldly.
However, Shigaraki refused to say who he teamed up with. I think that brat did it to protect his own ego.
That's some interesting news. All for one's loyal servant and bodyguard. I can't wait to ask him who the next symbol of fear is.
Curious said over the intercom as she continued to listen in on the conversation through the building intercom system.
Why don't you answer the questions I asked you? How does it feel to be part of a dying breed of criminals? How does it feel to lose your teacher?
Who is this person? Why does she keep asking us these questions?
Ida asked Shizaki as he tried to figure out what their opponent was trying to do.
It's like she's trying to get in our heads. Is there a way to figure out where she is? I think the best plan would be to head for the 3rd floor. The news agency she works for has the intercom system on the 3rd floor.
Shizaki calmly said as he headed for the stairs.
If you see anything suspicious, call it out so we can get out of the stairwell.
Just as the duo reached the stairs, the area behind them started to glow yellow. Without a moment of hesitation, both of them started running up the stairs. A few seconds later, the entire building shuddered from the explosion. Moments later, the building started shaking once again. Ingenium heard the horrifying chatter over the radio. Several heroes near the outskirts of the city noticed a massive dust cloud forming. Several heroes on the east side of the city commented that they thought they saw something move in the dust cloud. Everything started to fade away for Ida as he started to focus on capturing the villain so he could get back to saving lives. The blue-haired boy activated One for All unconsciously as he tried to figure out a way to catch the villain without touching her. As the pair reached the 3rd floor, the stairwell started to glow yellow. Realizing that the stairway was about to explode, Ingenium activated his original quirk, grabbed Overhaul, and raced through the door and away from the stairwell to avoid the blast. Despite Chizaki's disgust with being touched, he permitted it to happen. Overhaul reached into the left pocket of his jacket to make sure the specially made darts were there. Soon after, the expected explosion caused the entire building to shudder. The stairwell had been destroyed, leaving the pair trapped on the 3rd floor with their opponent. The man wearing the plague mask tapped the provisionally licensed hero on the shoulder. Ida looked at the man he was carrying, stopped, and set him down. Chizaki grimaced as he pointed toward a door. Before either of them could react, several people started to appear in the hallway, blocking their path. Both of them realized that they clearly had made the wrong assumption when they ignored the fact that she might have allies in the building.
Ingenium, charge forward and don't stop. I will clear the way for you,
Overhaul calmly said as he placed his hands on the floor.
I'm going to trap her subordinates while making sure that Curious doesn't escape. Remember, she's a news reporter who has no sense of danger if she thinks she can get a story.
All right, just make sure they don't explode near me.
Ingenium growled in frustration at having to catch a criminal instead of saving lives.
I can't believe we are trapped in here with a crazy person when we should be out there saving people. I fully intend to make her pay for endangering my family. The Yakuza might be a dying breed of criminal, but the organization has already morphed into something that better fits society.
The man wearing the plague doctor's mask growled menacingly.
Remember, just run in a straight line. Don't change your direction.
Ida simply nodded at his partner. Blue flames erupted out of the exhausts on his calves. White lightning started to come off of him as he raced forward. A subtle shift in the floor underneath his feet told him that Chizaki was using his quirk. As a member of the Meta Liberation Army charged at the blue-haired boy, the floor suddenly shifted. 1 second, the person was standing there, and the next second, the tiled floor rose up and threw the person towards the ceiling. As Ingenium continued charging forward, Chizaki used his quirk to open a hole in the ceiling, allowing the person to pass through. Once the person had passed through the hole, Chizaki sealed it. The blue-haired boy started to grow impatient at the fact that he was fighting villains instead of saving people. For a brief moment, Ingenium thought he felt the presence of another person near him. However, a brief glance around revealed that nobody was there. Ingenium then noticed a strange sensation in his hands. At first, he didn't think anything of it, but then he thought he noticed something different with his arms. When Ida looked down, he noticed that there was something black on his arms instead of the silver arm guards he normally wore. As he was about to panic, he heard a voice that sounded like All Might's voice, telling him to relax, that this was merely an aspect of One for All. The area around Ingenium started to change as Overhaul altered the layout of the floor. A man started to turn yellow as he was dropped to the second floor. A loud explosion soon followed as part of the floor on the third floor collapsed. Ever so slightly, Chizaki started to inch his way forward. Ida quickly arrived at a door labeled Internal Communications. Several people burst out of the room and tried to grab him. Everything about the people seemed normal until they started to glow yellow. Ingenium extended his right hand in front of him in an attempt to grab the closest person. At that moment, a black tendril of energy shot out from his right hand and wrapped around the person. Instinctively, Ida moved his arm to the right, and as he did so, the black tendril moved as well, knocking the other people against the wall. Then, a black tendril shot out of his left arm and started to cover his entire body. Before Ida had a chance to react, the people exploded. Every bone in his legs threatened to break from the blasts. It was only then that Ingenium realized he was using One for All at 60%. He forced his body to bear a higher percentage of One for All than he was able to use safely, so he could start saving the innocent people. From a distance, Overhaul watched in shock as the people surrounding Ingenium exploded. The flash of light briefly blinded him. Once the explosions ended, he looked with dread to see the severity of his partner's injuries. To his amazement, the boy emerged from the explosions unharmed. Just as Chizaki began moving forward, he felt a hand briefly grab his left shoulder. Without thinking, he reflexively touched the hand with his right hand. Chizaki activated his quirk to disassemble his attacker. Overhaul turned around and watched his attacker break apart almost instantly. Blood sprayed out of the person as the entire upper body suddenly disappeared. Several drops of blood landed on Overhaul's right hand and clothes.
Disgusting. I can't believe someone would actually touch me. This is so unsanitary.
Overhaul angrily growled as he tried to maintain his composure.
Time to make sure someone can't attack my family again.
Chizaki started walking over to Ida as the black tendrils slowly disappeared. The walls around the pair started to turn yellow. Overhaul placed his hand on the floor and activated his quirk. Several walls shot around the pair, protecting them from the powerful explosion. The blast knocked both of them to the floor. After the blast occurred, the duo could see several people standing next to Curious. In that moment, Ingenium activated Recipro Burst. The blue flames turned white as Ida sent a straight right kick into the chest of the closest person. Before her other subordinates could react, the floor beneath them started to change. Curious watched as her allies suddenly fell through a hole in the floor. Chizaki took out a gun and loaded it with a dart as the blue-haired boy attacked. Curious dropped to the ground in excruciating pain from Ingenium's blow. The floor around her slowly turned yellow as she activated her quirk. Ida tried to run from the room in order to avoid the explosion. For a brief moment, Overhaul saw an opening and pulled the trigger. A strange dart shot out of the gun and hit the woman in the chest.
I made it easier to apprehend the woman. Get over here so I can protect us from the blast.
Chizaki calmly said as he put the gun away.
I made sure she won't be able to continue attacking us.
A black tendril shot out of Ida's left hand as he reached Overhaul. The black mass of energy wrapped around the woman and pulled her close to the pair. Chizaki used his quirk to create a hole in the floor, dropping the three of them to the floor below. Moments later, the building shuddered from the explosion on the third floor. The building started to groan as several support columns were destroyed on the third floor. Without thinking, Ida grabbed the woman and started running. Ingenium froze as he reached the stairs. He had been so distracted by his intent to capture the villain responsible for the explosions that he had forgotten that the stairs had been destroyed. Chizaki walked over to him calmly and placed his right hand on the wall. Suddenly, the hallway they were in started to change as Overhaul's quirk was activated. A path suddenly formed, allowing the pair to simply walk down a steep incline to get to the ground safely.
What was that dart you shot? I'm going to report in that we caught the villain behind the bombings,
Ingenium said as he started to worry about his friends.
Once we caught up to her, it was a pretty easy fight.
The dart contains some of Ares' blood. The blood can only remove someone's quirk for 1 day.
Chizaki calmly answered as he made sure to choose his next few words carefully.
I started to create these darts so we could safely stop Ares when she lost control over her quirk. Thankfully, the effect is only temporary.
Ida turned his radio to the channel that Night Eye had reserved for his agency. The duo walked down the ramp to the first floor and then exited the building. Soon after leaving the building, they felt a powerful tremor. A few of the support columns inside the building broke, and the building started to collapse. Ida grabbed Chizaki and activated One for All at 20%. Ida then jumped out of the plaza as the building fell.
Ares, you saved my life again. You helped us bring a powerful villain down.
Overhaul softly muttered as he watched the building collapse.
This was an annoyingly long bug hunt.
Sir Night Eye, Overhaul and I were able to apprehend the villain who is behind the citywide bombings,
Ida said proudly into his radio once the noise from the building collapsing died down.
An entire city block was destroyed when we first encountered the villain's clone, along with the building where the villain was caught.
Well done, Ingenium. The situation in the east has deteriorated further. After you turn the villain over to the police, make your way to the east side, where a massive villain is heading towards the city.
Night Eye ordered as he tried to sound grateful for Ida's success.
The silver lining to all of this is the downpour is preventing the fires from spreading rapidly. Remember to have the civilians head to the west of the city.
Yes, sir. How are Borealis and Lemillion doing, sir?
Ingenium politely inquired as he started heading towards a police station.
Has anyone besides Hawks arrived? Were you able to confirm what was causing the tremors in the east of the city? We just started noticing the tremors in the south. The building we were in collapsed because of the tremor.
A massive villain named Gigantomachia is close to the city. With each passing moment, the villain is getting closer.
The pro-hero calmly said as he informed Ida about the situation.
Based on the preliminary information we've received, Gigantomachia was All For One's bodyguard. Aside from that, we don't know much about him. All For One gave the man several unknown quirks, and based on what we do know about All For One, we could assume they're powerful quirks.
Thank you for the information, sir. We are going to turn the villain over to the police,
the provisionally licensed hero said as he looked at Overhaul.
Overhaul and I will head over to the east as soon as we can. Hopefully, Endeavor can help improve the situation once he arrives in the city.
I suggest we inform the police about the situation in the east. Hopefully, the police can start evacuating this part of the city,
Overhaul said respectfully as he followed Ida.
Endeavor should be able to improve the situation, since he's the #1 hero. The problem is,
that a fight within the city will seriously hold him back, because he won't be able to go all out if civilians are nearby.
The duo made their way to the closest police station and transferred the villain to their custody, and then made their way to the east side of the city. As they got to the east side of the city, they saw a massive man walking towards the city. Both of them watched as tremors caused by the man started to cause buildings to topple. A few seconds later, the pair heard the weak rumble of thunder. As the dust cleared, the duo saw Borealis running towards them, carrying an injured civilian. The green-haired boy ran past the pair, heading north. As Ingenium started to run forward, the massive villain swung his left arm around his body. Within moments, the buildings on several city blocks around the villain were blasted away from the sheer force. Dust was blasted into the air as the debris from the buildings started hitting the ground. At the same time, cries for help filled the air. Ida ran towards the area that had just been attacked by Gigantomachia. As the blue-haired boy continued running forward, he noticed his friend racing past him. After getting medical attention for the victim he had been carrying, Izuku was racing back to help. He felt his body moving before he could even process the destruction that he had witnessed. Despite the dust getting into his eyes, Borealis ran towards the impacted area. He kept a smile on his face as he brushed the dust out of his eyes. The green-haired boy intended to show the people that he saved that everything would be all right. As he was running, he noticed Ida running next to him. Izuku noticed that his friend wasn't using his engine quirk, since the exhausts weren't emitting any flames. As they got closer to the affected area, the true horror revealed itself to them. Several heroes were crushed under the rubble. A large pool of blood started to form around the fallen heroes. As they got closer, they noticed that even Hawks was having difficulty saving people. Several of his red feathers were carrying people who had died from their injuries. Some of his other feathers were carrying seriously injured people. Kurogiri was standing near Night Eye with several portals open so that the heroes could evacuate the injured. Thank you. As Borealis ran towards the nearest pile of rubble, the ground started to shake. Gigantomachia took another step into the city. The few windows that were left intact shattered as the 60-foot-tall man continued forward. With each step the man took, buildings that were on the edge of collapsing collapsed. Some of the few remaining buildings were knocked down by Gigantomachia's arms. Some of the small fires were snuffed out as the mountain of muscle stepped on them. His massive size made the situation even worse. The east side of the city had received the worst of the explosions. Everywhere a hero went, they could hear the screaming pleas for help from the injured civilians. Gigantomachia made the rescue attempts even riskier. The more experienced heroes paused when they arrived at the scene. Rain was still battling some of the stronger blazes. None of the heroes were able to hide their disbelief. The man took another step forward. For a moment, the sound of his steps drowned out all the other sounds. Everyone's blood ran cold as they heard the sounds of people wailing in grief and pain. Kurogiri watched the scene in disbelief as he opened 2 portals near him. Shigaraki walked out of the portal that was on Kurogiri's left, with Dabi and Stain following moments later. Several members of the local Yakuza, along with Overhaul, exited the portal on Kurogiri's right. Stain's first instinct was to call the heroes who weren't leaping into action fake heroes. However, upon looking more closely, he changed his mind. He realized that there wasn't a single hero that looked as if they had just arrived at the scene. Indeed, most of the heroes the hero killer saw had suffered some minor injuries. As he counted the number of heroes who were still alive, Stain realized how grim the situation truly was. There were only 40 heroes at the scene. As the man covered in blades looked around, he looked for heroes that had quirks useful for rescuing trapped people. There weren't any. The hero killer then considered the heroes who would be arriving to the scene soon. At that moment, Stain realized Endeavor was pushing for heroes to start working together.
You have to admire Endeavor's instincts. He might be a terrible father, but his instincts are correct.
Dabi growled in frustration at having to give credit to Endeavor for something.
and people wondered why he kept trying to work with rescue heroes. As much as I hate to admit it, the bastard is definitely a true hero.
Both Shigaraki and Stain looked at Dabi in shock. Neither of them had expected Dabi to compliment his father. Shigaraki couldn't blame his friend, who was covered in severely burned skin. Endeavor had made it clear that heroes who had quirks better suited for combat should team up with heroes with quirks better suited for rescuing civilians. As Shigaraki started to move towards the nearest pile of rubble, the scene reminded him of his childhood. For the first time, the blue-haired villain wondered if that was why heroes hadn't helped him. He reached out for a large piece of debris that was in a precarious position on top of the pile of rubble. The villain kept his thoughts on disintegrating the item he was touching. Shigaraki realized that hero society was oversaturated with heroes with combat abilities. As the debris he was touching turned to dust, the surrounding debris started to break down. Shigaraki felt his stomach turn as he saw what was underneath it. The piece of debris had left a person flattened, to the point where Shigaraki couldn't even tell what the person's gender had been. Everything beneath the person was completely soaked in blood. For the first time, he truly understood why his master, All For One, respected All Might so much. The smile that the blue-haired villain once despised took on a new meaning as he quickly averted his eyes. He couldn't imagine how difficult it had been for All Might to put someone's mind at ease during a situation like this.
To think I once despised the smile All Might wore. However, this situation shows why his smile was necessary.
Shigaraki grimly muttered to himself as he realized just how horrible the situation was.
I guess hero society needs quirks that make it easier to rescue people. It would appear as if Meta Liberation Army perfectly targeted society's weakness.
A couple of 100 yards away, both Borealis and Ingenium started to leap into action. The two provisionally licensed heroes knew that they could fight the hulking behemoth. Ito remembered Gran Torino telling him there was more to being a hero than simply defeating villains. For the first time, he truly understood what those words meant. As Ito realized that defeating a villain would prevent them from further harming the civilians, he also realized someone had to be there to save the injured. As Ito moved a piece of concrete out of the way, he found a man with his right leg trapped under some rubble. The man had bones sticking out of his right arm. The blue-haired boy checked for any signs that the man would bleed out if the rubble on his leg was removed. Once Ingenium was sure it was safe to move the large piece of debris, he lifted the piece of debris from the man's leg. As Ito was running over to one of the portals with the man in his arms, he saw his green-haired friend searching for other victims. Sweat dripped down Borealis' face as he took a sip of water. But before the sweat could drip from his face, it evaporated from the heat Izuku was generating. Despite this clear sign that he was starting to overheat, the green-haired boy continued to work in an attempt to find someone to save. For a moment, he looked up and saw his friend darting away with someone seriously injured in his arms. Borealis was thankful that everyone he had found only had minor injuries. As the green-haired boy was about to move some more rubble, a massive shockwave blasted him away from it. As he recovered, he noticed several heroes fighting the latest threat to the city. It took a moment for him to process the scale of the destruction around the massive person. Borealis watched as the behemoth slammed his foot into the ground again. Moments later, he saw several heroes flying through the air. Scarlet feathers swiftly flew towards each of the airborne heroes. The feathers then embedded themselves in the heroes' uniforms before lowering the heroes to the ground safely. Izuku felt the shockwave push him backwards a few feet. The pile of debris in front of the green-haired boy only grew larger. Borealis raced forward as he realized what was happening. Each time the villain flattened the area so he could move more easily, the rubble was pushed away from him, which meant that any civilians trapped inside of the debris were vulnerable to debris shifting and injuring them. It also made it harder for the heroes to pull the trapped civilians out of the rubble. Despite the horror that was unfolding before his eyes, he smiled.
I'm glad the only other member of Class 1A that's here is Ida. At least our other classmates won't have to experience this.
Borealis muttered sadly as he ran towards a massive pile of rubble. I wish this guy would leave the city already. He's only making the situation worse. How many people has he inadvertently killed? Borealis started moving debris away from the pile. He was very careful not to cause the debris to shift. The last thing Izuku wanted was the pile of debris crushing a citizen because of how he moved it. The green-haired boy found a woman trapped underneath a metal cabinet. As he was examining the debris around the cabinet, Overhaul walked up to him. With a deep breath, Chisaki placed his left hand on the cabinet. The metal deformed around the Yakuza member's hand, and in a blink of an eye, the cabinet reformed into a curved slab of metal. Without wasting a moment, Izuku grabbed the woman and moved her away from the rubble. Once he was far enough away from the rubble, Borealis started checking the woman for injuries. The green-haired boy noticed that the woman had several deep cuts on her legs. Her left arm was bent at an odd angle, and her breathing was irregular and weak. The people in this city have suffered enough. This is just sickening to watch. For the first time, I understand why the boss frowns on killing people. Overhaul growled in frustration as he grabbed the woman's head. I'm going to use my quirk on her. I will simply reassemble her body. This way, we reduce the number of seriously injured people entering the hospital. Chisaki's skin crawled as he activated his quirk on the injured woman. For the first time, Overhaul felt that he was repaying the debt he owed the leader of the Yakuza. For a brief moment, the woman's body completely disappeared. Seconds later, the woman was reassembled without any injuries. The man wearing the plague doctor's mask was about to say something when Gigantomachia swung his left arm in an attempt to knock away the heroes attacking him. The wind generated from his swinging arm sent the heroes and some debris flying. Borealis ran against the wind in an attempt to get to the people in need. As the giant pulled back his arm to swing it again, the dragon hero Ryuko arrived. She quickly transformed and grabbed her opponent's arm in an attempt to prevent him from attacking. For a brief moment, the behemoth paused. Despite Izuku's desire to observe the fight, his instincts to save people prevailed. The green-haired boy quickly averted his gaze from the fight and focused on the rubble. However, his training with Night Eye helped him stay aware of the nearby fight. On the left side of the hulking brute, Sir Night Eye was sifting through the rubble in an attempt to rescue the injured. He had left his radio on and was receiving constant updates about hero reinforcements. The first bit of good news that he received was that Best Jeanist had finally procured the equipment he needed. Another piece of good news Night Eye heard over the radio was that Endeavor was only a few minutes out. However, none of that mattered to the dark green-haired hero as he worked his way through the debris field. For him, too many people had already lost their lives in this attack. He looked up just in time to see a large piece of debris flying at him. His instincts took over, and he quickly ran to his left. As the piece of concrete crashed to the ground, it sent dust flying into the air, causing the pro-hero's eyes to water. Gigantomachia slammed his right foot into the ground as he started to move deeper into the city. Despite Ryuku's relentless efforts to tackle the giant villain, nothing seemed to slow his advance. The giant's advance only seemed to increase as the heroes tried to stop him. The behemoth started to get angry. It annoyed him that people he considered ants kept trying to stop him. The memory of his deceased master, All for One, flickered through his mind. Gigantomachia exhaled and released a massive blast of wind. The force of the villain's breath sent everything flying. Everyone watched in horror as blood dripped from the airborne pieces of rubble. Lemillion watched in shock as the blood fell to the ground like droplets of rain. His blood ran cold as he watched what was unfolding before him. For the first time, Mirio felt his abilities were truly being challenged. I must not fail these people. I must save them. They shouldn't have to suffer because we couldn't prevent villains from attacking the city. Lemillion growled in frustration as he watched a person fall to the ground, dead. These poor people put their faith in us, and we can't protect them. I won't let all my training or the support I've received go to waste. I need to set an example for Borealis and Ingenium. The urge to set an example of how a proper hero should act in a situation like this drove Mirio forward. The blonde-haired provisionally licensed hero focused his mind on predicting where the airborne pieces of debris would land. A small portal formed near Lemillion. As he looked back, he noticed that Kurogiri was staring at the airborne pieces of rubble. Kurogiri narrowed his eyes as he carefully watched each piece of wreckage. He formed a series of portals in the path of the debris in an attempt to remove the debris from the air. However, despite his best attempts, his portals were unable to catch a significant number of them. Unfortunately for Borealis, he was one of the people who was blasted into the air. The screams of the people in need of assistance caused Izuku to forget his own fears. People were in trouble, and the green-haired teen felt his body starting to move in order to help them. He placed his right foot on the closest piece of debris and used it as leverage to jump towards a larger pile of rubble. Once again, he relied on the training he had received from Night Eye to track the movement of the rubble. Borealis had no intention of failing the people trapped inside the debris. The green-haired boy kept the smile on his face as the fear of being unable to save everyone took root in his mind. One of the smaller clumps of wreckage started to separate. The separation revealed a seriously injured person inside. Izuku changed his direction by jumping off a large piece of debris. Borealis carefully started shifting the rubble off the person and picked him up. Aside from the portals, he failed to see another way to get the seriously injured person to safety. In desperation, Izuku grabbed the person and jumped off the debris into the nearest portal. Sensing two people in one of his portals, Kurogiri opened a portal to his left. With the injured person in his arms, Izuku landed a few feet away from the yellow-eyed villain. A group of heroes quickly walked up to Borealis and took the victim from him. Without a moment's hesitation, Borealis sprinted toward the debris that was rapidly falling from the sky. The feeling of being incapable of saving everyone continued to push Izuku past his limit. Even if it meant forging his own miracle, Borealis wasn't going to let the danger, or his own lack of strength, prevent him from saving as many people as possible. While the massive villain's tenacity impressed Stain, this rampage had to be stopped. From past experience, the hero killer knew just how difficult it would be to stop this villain for even a moment. The blade-covered assassin could only imagine how close this behemoth was to entering a blind rampage. It occurred to him that comparing the actions of other heroes to All Might was unfair. He ignored the scene unfolding behind him as he focused on Gigantomachia. While he couldn't save the injured people, he could immobilize the towering villain for a short period of time. As Stain rushed forward, the 60-foot-tall villain took several more steps. Despite the valiant effort of the heroes, Gigantomachia's left foot landed on a massive pile of rubble. The remains of the building were crushed under the villain's tremendous weight. It was as if the villain was talking to the heroes through his actions instead of his words. Everyone watched in horror as the villain's right foot obliterated the massive pile of rubble. The only sounds people could hear were the screams of the people being crushed under the weight. Everyone felt as if Gigantomachia was simply telling them that their existence was meaningless to him. Gigantomachia's presence was beginning to terrify the heroes who were fighting him. None of their attacks seemed to have the slightest effect on the towering villain. Borealis' adrenaline started to pump as he watched the ever-increasing destruction. The villain's giant steps brought him farther into the city, endangering even more people. Despite the fact that there was a major villain attack, most people hadn't had a chance to evacuate, because of the constant barrage of explosions that had only recently stopped. Izuku recalls the destruction that All for One had caused. The images he saw from the hospital, along with the scene where All Might fought his greatest enemy, flashed through his mind. Borealis wanted to give the civilians a reason to hope everything would be alright once a hero arrived. Izuku felt his fears slowly fade into oblivion as his will to save people and give them hope burned within him.
Thank you, All Might. Even dead, your lesson of smiling in the face of adversity is giving people comfort. I wish you could see me saving these people with a smile on my face, Borealis said to himself as he felt his sadness slowly ebb. Your desire to save people and create a better future will live on. Thank you for being the greatest hero.
For the first time, Borealis was freed from the sadness he felt from All Might's death. All Might's desire to save the innocent and put their minds at ease was embodied in the heroes currently trying to resolve these attacks. A testament to All Might's impact on society was that even in this hopeless situation, heroes were still attempting to save the innocent. As Izuku passed the behemoth, several incredibly hot ropes of fire encircled Gigantomachia's arms.
Gigantomachia! We will defeat you and bring an end to the terror created by the symbol of fear. Your days of terrorizing people will end today.
Endeavor defiantly shouted as he tried to rally the few remaining heroes.
The path of the mighty is to protect those weaker than us. What purpose would there be to our strength if we didn't use it to protect other people?
Endeavor smiled as he absolutely hated the speech he just gave. It made him wonder how his predecessor managed to give these uplifting statements. The Flame Hero wasn't one to try to put someone's mind at ease with his words. He preferred his actions to do the talking for him. For weeks, the red-haired man had sensed society losing faith in the heroes that were trying to protect them. Endeavor had no intention of proving those doubts correct. It didn't matter that he lacked the strength of a villain as massive as Gigantomachia. Endeavor would bring him down because he was Japan's strongest hero. He wouldn't let anything prevent him from keeping the innocent people out of harm's way. The scorching heat from the fire the hero was releasing paled in comparison to his burning desire to end this incident immediately. He released fire from his feet and propelled himself towards the towering villain. Gigantomachia sensed an opponent charging towards him. As he turned around, he destroyed even more buildings. A few of the buildings that Gigantomachia's fist hit somehow managed to remain vertical. The behemoth grabbed the dragon hero out of the air and tossed her aside. Borealis ran into one of the buildings that Gigantomachia had just hit. Although the building had inexplicably remained standing and was in serious danger of collapsing, Izuku didn't hesitate and charged in to help evacuate the people trapped inside. The first thing he did was look for the seriously injured. The green-haired boy was thankful that the people inside the building had suffered only minor injuries. Borealis quickly guided the civilians to a room with a broken window. He then quickly ushered the people through the window and away from the building. He knew he only had a small window of time to save these people, and he wasn't going to waste it. Gigantomachia backed into a building as Endeavor's fire began to burn him. The sudden impact caused the building to the west of the one Borealis was in to collapse, closing off the exit route that Borealis was using. Making the situation worse, the building they were in started to crumble. Izuku kept a lookout for any potential dangers as he encouraged the citizens to stand near a part of the wall that seemed stable. A small girl stood frozen in fear at the far end of the room when Izuku noticed something starting to fall on her. The citizens watched as Borealis rushed in to save her. The large piece of debris was close to hitting the girl as Borealis reached her. In that instant, Izuku grabbed the young girl and carefully moved her away from the falling object. However, he was too slow to get out of the way of the falling piece of rubble. Everything went black for the green-haired boy as he was knocked to the ground. Every cell in his body was sending pain signals to his brain. Despite this, Borealis forced a smile to his face in an attempt to calm the civilians near him.
"Don't worry, everything will be all right. Help is on the way,"
Borealis said in a hoarse voice as he tried to hide how much pain he was in.
"Endeavor and the rest of the heroes out there will defeat Gigantomachia. Then they will come here and help us out of this predicament."
Despite the fact that it was obvious to the citizens that Borealis was in absolute agony, none of them panicked. His selfless actions had shown them that the heroes were still out there fighting on their behalf. However, all of them worried that help might not arrive in time to save the young hero who had saved their lives. The air around them started to heat up as the fight between Gigantomachia and Endeavor grew more intense. Endeavor looked up at the massive villain as he searched for a weakness he could exploit. Despite battering his opponent with the hottest flames he could produce, all he had managed to do was deliver minor injuries. The villain was simply so massive that the damage ended up spreading out over a wide area, rendering the attack virtually ineffective. The Flame Hero watched in mild annoyance as the villain moved towards him once again. Endeavor propelled himself into the air so that he was just above his opponent's head. Instead of attacking his opponent with more flames, he compressed them until a ball of blue light started to form just above Endeavor's hand. The fire slowly got hotter as the Flame Hero kept adding and compressing the fire. The Flame Hero emitted every last ounce of heat he could generate. He then grabbed the ball of plasma with his right hand and punched his opponent with his right hand. Endeavor gritted his teeth in pain as he felt the heat from the plasma he was releasing burn his own hands.
All burning inferno!
Endeavor shouted as the plasma started to cover his opponent. Endeavor felt satisfied that the technique he had worked hard to create after his predecessor's passing did what it was supposed to do. The Flame Hero started developing this technique specifically to show the citizens that the heroes would always rise to the challenge. He just wasn't expecting to use the technique before he had completely perfected it. Thank you all for indulging yourselves in this story thus far. I hope you enjoyed it. Now, there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. Firstly, we've got a second channel called Anime Deep Dive. Anime Deep Dive goes deep into the facts and lore of a wide variety of anime. It's sure to expand your weeb knowledge for all kinds of series, guaranteed. On top of that, we have a third channel called We the Celestials Naruto What If. It's what we do on this channel already, but in the vast world and lore of Naruto. Go check it out if you're in the mood for some jutsu action. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. Lastly, if you're interested in what we do here at We the Celestials, then I would like to extend out an invitation to join the team. The only caveat being we only accept members 16 years and up to join our crew. You can sign up for whichever category fulfills your interests by joining the recruitment Discord using the link in the description below. Our Discord is an all-around fantastic place to be, whether you're a fan or looking to join our band of misfits. We're always looking for members to join us. Well, that's it from us for today's video, so thank you all for watching and have a great day.